Chapter 1. The Mysterious Energy Fluctuation. In a remote valley on Earth, Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, his bronze skin shimmering under the sunlight. He assumed a horse stance, fists clenched tightly, his gaze resolute and focused. Each punch he threw sliced through the air with a fierce whooshing sound, as if capable of rending the very atmosphere. "Huh!" Sun Wukong shouted, his form darting like lightning, the shadows of his fists intertwining as the golden aura of a Super Saiyan at its third level blazed fiercely around him. His muscles tensed, each exertion causing veins to bulge, showcasing unparalleled strength. Suddenly, an enigmatic surge of energy flickered in his heart. Sun Wukong's eyes shot open, once bright and lively, now filled with confusion and alertness. He straightened up swiftly, gazing skyward as if attempting to pierce the vast expanse above, seeking the source of this mysterious energy. This energy, I have never felt anything like it before. Could it herald a new crisis? He murmured, his brow furrowed, a wave of profound unease washing over him. After a brief moment, Sun Wukong resolved to return home and discuss the matter with his comrades. With a powerful push from his legs, he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing instantly from the valley. Upon arriving home, Sun Wukong barely had time to catch his breath before eagerly sharing his discovery with Vegeta, Bulma, and the others. "Humph, Kakarot, are you being overly sensitive?" "It might merely be a common energy fluctuation," Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, his expression one of disdain. Yet, a hint of concealed concern flickered in his eyes. "However, my instincts tell me this is no trivial matter," Sun Wukong replied earnestly, fists clenched tightly, leaning forward slightly, his gaze imbued with determination. Bulma furrowed her brow and said, "Regardless, we must be prepared. I'll check the Dragon Radar immediately to see if there are any anomalies with the Dragon Balls." Her eyes reflected a mix of anxiety that soon transformed into resolve. As the group deliberated, the mysterious energy wave reverberated across various corners of the Earth. Some sinister forces, lurking in the shadows, began to stir restlessly. In a dark castle, a cloaked figure sat upon a throne, his face obscured by shadow, save for a pair of eyes glowing ominously red. "This energy, perhaps it presents an exceptional opportunity for us to dominate the world," he cackled, his chilling laughter echoing throughout the empty castle, sending shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta decided to delve deeper into their training to prepare for the impending crisis. They entered the hyperbolic time chamber, a place where time flowed much slower than outside, making it an ideal training ground. "Vegeta, we cannot afford to be complacent this time. We must transcend to a higher level," Sun Wukong declared, his eyes sparkling with intensity, his tone laced with resolve. "Humph, I know that without you telling me. I will surpass you, Kakarot," Vegeta snapped, gritting his teeth fiercely, his eyes blazed with unwavering determination, as if he were ready to incinerate any obstacle in his path. The two swiftly immersed themselves in their training, their energies surging within. Sun Wukong closed his eyes tightly, palms pressed together, wholly concentrating on the flow of energy coursing through him. His breath was steady and deep, each inhalation seemingly drawing in the essence of the universe. Vegeta, on the other hand, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each movement as swift as lightning, conjuring gusts of wind. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet he showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, he grew even more fervent with each strike. Throughout their training, Sun Wukong persistently endeavored to break through the barriers of the third level of Super Saiyan. His body trembled slightly, muscles taut, every inch of his skin enduring immense pressure. "Break for me," he roared, his energy exploding forth, the golden aura intensifying. Meanwhile, Vegeta focused on honing his combat skills and energy control, his movements becoming increasingly precise, every attack executed with impeccable timing, maximizing his strength. Days passed, and the tension in the outside world escalated. Small factions of evil forces began to assault cities on Earth. Although the warriors defended valiantly, it was merely the calm before the storm. At last, Sun Wukong achieved a breakthrough within the hyperbolic time chamber, successfully advancing to the fourth level of Super Saiyan. His body was enveloped in crimson fur, muscles more defined, emanating an overwhelming aura. "Haha, I did it!" Sun Wukong exclaimed jubilantly, his voice brimming with elation and pride as he spread his arms wide, reveling in this newfound power. as though the entire world lay within his grasp. Witnessing this, Vegeta's fighting spirit ignited even further. He doubled his efforts, inching closer to his own breakthrough. Just then, Bulma relayed news that the dragon radar had detected anomalies. Someone seemed to be gathering the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong and Vegeta promptly concluded their training and burst forth from the hyperbolic time chamber. Whoever dares to covet the Dragon Balls will pay dearly. Vegeta hissed through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with fury and intent to kill. They regrouped with the other warriors, embarking on a quest to track the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. In a desolate desert, they encountered a cluster of mysterious figures. Clad in peculiar armor and wielding various weapons, they radiated a sinister energy. Who are you to dare lay claim to the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong bellowed, stepping forward, his formidable presence overwhelming. Humph, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, today marks your doom, declared the leader of the enigmatic group, raising a long sword and pointing it menacingly at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. An intense battle was about to ensue. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he transformed into a flash of red lightning, charging at the enemy. His fists fell like a tempest, each strike infused with cataclysmic power. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly appeared behind an adversary and delivered a powerful kick, sending the foe flying meters away. Chapter 2. The fierce battle in the desert. The vast expanse of the desert lay beneath the relentless sun. Waves of heat shimmering above the golden grains of sand that sparkled with blinding brilliance. Sun Wukong lunged forward like a ferocious beast, instantly charging at the group of enigmatic figures. His feet pounded the sand, stirring up clouds of dust with each step, causing the grains beneath him to sink several inches. Suddenly, a mysterious figure swung a long knife towards Sun Wukong, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. With a swift sidestep, he deftly evaded the lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's abdomen, producing a dull thud as the man shot backward like a cannonball, crashing into the sand and creating a large crater, sending dust flying. Vegeta, too, displayed his formidable prowess, moving with the swiftness of a specter. Each of his movements conjured gusts of wind, sending sand swirling around him. His gaze radiated determination and resolve, as he declared, "You insignificant pests are no match for me." In an instant transmission, he appeared behind another mysterious figure. Before the man could react, Vegeta struck with a knife-hand blow, accompanied by the sound of metal shattering. As the figure's helmet shattered, blood gushing from his head. "Curse it! Who are these wretches?" Vegeta bellowed in anger, his voice echoing across the vast desert. Infused with fury and confusion, the battlefield was a cacophony of sandstorms and the deafening cries of combat. Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and other warriors joined the fray, engaging in a desperate struggle against the mysterious adversaries. Sun Wukong's gaze locked onto the leader of the group, sensing an extraordinary energy emanating from him. This energy was dark and profound, instilling a sense of caution within him. "Prepare yourself." Sun Wukong surged forward, his fists slicing through the air with a howling wind. His punches streaked like meteors, accompanied by a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The leader remained composed, crossing his arms and bracing himself to absorb Sun Wukong's blow. At the moment of impact, a powerful wave of energy radiated outward, lifting the surrounding sand high into the air, forming a colossal sand curtain. Impressive. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, quickly followed by another assault. His movements were as swift as lightning, each punch accompanied by a whooshing sound. The air thick with the formidable aura he exuded, the unique pressure of a Super Saiyan at its fourth level. The two engaged in an intense exchange, fists and feet colliding. Golden light and dark energy clashing with crackling sounds. The relentless force of their battle caused the sand beneath them to continuously sink, creating immense craters. Meanwhile, Vegeta faced 3 opponents, yet showed no signs of faltering. Each of his strikes was accompanied by fierce roars, "You foolish creatures." With a spinning kick, he struck one of the mysterious figures squarely in the chest, eliciting a grunt as the man coughed up blood and flew backward. However, the multitude of enigmatic figures coordinated seamlessly, plunging the warriors into a fierce struggle. Klin was ambushed by one of the mysterious assailants and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the assailant raised his weapon, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Klin. "Klin!" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency and fury. In an instant, a wave of energy erupted from his hands, radiant with brilliance, repelling the attacker. Gohan, tapping into his latent potential, unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan. His aura soaring as his hair shimmered with golden light. Each strike he delivered was imbued with immense strength, alleviating a considerable burden from his comrades. Everyone, stay strong. We cannot allow them to succeed, Gohan shouted, his voice resonating with encouragement and determination. The battle between Sun Wukong and the leader escalated in intensity, their energies clashing with such ferocity that the very desert trembled. Each collision unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing distant sand dunes to collapse instantaneously. Who are you? Why do you seek the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong inquired mid-fight, his breath rapid, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. Humph. You will learn the answer once you are defeated by me, the leader retorted with a chilling laugh, his voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. Suddenly, he formed a seal with his hands and chanted incantations. Instantly, a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a massive black sphere that radiated a suffocating aura of malevolence, freezing the air around it. Recognizing the formidable power emanating from the sphere, Sun Wukong did not dare to underestimate it. He gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a golden wave of ki. The wave blazed with brilliance, as scorching as the sun. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the heavens, swirling dust into the air. The intense light blinded onlookers, and the shockwave reverberated through the desert as if an earthquake had struck, flattening dunes and sending debris flying. Under the cover of the swirling dust, the enigmatic figures began their orderly retreat. Don't let them escape. Vegeta attempted to pursue, but was halted by Sun Wukong. Not yet. They have come prepared. We must deliberate carefully, Sun Wukong replied, his voice slightly hoarse amidst the howling winds. Upon returning to the city, the cacophony and vibrancy of urban life starkly contrasted with their heavy hearts. The strength of these mysterious beings was not to be underestimated, and their intentions were clear, the Dragon Balls. Bulma furrowed her brow, analyzing the situation. Her eyes were filled with concern as she fiddled with the dragon radar. Regardless, we must safeguard the Dragon Balls and thwart their schemes, Chi-Chi said anxiously, her hands clenched tight, her gaze resolute. Rest assured, Chi-Chi. We will not allow the Earth to fall into peril, Sun Wukong reassured her, gently patting her shoulder, his eyes filled with warmth and confidence. Meanwhile, within the lair of the mysterious figures, a dimly lit, damp cavern flickered with faint illumination. Leader, this operation has failed. What shall we do next? Inquired a subordinate, his voice tinged with fear and unease. The leader sat in his chair, his expression dark and foreboding, as if it could drip with despair. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong and his companions had grown so formidable, but we still possess a contingency plan. Prepare to activate that scheme. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had once again entered the hyperbolic time chamber for rigorous training. The air within the chamber was thick with a potent energy. Sun Wukong relentlessly endeavored to master the power of Super Saiyan Level 4, each of his strikes resonating with cataclysmic force. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the ground and evaporating instantaneously. Vegeta, on the other hand, was deep in thought, formulating new combat strategies to better leverage his strengths. His gaze was focused and profound, as if he could see through all illusions. As moments passed, their powers continued to ascend. Meanwhile, other warriors on Earth were not idle. They intensified their training, honing their combat skills and energy levels. Suddenly, strange phenomena began to unfold in various corners of the Earth. Fierce winds howled, toppling trees and producing creaking sounds. Torrential rain poured down, drenching the ground and sending up splashes of water. Earthquakes and tsunamis wreaked havoc, plunging cities into chaos. The cacophony of terrified screams and collapsing buildings intertwined, painting a grim picture of apocalyptic despair. What on earth is happening? Panic ensued, as people fled in search of safety. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed the disturbance in energy. Could this be connected to those mysterious individuals? Vegeta remarked, his brow furrowed. Laden with uncertainty, Sun Wukong frowned. It is highly probable. We must swiftly uncover the source. They commenced their investigation, unearthing clues left behind by the enigmatic figures. These clues were like delicate threads, hidden amidst the ruins and wilderness. Following these leads, they arrived at an ancient ruin. The atmosphere within was thick with an eerie essence. and the walls were inscribed with peculiar runes. These symbols flickered with a faint luminescence, seemingly whispering ancient secrets. A putrid odor pervaded the air, inducing a wave of nausea. "Be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Sun Wukong cautioned, his voice low and serious. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them from behind. The figure moved with blinding speed, leaving only a chilling gust of wind in its wake. "Who goes there?" Vegeta shouted, his voice echoing through the vast emptiness of the ruin. Yet the shadow vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. They pressed deeper into the ruins, discovering a colossal chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a massive crystal ball, pulsating with an otherworldly glow. The light oscillated between red, green, and purple, shifting unpredictably. What could this be? As Sun Wukong approached the crystal orb, a curiosity compelled him to discern its mysteries. The moment his hand made contact with the orb, an overwhelming force enveloped them instantaneously. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled valiantly against this formidable power, yet it proved too potent, gradually ensnaring them in despair. "Are we truly to be vanquished in this manner?" Vegeta bellowed, his voice laced with desperation and fury. "No, we shall certainly find a way," Sun Wukong asserted with unwavering resolve, as energy surged within him once more. A golden radiance erupted from his being, clashing against the enigmatic force. Chapter 3. The power of the mysterious crystal orb. Sun Wukong and Vegeta wrestled against the powerful energy emanating from the mysterious crystal orb. This force felt akin to countless invisible, frigid hands that constricted them tightly, rendering them nearly immobile. The air around them seemed to freeze under its oppressive weight, chilling and stifling. "Curse it, what manner of power is this?" Vegeta ground his teeth, veins bulging upon his forehead. His roars echoed within the chamber. Yet they sounded so impotent. He strained against his bindings, only to find that the more he resisted, the tighter they became, ensnaring him like a viscous mire. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, striving to calm his mind and seek a flaw in this formidable force. "Vegeta, do not act rashly. Let us consider a solution," he urged, his tone steady and resolute, attempting to soothe Vegeta's agitation. At that moment, the orb's light intensified, blindingly bright, illuminating the chamber as if it were day. A powerful suction emanated from the orb, accompanied by an eerie howling sound, as if it sought to consume their very souls. "This is dire. If this continues, we shall be devoured by this entity," Sun Wukong exclaimed, urgency and fear permeating his voice. A flicker of determination ignited in Vegeta's eyes. "No more hesitation, Kakarot. Let us confront it head-on." With that declaration, he concentrated all his energy into his hands, pushing forward with all his might. A purple aura enveloped him, muscles taut, every vein visible. Sun Wukong, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed the full might of his Super Saiyan 4th stage. Golden light radiating from him as he joined Vegeta in battling this mysterious force. However, the orb's power was overwhelmingly strong, rendering their resistance seemingly trivial. The energy surged like relentless tides, crashing upon them, causing their bodies to tremble incessantly, just as they teetered on the brink of collapse. Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar presence. The aura was warm and serene, imbued with a soothing essence. "It is Whis." Sun Wukong rejoiced internally, as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced through the darkness. In an instant, a radiant light flickered, and Whis appeared within the chamber. His presence was akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing with it a breath of hope. With a subtle wave of his hands, the oppressive binding force immediately lessened significantly. The air was suffused with a refreshing scent, reminiscent of grass after the rain. "Lord Whis, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong inquired with delight, his voice brimming with gratitude and joy. Whis offered a faint smile. "I sensed that you were in peril, so I came to investigate. The power of this crystal ball is formidable. You must not act recklessly." His tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As he spoke, Whis scrutinized the crystal ball, a flicker of gravity crossing his visage. The light emanating from the crystal pulsed erratically, casting reflections upon his contemplative face. "This appears to be an ancient dark magic, sealed away in this place," Whis murmured, his brow furrowed and his eyes betraying profound concern. Vegeta, growing impatient, interjected, "What shall we do? Are we to be trapped here indefinitely?" His voice was laced with fury and urgency, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Whis pondered for a moment before responding, "Allow me to attempt to break this seal." His voice was calm and assured, as if he were fully in command of the situation. Whis clasped his hands together, reciting incantations, a divine light radiating from him. That luminosity was akin to warm sunlight, illuminating the entire chamber. With his spell, the light from the crystal began to quiver, and the immense gravitational pull gradually diminished. A low humming resonated in the air, as if ancient incantations were whispering. "Quickly now!" Whis exclaimed, his voice shattering the silence. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong and Vegeta broke free from their restraints and retreated. Their footsteps left deep impressions in the ground, their breaths echoing through the chamber. At that moment, the crystal ball erupted with a tremendous roar. Boom! The sound was deafening, as if it could rupture eardrums. In the instant of the explosion, a powerful shockwave threatened to topple the entire ruin. Stones cascaded down, raising a cloud of dust. "Run!" Whis urged, and in an instant, he vanished alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. When they reappeared, they had returned to the surface. The fresh air enveloped them, carrying the earthy fragrance of soil and grass. "Thank you, Lord Whis," Sun Wukong expressed gratefully, his eyes filled with reverence. Whis waved a dismissive hand. "No need for thanks. However, the emergence of this crystal is no mere coincidence. You must remain vigilant against the conspiracy lurking behind it." With those words, Whis vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, then resolved to return to the city to confer with others about their strategy. Upon their return, they discovered that chaos still reigned in the city. The earthquake had rent the earth asunder, emitting a dull cracking sound, the ground resembling a shattered puzzle. The colossal waves of the tsunami crashed against the shore, producing a thunderous roar, the briny taste of seawater permeating the air. The calamity wreaked havoc, buildings crumbled, flames soared skyward, and the cries for help and wails of despair intertwined in a cacophony of suffering. "We must promptly address these issues and restore peace to our planet," declared Sun Wukong, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the desolate ruins, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within him. Vegeta nodded in agreement, stating, "Those enigmatic individuals will undoubtedly take further action. We cannot afford to remain passive." His expression was grave, fists clenched tightly. At that moment, Bulma rushed towards them, her footsteps resonating with urgency amidst the cacophony. "I have discovered some crucial clues," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a sense of urgency. Through her analysis of the hints left by the mysterious figures, Bulma had uncovered that they appeared to be in pursuit of a formidable weapon, one intricately linked to the Dragon Balls. Could it be that they intend to harness the power of the Dragon Balls to activate this weapon? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, a deep concern flickering in his eyes. "It is highly probable. We must thwart their plans," Vegeta asserted, his tone resolute, a glimmer of determination crossing his gaze. Thus, the group resolved to split up. Sun Wukong and Vegeta would continue their pursuit of the mysterious individuals, while Gohan, Krillin, and the others would aid in the reconstruction of the city and comfort the populace. Sun Wukong and Vegeta embarked on their search across the globe, traversing dense forests where the rustling leaves and the melody of birds accompanied their journey. Scaling towering mountains, the biting winds howled in their ears, the thin air making their breaths labored. Eventually, they stumbled upon the base of the mysterious figures on a secluded island. "At last, we have found it." Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice brimming with anticipation. Stealthily, they infiltrated the base, only to discover it heavily fortified. The acrid scent of chemical agents permeated the air, and the relentless roar of machinery echoed throughout. "We must proceed with caution," Vegeta whispered, his eyes alert, each step taken with care. They skillfully evaded patrolling guards and delved deeper into the heart of the base. In a laboratory, they beheld a colossal apparatus adorned with various gemstones and runes. The gems glimmered with an eerie radiance, while the runes exuded an air of mystery. "This must be the weapon they spoke of," Sun Wukong remarked, his voice low, his gaze fixed intently on the device. Just then, a group of mysterious figures burst in, surrounding them. "Ah, you have walked into your own trap," sneered the leader of the enigmatic group, his tone laced with mockery. A fierce battle erupted once more. Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their full might, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the mysterious adversaries. The winds howled as their punches cut through the air, energy surging forth, illuminating the entire laboratory. In the midst of the fierce conflict, Sun Wukong suddenly discerned a weakness in the apparatus. "Vegeta, cover me," he shouted, his voice imbued with determination. Vegeta understood the unspoken command, launching a full-scale assault on the mysterious individuals to create an opportunity for Sun Wukong. His assault was as relentless as a torrential downpour, rendering the mysterious figure unable to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong charged towards the device, infusing it with his own energy. Boom! The device erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the deafening roar reverberating through the air, flames soaring skyward, enveloping the surroundings in a thick haze. The mysterious one's scheme was thwarted once more. However, just as they prepared to depart, a far more formidable adversary emerged. Chapter 4. A more powerful foe. The smoke generated by the explosion had yet to dissipate when a colossal figure slowly emerged from the fog. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air, irritating the nostrils of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The heavy footsteps of the figure resonated like distant thunder, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. As the mist gradually cleared, the true visage of the foe was revealed. It was a towering behemoth, its muscular physique draped in a bizarre shade of purple, adorned with sharp, bony protrusions that seemed capable of piercing anything with ease. Its blood-red eyes glinted with a cruel luminescence, akin to raging flames, sending shivers down the spine. Ha 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 ha, Sun Wukong, Vegeta. Do you truly believe that destroying that device could thwart our plans? The monster's laughter echoed, its voice akin to thunder, shaking the very foundations of the base. The sound seemed poised to penetrate the eardrums of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, leaving their minds buzzing. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? Why do you seek to disrupt the peace of Earth?" His gaze was fixed firmly on Doma, brimming with determination and indignation. With a disdainful snort, the monster replied, "I am Doma, the Dark Lord. You insignificant insects cannot begin to comprehend my grand ambitions." His words dripped with contempt and arrogance. Vegeta retorted fiercely, "Enough of your rambling. If you have the ability, come and face us." He crossed his arms, his violet aura surging dramatically, the powerful energy heating the air around them. In an instant, Doma vanished from sight, materializing before Vegeta, unleashing a colossal fist aimed directly at him. The punch sliced through the air with a howling wind, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. Vegeta hastily defended himself, yet was still propelled several steps back by the overwhelming force. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Such immense power. Vegeta marveled inwardly, pain radiating through his arm, as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. Observing this, Sun Wukong immediately joined the fray, engaging Doma alongside Vegeta. Yet Doma remained unfazed, effortlessly handling the two attackers. His movements were as swift as lightning, each strike imbued with lethal menace. Super Saiyan Level 4. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed their ultimate forms, their golden and violet auras blazing fiercely. The dazzling radiance illuminated the entire base, rendering everything around them dim and lackluster. The duo unleashed a barrage of formidable techniques, their fists intertwining, energy waves erupting in all directions. The air crackled with the sound of energy colliding, reminiscent of countless firecrackers detonating in unison. However, Doma effortlessly evaded their attacks, occasionally countering with strikes that ensnared Sun Wukong and Vegeta in dire straits. Amidst the fierce battle, Doma suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of black energy. This vile wave exuded a nauseating stench, akin to a black torrent surging towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Caught off guard, they were struck and fell to the ground. Cursed be it. Sun Wukong rose from the earth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The metallic taste lingered, fueling the fire of his fury. Vegeta gritted his teeth, declaring, "This fiend is too formidable. We must devise a way to uncover his weakness." His voice resonated with a tinge of urgency and helplessness. At that moment, Doma launched another onslaught. With wild gestures, he summoned powerful energy chains that shimmered ominously, crackling with electricity, attempting to ensnare Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They fought valiantly against the encroaching chains, yet their numbers multiplied, constricting their space for movement. The chains were cold and unyielding, as if intent on binding their very souls. This cannot continue. Sun Wukong thought frantically, sweat cascading down his brow, evaporating the instant it touched the ground. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. "Vegeta, we must fuse." Vegeta hesitated for a moment before nodding resolutely. All right, we must give it a try? A glint of determination shone in his eyes. The two began to perform the fusion technique, and amidst a brilliant glow, a new warrior emerged, Vegeto. An unparalleled aura radiated from Vegeto, sweeping through the entire base like a tempest. Doma could not help but display a flicker of astonishment. Allow me to show you our true power. Vegeto bellowed as he charged at Doma. His voice brimmed with confidence and authority, as if it could shatter all barriers. Sensing Vegeto's might, Doma was cautious, dedicating himself fully to the confrontation. His movements grew increasingly frantic, pouring every ounce of strength into each strike. Vegeto's attacks were fierce and swift, each blow imbued with tremendous power. His fists descended like meteors, carrying the weight of destruction. Gradually, Doma found himself on the back foot, struggling to defend against the onslaught. How could this be possible? Doma roared, his voice rife with fury and disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeto unleashed a relentless series of strikes, forcing Doma to retreat step by step. His form became elusive, akin to a phantom, difficult to grasp. In the fleeting moment Doma exposed a vulnerability. Vegeto concentrated all his strength and released a formidable energy wave. This wave was resplendent, dazzling like the sun. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, deafening in its intensity. Doma was struck by the energy wave, sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. The wall crumbled instantaneously, debris scattering in all directions. However, Doma did not succumb. He struggled to rise, his aura becoming increasingly malevolent. A surge of dark energy emanated from within him, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy. Do not rejoice too soon, Doma declared, as his form began to transform, becoming more colossal and grotesque. More bone spikes erupted from his body, each glimmering with a chilling light. Vegeta stood ready, bracing himself for Doma's next onslaught. His gaze was resolute, devoid of any fear. Outside the base, Gohan, Krillin, and others sensed the tremendous energy fluctuations within. The howling winds whipped through their hair and clothing. The battle inside must be fierce. We must assist Goku and Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. The group nodded in agreement and rushed towards the base. Upon entering, they beheld the fierce clash between Vegeta and Doma. Let us attack together, Gohan shouted, his golden aura igniting. Each member unleashed their ultimate techniques, launching an assault on Doma. A kaleidoscope of energy waves intertwined in the air, creating a magnificent spectacle. Doma, overwhelmed by the collective onslaught, faltered, allowing Vegeta to strike once more. United in their efforts, they finally brought Doma to his knees. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, as if on the brink of collapse. We have defeated him. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, joy illuminating their faces. Yet, at that moment, Doma's form suddenly dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. The smoke carried a nauseating odor, unsettling all present. What is happening? Krillin asked in astonishment, confusion evident in his voice. Vegeta furrowed his brow. He may not have been truly vanquished. We must remain vigilant. His gaze scanned the surroundings with apprehension. The group commenced a search within the base, seeking any sign of Doma. Suddenly, Bulma discovered a concealed passage. The door exuded an ancient aura, as though it had not been opened in ages. Everyone, come here. There is a passage, Bulma called, her voice echoing through the vast expanse of the base. They followed the passage down into a vast laboratory. The air was thick with the acrid scent of chemical agents, provoking involuntary coughs. Various peculiar instruments ticked rhythmically, casting eerie glimmers of light. At the center of the laboratory stood a colossal energy sphere, pulsating with strange luminescence. Its glow shifted unpredictably between red, green, and purple. What is this? Gohan inquired, cautiously approaching the energy sphere. Just then, the sphere erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, a powerful shockwave hurling everyone away. The impact surged like colossal waves crashing upon the shore, rendering resistance futile. As the smoke dissipated, a figure of even greater terror emerged before the crowd. Chapter 5. Hope and desperation. As the haze from the explosion of the energy sphere gradually cleared, a more fearsome apparition materialized. His form was titanic, seemingly capable of eclipsing the sun, enveloped in a heavy layer of black armor that shimmered with a cold, eerie glow, exuding a chilling aura. What manner of beast is this? Lin's voice quivered in fear as he involuntarily stepped back. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed intently upon this newfound adversary. No matter what it is, we must not falter. The monster let out a deep, thunderous roar, its voice resonating as if from the depths of hell. You insufferable fools, today marks your end. Vegeta roared defiantly. Do not speak so arrogantly. Prepare to face me. With that, he charged forward, his fists brimming with formidable energy. Yet, the creature merely waved its arm, effortlessly sending Vegeta hurtling away to crash violently against the wall. Vegeta! Bulma cried out in concern. Gohan, filled with urgency, urged, everyone, together now. We cannot allow him to pick us off one by one. The group unleashed their most powerful techniques, a kaleidoscope of energy illuminating the entire laboratory. However, their attacks struck the monster with no more effect than a stone sinking into the ocean. The creature laughed maniacally. You think you can defeat me with such feeble attempts? Utterly naive. At that moment, the laboratory was suffused with a dense, acrid smoke, making it difficult to breathe. The devices on the walls crackled under the strain of energy surges, and flickering sparks stung their eyes. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Realizing they must devise a different strategy, he launched another assault, while Vegeta fought with all his might, yet was repeatedly repelled. Just as Vegeta seemed on the verge of collapse, a mysterious light descended from above, enveloping Doma. Doma's movements froze instantaneously as he roared in fury, attempting to break free from the binding light. What other options do we have? This foe is too powerful. Tien Shinhan gasped for breath. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, Sun Wukong felt an unmistakable familiar presence. It was Whis. In an instant, Whis appeared before them, rekindling hope in their hearts. Master Whis, you must help us. Gohan implored urgently. Whis's expression turned grave. This is a demon from the abyss of darkness, immensely powerful. Yet, he is not without his weaknesses. Upon seeing Whis, the monster's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension. Angel Whis, are you here to meddle as well? Whis smiled gently. It is my duty to uphold the peace of the universe. With that, he began to channel a sacred power emanating from his hands. The creature, sensing this force, launched into a frenzied assault against Whis. As Sun Wukong and his companions seized the opportunity, they joined forces with Whis to launch an offensive against the monstrous foe. The battle intensified, causing the entire laboratory to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The cacophony of twisted metal and the thunderous clash of energies intertwined, creating a deafening hum that resonated in their ears. Now, Whis exclaimed. Understanding the cue, Sun Wukong and Vegeta summoned their full strength, converging a formidable surge of energy towards the creature's vulnerable point. A piercing scream erupted from the monster as the dark aura surrounding it began to dissipate. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they collapsed onto the ground. Thank you, Master Whis, Sun Wukong expressed gratefully. Whis smiled and nodded, reminding them. The path to safeguarding peace is still long. With that, he vanished from sight. Supporting one another, they departed from the ruins. The sunlight outside bathed them in warmth and gentleness, as if celebrating their triumphant return. Chapter 6. A new crisis and mysterious clues after a grueling battle. The group returned to the city, utterly exhausted. The streets were adorned with colorful banners, and the populace cheered in welcome for their heroes. The air was filled with jubilant noises, children's excited shrieks intertwined with the enthusiastic calls of adults. Yet, Sun Wukong and his companions had little time to revel in their glory. Although we defeated that demon, I cannot shake the feeling that this is not the end, Sun Wukong remarked, his brow furrowed as he gazed thoughtfully at the sky. A hint of worry flickered in his eyes as the gentle breeze tousled his hair. Vegeta scoffed. Humph, whatever awaits us, as long as we grow stronger. There is nothing to fear. He crossed his arms, exuding pride and determination. Bulma, while examining her instruments, stated, according to the data I've gathered, this enemy seems to be merely a prelude. A greater conspiracy may be lurking behind. The lights on her devices flickered incessantly, accompanied by beeping sounds. Her expression serious and focused. Chi-Chi, with concern etched on her face, looked at Sun Wukong. Goku, please be careful, she implored, her voice trembling slightly as she clutched her clothing tightly. Sun Wukong smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, I won't let anyone get hurt. He gently patted her shoulder. His eyes filled with warmth. At that moment, strange phenomena began to manifest across various corners of the earth. In certain areas, powerful energy fluctuations erupted unexpectedly. rippling outward like waves, distorting the surrounding air with an intense heat. Meanwhile, mysterious runic symbols appeared in other locations, emanating a faint glow, as if whispering ancient secrets. Dad, could this be related to the previous enemy? Gohan inquired, his eyes reflecting confusion and concern. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. It is quite possible. We must investigate thoroughly. His gaze was resolute, as if he had already steeled himself for the impending challenge. The crowd divided into several groups, embarking on their investigations upon the Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived at a valley where a potent surge of energy was detected. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, rendering visibility exceedingly poor. The white fog enveloped the entire area like a heavy veil. The air was infused with a damp, earthy scent mingled with an unknown herbal aroma, creating an indescribably peculiar fragrance. Be careful, Vegeta, Sun Wukong warned as he cautiously advanced, each step on the damp grass producing a creaking sound. Vegeta, visibly impatient, retorted, I know, stop nagging. His footsteps were heavy and hurried, splattering mud in his wake. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled past, seemingly carrying with it eerie whispers. The sound was mournful, as if echoing from a distant past, sending shivers down their spines. What is that noise? Sun Wukong asked, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. His ears twitching as he attempted to discern the faint source of the sound. Vegeta also paused, straining to listen. It seems to be emanating from deeper within the valley. The two continued to delve further, and soon a colossal cave materialized before them. The cave shimmered with a strange luminescence, flickering like the eyes of specters. An overwhelming force began to draw them inside, as if it sought to consume them. This is a trap, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice echoing within the cave, tinged with alarm. But it was too late. They were pulled into the depths of the cavern. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and damp, with strange vines crawling along the walls, slick and chilling to the touch. Occasionally, water droplets cascaded down, resonating with a rhythmic plink that stood out in the silence of the cave. Damn it, we need to find a way out, Vegeta cursed, his voice laced with fury. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations. Don't panic. Let's first ascertain where we are. His breathing was steady and deep, as he sought clues amidst the chaotic energy. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed throughout the cavern. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you cannot escape. The voice reverberated from all directions, disorienting them. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin stumbled upon an area marked with runes, where they discovered an ancient tome. The pages were yellowed with age, exuding an aura of antiquity, as if it had weathered the passage of time. The text was obscure, resembling an ancient and cryptic script. What is this? Krillin inquired, scratching his head, his eyes wide with curiosity. Gohan examined it closely. It appears to be a record of some mysterious power. His fingers gently traced the characters, feeling the enigmatic energy they contained. Just as they intended to delve deeper into their studies, a group of shadowy figures emerged, surrounding them. Figures flickered in the shadows, exuding an aura of menace. Surrender the book, commanded the foremost shadow, his voice chilling as ice, sending shivers down the spine. Gohan stepped forward defiantly. Not a chance. A golden radiance enveloped him, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. An intense battle erupted instantaneously. Gohan and Krillin unleashed their unique techniques, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with their adversaries. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the clang of metal reverberating incessantly. Each assault conjured a gust of wind, rustling the leaves around them. Meanwhile, Bulma, in her laboratory, made a groundbreaking discovery. By analyzing the collected data, she discerned that these peculiar phenomena seemed to point toward a distant planet. Instruments in the lab flickered with various lights, data scrolling rapidly across the screens. Could that be the source of it all? She mused, her eyes brimming with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. In the cave, Goku and Vegeta, after extensive searching, finally located an exit. However, more foes awaited them. Goku, today marks your end. Their enemies bellowed as they charged forward, their footsteps echoing ominously in the vast valley, imbued with lethal intent. Unfazed, Goku and Vegeta faced their adversaries head-on, their forms intertwined in the light, each strike wielding immense power, causing the ground beneath them to tremble and debris to scatter. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, making it hard to breathe. As the battle intensified, Goku and Vegeta began to feel their stamina waning. Sweat drenched their garments, their breaths quickening. In that moment, Goku recalled his insights from previous training. Vegeta, let us combine our technique. Vegeta understood immediately, and together they unleashed a formidable surge of energy. A blinding brilliance illuminating the entire valley. This radiance, akin to the blazing sun, rendered their foes unable to see. The enemies disintegrated in that light. And Goku and Vegeta collapsed wearily to the ground. They gasped for breath, exchanging glances filled with victorious joy. At last, it's over, Vegeta panted. A hint of fatigue lacing his voice. Goku struggled to rise. Not yet. We must quickly reunite with the others and uncover the truth behind this. Upon rejoining Gohan, Krillin, and the rest, Bulma shared her findings. We must journey to that planet to find the key to resolving this crisis, she declared, her eyes resolute and filled with determination. The group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting unwavering resolve. A new adventure was about to unfold. Chapter 7. Interstellar Journey. The group decided to venture to the enigmatic planet in search of truth and to resolve the impending crisis. Bulma, utilizing her prodigious intellect, swiftly constructed an advanced interstellar spacecraft. The vessel's exterior gleamed with a silvery radiance, its lines smooth and graceful. As they boarded the ship and initiated the engine, a powerful roar erupted, accompanied by a tremor, propelling the spacecraft into the vast cosmos like an arrow released from a bow. The interior lights cast a soft, warm glow, while the indicators on the dashboard flickered rapidly, displaying a myriad of data. Standing by the window, Sun Wukong gazed out at the resplendent starry sky, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Starlight filtered through the glass, caressing his face, allowing him to perceive its faint warmth. I wonder what awaits us on that planet, he murmured, his eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and resolve. Vegeta, arms crossed and wearing a serious expression, declared, whatever it is, as long as we are strong enough, there is nothing to fear. His voice reverberated within the confines of the ship, imbued with his characteristic pride and confidence. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the spacecraft, as everyone prepared for the impending unknown challenges. Gohan sat quietly in a corner, eyes closed, regulating his breathing in an attempt to cultivate inner tranquility. Meanwhile, Krillin busily polished his weapon, the metallic sounds of friction piercing the silence of the environment. After a prolonged journey through the stars, the enigmatic planet finally materialized before them. It appeared desolate and lifeless, its surface marred by colossal craters and rugged mountains. The planet's atmosphere exuded an eerie dark red hue, as if stained by blood. This place looks rather unwelcoming, Krillin remarked, swallowing hard, his voice trembling with fear. The spacecraft descended gently onto the planet's surface, and as the hatch opened, a pungent sulfurous scent assaulted their senses. The odor was intense and searing, causing a sharp sting in their nostrils. Be careful, everyone, Gohan cautioned, his voice steady and reassuring. They exited the spacecraft onto the hard, arid ground, each step kicking up clouds of dust that hung in the air, provoking involuntary coughs. Suddenly, a horde of peculiar creatures charged towards them from a distance. These beings possessed sharp claws and vicious teeth, their eyes glinting with malevolence. The heavy thud of their footsteps resonated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Prepare for battle, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice infused with determination, igniting the fighting spirit within the group. Instantly, they entered a combat stance, energy surging around them. Light flickered, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Vegeta was the first to strike, unleashing an energy wave towards the pack of creatures. The wave sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, instantly striking several of the beings, who howled in agony as they collapsed to the ground. The battle erupted in an instant, the ferocity of the creatures' attacks proving to be exceptionally fierce. Their claws sliced through the air, stirring up a fierce wind that stung the cheeks of those present. Yet, through a concerted effort, they gradually pushed the creatures back. What on earth are these beings? Tien Shinhan gasped, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, cascading down his face and evaporating upon contact with the parched ground. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed within their minds. You should not be here. This is your grave. The voice, seemingly emanating from the abyss, was chilling and sinister, sending shivers down their spines. Who speaks? Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings with vigilance. His eyes darted about, attempting to pinpoint the source of the voice. Suddenly, the ground began to quake violently, and a colossal beast emerged from beneath. Its massive body loomed like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. The scales upon it shimmered with an eerie light, each resembling a shield in its impenetrable hardness. "This is far too large." Bulma gasped, her face drained of color. Her voice trembled as her body instinctively recoiled. The beast opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The temperature soared, rendering the surrounding air unbearably hot, as though they were ensconced within a furnace. "Get away." Gohan swiftly pulled Bulma aside, his movements quick and agile, demonstrating remarkable reflexes. The group unleashed their formidable techniques in an attempt to subdue the beast, yet its skin was as tough as iron, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Each strike against the creature resonated like the pounding of fists upon solid rock. "This cannot continue," Vegeta bellowed, his voice rife with fury and urgency. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of the beast's energy. "I found its weakness." His voice carried a note of exhilaration and confidence. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, they concentrated their strength on the creature's vulnerable spot. At last, the beast let out a pained roar and collapsed. Its bellowing reverberated, causing the very ground to tremble. However, before they could catch their breath, more dangers loomed on the horizon. Countless flying creatures suddenly appeared in the sky, flapping their enormous wings and emitting piercing cries. The gale produced by their wings whipped through the air, causing the hair and garments of the group to flutter wildly. "Damn it, this is never-ending." Tien Shinhan cursed while fending off the assaults, his voice laced with resignation and fatigue. Amidst the fierce battle, Sun Wukong discovered a hidden cave nestled within the valley, its entrance glowing with an enigmatic light. The illumination flickered, as if beckoning them closer. "Perhaps there lie the answers we seek," Sun Wukong declared, his tone resolute and decisive, instilling a glimmer of hope among the group. They fought valiantly to carve a bloody path toward the cave, their footsteps echoing through the valley, intertwining with the cries of the flying creatures. As they ventured into the cavern, an enigmatic aura enveloped the space. The walls were adorned with peculiar patterns and symbols, seemingly narrating ancient tales. The intricate designs flowed gracefully, vibrant in color, yet perplexing in meaning. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, Krillin reached out to touch the surface. "Do not move," Bulma urgently interjected, her voice laced with anxiety. At that moment, a deep, resonant growl echoed from the depths of the cave. It sounded as though it originated from a primordial beast, sending chills down their spines. "It appears that a more formidable adversary awaits us," Vegeta remarked, his voice devoid of fear, brimming instead with a thirst for challenge. Cautiously, they proceeded deeper into the cave, and a colossal silhouette gradually materialized. This figure stood tall and imposing, exuding an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. It was a mysterious creature of immense power, shrouded in dark energy that swirled around it like mist, intermittently flickering with eerie luminescence. "You have trespassed into forbidden territory. A price must be paid," the enigmatic being declared, its voice deep and resonant, steeped in boundless wrath. A thrilling battle was about to unfold. Chapter 8. The fierce battle in the mysterious cave. Confronted by the formidable entity radiating potent energy, the group felt a surge of vigilance. The creature's towering form cast a shadow over them, instilling a heavy sense of dread. Goku clenched his fists, his aura igniting with fervor. "No matter what you are, we shall not retreat." His voice rang resolutely through the cavern, as his golden light illuminated the surrounding darkness. The mysterious creature scoffed, "Foolish mortals, prepare to witness my might." With that, it vanished in a flash, reappearing before Goku and delivering a thunderous punch. The force of the blow, accompanied by a howling wind, seemed capable of shattering all in its path. Goku swiftly countered, and the collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave that reverberated throughout the cave, causing stones to tumble from above. The rock struck the ground with a dull thud, sending up a cloud of dust that provoked fits of coughing among them. "Everyone charge!" Vegeta shouted, surging forward. His eyes burned with the fervor of battle, as purple energy flared around him. Gohan, Tien, Krillin, and the others unleashed their ultimate techniques, and a dazzling array of energy lights crisscrossed the cave. The cacophony of their energy clashes was deafening, illuminating every corner of the cavern. Yet the mysterious creature remained unfazed, a layer of black shield materializing around its form, effortlessly absorbing their assaults. This shield resembled an impenetrable fortress, radiating an ominous glow. "This shield is too formidable," Tien panted, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, trickling down his cheeks and evaporating upon contact with the ground. Bulma observed anxiously from the sidelines. Everyone, be cautious. Its energy is continuously escalating. Her voice quivered slightly as she gripped the instrument tightly in her hands. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the attack, the enigmatic creature launched its counteroffensive. With a sweeping motion of its hands, a surge of dark energy surged towards the crowd. Where the energy wave passed, the air seemed to contort, emitting a sizzling sound. Get down, Sun Wukong shouted urgently. His voice bore a tone of desperation, and the rhythm of his heartbeat resonated sharply within the tense atmosphere. The group swiftly scattered to evade the onslaught. Yet a few were grazed by the energy wave and sustained injuries. The excruciating pain from their wounds made them involuntarily gasp. Damn it! Vegeta bellowed in fury, his eyes brimming with indignation. His breaths became rapid, each inhalation laced with fury. At that moment, the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly tense, permeated by the acrid scent of gunpowder. The torches on the walls flickered erratically under the impact of the battle, casting intermingling shadows that blurred their vision. We must identify its vulnerabilities, Gohan exclaimed, his voice tinged with anxiety, yet infused with resolve. Sun Wukong calmed himself, meticulously sensing the creature's energy fluctuations. I believe I have discerned a pattern, he observed, his gaze sharp and focused, as if capable of perceiving all. Just then, the mysterious being launched another assault. It opened its maw wide and unleashed a torrent of black flames. The flames were searingly hot, melting the rocks in their path into bubbling magma. Behold! Krillin hurled an energy sphere, colliding it with the black flames, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwave from the blast caused the entire cave to tremble, with debris raining down like a deluge. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sun Wukong detected a faint weakness in the creature's shield. Now, he charged towards that spot, delivering a full-force strike. His fist surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, piercing through the veil of smoke. The creature's shield cracked under the impact, and it roared in fury. The sound of its roar reverberated through the cave like thunder, causing one's eardrums to ache. Witnessing this, the others converged their strength to assault the vulnerable point. With a brilliant burst of light, the creature's shield finally shattered. The radiance was blinding, compelling them to shut their eyes. Now deliver the final blow, Vegeta commanded, his voice resolute, as energy surged once more around him. They united their energies, forming a colossal torrent of power that surged towards the mysterious being. This torrent, imbued with their hopes and determination, was unstoppable. Under the weight of this formidable attack, the creature gradually faltered, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Its body crashed heavily, producing a dull thud that caused the ground to sink beneath it. At last, we have defeated it, Krillin exclaimed, weary as he slumped onto the ground. He gasped for breath, every cell in his body crying out in exhaustion. Yet, before the group could exhale in relief, a deep, resonant rumble echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound seemed to emanate from an ancient beast, imbued with boundless wrath and menace. Could there be an even more formidable foe? Bulma voiced her concern, her tone laced with trepidation as her hands clenched involuntarily. The others exchanged determined glances, resolutely pressing onward into the cavern's depths. With each step, the rumble grew increasingly pronounced, as if urging them to quicken their pace. The further they ventured, the colder the air became, an icy breath enveloping them. This chill pierced like daggers of ice, prompting involuntary shivers. Crystalline formations began to adorn the walls, shimmering with a cerulean glow. The ice reflected their silhouettes, rendering the frigid cave even more eerie. This place feels uncanny, Gohan remarked, unable to suppress a shiver. He wrapped his arms tightly around himself in a futile attempt to stave off the cold. Suddenly, a colossal ice sculpture materialized before them. The sculpture was exquisitely translucent, exuding an aura of frost, and within it seemed to be imprisoned a figure. Just as they pondered this enigma, the ice began to crack, and a being radiating an aura of chill emerged. Its arrival instantly plunged the temperature to an extreme, turning their exhalations into clouds of white mist. You have awakened me, and now you shall pay the price. The frigid voice reverberated through the cavern, as if it could freeze one's very soul. The air surrounding this figure felt as though it had been encased in ice, their breaths transforming into frost-laden vapor. Goku furrowed his brow. It appeared yet another fierce battle awaited them. His voice trembled slightly in the cold, yet his gaze remained resolute. Vegeta gritted his teeth, undeterred, declaring, What is there to fear? Let us fight. He bore the biting cold, summoning energy to combat the penetrating chill. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted. Each strike from the figure bore an icy intent, slowing their movements. Every contact felt akin to being struck by a block of ice, with pain radiating throughout their bodies. We cannot continue like this. Our bodies will become immobilized. Tien exclaimed, his voice quivering from the cold, his teeth chattering. Goku focused intently, striving to break free from the frigid shackles. Everyone, unleash your energy to disperse this chill. His voice rang out, resonant against the cold, heeding his command. They all unleashed a formidable surge of energy, illuminating the cave with a brilliant radiance, momentarily pushing back the frost. Light and cold intertwined, creating a surreal spectacle. In that fleeting moment, Gohan discerned a weakness on the figure's back. I will strike at its vulnerability, Gohan declared, dashing forward. His movements, though somewhat stiffened by the cold, retained their swiftness. However, the figure sensed Gohan's intent and pivoted to retaliate. In that critical moment, Goku interposed himself between Gohan and the attack, absorbing the blow. The formidable impact propelled Sun Wukong backward, crashing heavily against the wall. Father, Gohan exclaimed, his voice brimming with concern and indignation. Don't worry about me, hurry, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice weak, yet still infused with encouragement. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan successfully struck at the figure's vulnerability. With a piercing scream, the figure transformed into a pile of ice shards, which scattered across the ground, producing a crisp sound. The group pressed onward, and strange runes and patterns began to emerge within the cave, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. These runes seemed almost alive, pulsating and dazzling the onlookers. It appeared as if they concealed some hidden message. Bulma stepped forward to examine them closely, as her fingers gently brushed against the runes. A chilling sensation coursed through her body. At that moment, the runes suddenly lifted into the air, swirling around the group. The rotation accelerated, coalescing into a colossal vortex of energy. Be careful, Vegeta warned, his gaze vigilant, his body tense and poised for any sudden developments. The spiraling runes intensified their speed, forming an enormous whirlpool of energy. The group was engulfed, feeling as if the world was spinning around them. The overwhelming dizziness nearly rendered them unconscious. After an indeterminate time, when they finally opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. Chapter 9. The Trials of the Mysterious Land. As the group emerged from the energy vortex, they discovered themselves in an alien and enigmatic landscape. The sky above was an unusual shade of purple, resembling a vast expanse of silk, enveloped in an aura of inscrutable mystery. A gentle mist permeated the air, soft like gossamer, carrying a cool breeze that obscured distant sights. As if the entire world were veiled by this delicate shroud, Sun Wukong scanned the surroundings warily, his nose twitching slightly as he sought to detect any unusual scents in the air. Everyone, be cautious, something feels amiss here, he spoke in a low, serious tone, his eyes glinting with vigilance. Vegeta snorted dismissively, arms crossed, exuding disdain. Let whatever danger come, we'll confront it head-on. His words resonated with confidence and arrogance. The group began to tread carefully forward, the ground beneath them soft and damp, each step sinking slightly, emanating a putrid odor reminiscent of decayed leaves and soil, prompting frowns of distaste. As they walked, they arrived at an ancient forest. The trees loomed tall and twisted, their branches intertwining to create an eerie spectacle. Those branches swayed like dark serpents in the wind, creaking ominously. This forest exudes a sinister aura, Gohan remarked, his voice trembling slightly as his eyes anxiously darted around. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar emanated from the depths of the forest, reverberating through the air and causing leaves to cascade to the ground. A colossal beast surged forth from the shadows. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a lion, yet its body was adorned with sharp, glistening spikes, each reflecting a cold light, while its eyes blazed with a blood-red glow, reminiscent of flickering flames. It appeared that another fierce battle was imminent. Tien Shinhan assumed a combat stance, his aura instantly surging, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the beast. The monster unleashed a terrifying roar, a foul wind rushing towards them as it lunged forward. In a flash, Sun Wukong teleported in front of the creature, his fists clenched, a golden aura igniting around him as he delivered a powerful punch to its head. A thunderous sound echoed as the beast staggered back several paces. but it quickly charged again. The group unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a fierce struggle against the monster. The creature's assaults were ferocious and relentless. Its claws sliced through the air, generating a gust that felt like a blade against their skin. This adversary was no easy foe, Krillin exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he hurled energy spheres without pause. Under the combined might of their attacks, the beast began to tire, its movements growing sluggish. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a potent energy wave that crackled like violet lightning, striking the monster with devastating force. With a resounding explosion, the beast was vanquished, collapsing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. At last, it was subdued. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. However, before they could catch their breath, the surrounding trees suddenly began to shift, encircling them. The sound of twisting branches sent chills down their spines. What is happening? Bulma uttered in terror, her voice trembling as she clutched Gohan tightly. The branches, resembling tendrils, reached out towards them, attempting to ensnare the group. Their surfaces were rough and exuded a damp, unsettling aura. Sun Wukong shouted, "Do not fear. Let us charge forth together." His voice resonated like a bell, instilling courage in his companions. As they fended off the attacking branches, they pushed forward with all their might. The air was filled with the sounds of snapping branches and the shouts of the group. Each lash of the branches brought forth a rush of wind, while their footsteps echoed against the damp ground. After a strenuous effort, they finally broke free from the forest. "This place is too eerie," Gohan said, still shaken. His heart raced, and his breath came in quick gasps. Just then, an ancient castle loomed before them. Its grand doors were tightly shut, engraved with strange runes, enveloped by an aura of mystery. That energy felt like an invisible weight, pressing down upon them. "There may be answers within," Sun Wukong remarked, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the castle as if he could penetrate its secrets. Vegeta forcefully kicked open the castle's grand door, which emitted a dull thud. An eerie laughter echoed from within, reverberating throughout the vast castle, sending chills down their spines. "Welcome, brave warriors," a mysterious voice intoned. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering them disoriented. As they entered the castle, they beheld a figure standing in the center of the hall. This silhouette was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features, save for a pair of glimmering, ghostly eyes. "Who are you?" Son Goku inquired, his voice resonating in the hall with an air of authority. "I am the guardian of this realm. To pass through here, you must accept my trials." The enigmatic figure replied, its voice deep and hoarse, imbued with an aura of mystery. "What trials?" Vegeta asked impatiently, stepping forward, his presence growing more formidable. With a wave of his hand, the guardian summoned 3 colossal magical circles within the hall. Each circle represented strength, wisdom, and courage. You must each enter one of these circles and conquer its challenges to proceed. Son Goku was the first to step into the circle representing strength. Within, a phantom of equal prowess materialized, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Each clash produced a deafening sound, the energy fluctuations rendering the surrounding air searing hot. Vegeta entered the circle of wisdom, where he encountered a myriad of riddles and traps. The walls shimmered with strange lights, and the runes on the ground constantly morphed, demanding his intellect to decipher them. Gohan ventured into the circle of courage, confronting terrifying visions, including colossal beasts and ghastly specters, compelling him to overcome his inner fears. The horrifying apparitions emitted piercing cries that sent shivers down their spines. Within their respective circles, each warrior endured arduous trials. Son Goku and the Phantom fought to a standstill, each punch fueled by sheer determination, beads of sweat cascading down, his aura intensifying. Vegeta grappled with the wisdom challenge, racking his brain for solutions, his gaze focused and resolute. Gohan, in the courage trial, continually encouraged himself, bravely facing his fears, his voice trembling yet filled with conviction. At last, they successfully emerged from their trials. The mysterious figure reappeared before them, proclaiming, "Congratulations, you have passed the trials. However, more formidable challenges await you." The group exchanged determined glances, their eyes brimming with resolve as they pressed deeper into the castle. Chapter 10. The secrets of the castle's depths. The group continued deeper into the castle, the atmosphere growing increasingly sinister and strange. The torches adorning the walls flickered with a feeble glow, their yellow light wavering as if on the verge of extinguishing. A musty, decayed odor permeated the air, assaulting their senses. This place truly sent shivers down their spines. Clint closely followed the group, his voice quivering slightly. His footsteps echoed distinctly in the silent corridor, each step taken with utmost caution. Enough chatter. Be careful, Vegeta snapped, his brow furrowed and his gaze filled with vigilance. They entered a narrow passage flanked by peculiar statues, their visages contorted as if enduring immense agony. The skin of the statues bore intricate textures, exuding a chilling aura. Goku halted, scrutinizing the statues, sensing they concealed some hidden secret. His focus sharpened as he endeavored to uncover clues within their subtle details. Suddenly, the statues sprang to life, brandishing their weapons in an attack. The weapons sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. "Watch out!" Gohan shouted, his voice reverberating through the confined passage. Infused with tension and urgency, the group quickly prepared to engage, and the corridor erupted with the sounds of fierce combat. The statues, though rigid in their movements, possessed immense strength, each strike accompanied by a gust of wind that stung their cheeks. "What are these creatures?" Tien Shinhan inquired amidst fending off the assaults, sweat beading on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. Goku concentrated his energy and delivered a powerful punch, shattering one of the statues. "Whatever they are, let us deal with them first." With a mighty swing of his fist, a surge of power erupted, and the statue disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. After an arduous battle, they finally vanquished all the statues. The remnants lay strewn across the ground, producing a crisp sound. "What a nuisance," Vegeta panted, his breath ragged and his clothes drenched in sweat. At the end of the corridor stood a massive, closed door, intricately carved with complex patterns. The lines of the designs flowed gracefully, vibrant in color, yet imbued with an air of mystery. Bulma stepped forward to examine the carvings. "This seems to be some sort of lock mechanism," she remarked, her fingers lightly tracing the patterns, feeling their texture. The group began to ponder how to unlock the code. "Could it relate to our previous experiences?" Gohan suggested, his gaze intent as he strived to recall the details from before. After several attempts, they finally succeeded in opening the door. Beyond lay a vast chamber, at the center of which stood a colossal crystal ball, radiating an enigmatic glow. The light fluctuated between gentle and intense, mesmerizing those who beheld it. "Is this what we have been searching for?" Goku approached the crystal ball. At the moment his hand made contact, images began to materialize within the orb. The scenes depicted Earth facing a tremendous calamity, countless monsters rampaging. Cities lay in ruins, and people fled in terror, their cries and screams intertwining in a cacophony of despair. A fierce inferno engulfed the dwelling, thick smoke billowing and shrouding the sky. "What is happening?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. Suddenly, a voice reverberated through the room. "This is the future of Earth. If you cannot prevent the impending catastrophe, it shall descend into ruin." The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, ethereal and distant. "Who speaks?" Goku inquired loudly, his voice echoing within the chamber. "I am the master of this castle and a seer. All that you have experienced serves as a test of your capability to save the Earth," the voice responded. "What must we do?" Gohan asked urgently, his tone laden with anxiety. "In the deepest recesses of the castle lies an artifact sealed with dark powers. Only by destroying it can the calamity be averted," the voice instructed. Without a moment's hesitation, they set forth towards the castle's depths. The path was fraught with intricate traps, spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, glinting coldly as they pierced the air with a whistling sound. Flames shot forth from the walls, waves of heat enveloping them as if they were in a furnace. "Everyone be cautious," Goku called out from the front, guiding the others. He deftly evaded the various mechanisms, his aura unwavering. Vegeta scoffed, proclaiming, "Such trivial tricks cannot deter me." With a swift motion, he navigated through a perilous area. At last, they arrived at the castle's deepest chamber. A suffocating aura of darkness pervaded the atmosphere, rendering it nearly unbearable. This essence felt tangible, pressing down on them with oppressive weight. At the heart of the darkness lay an artifact radiating a sinister black light, its flickering glow reminiscent of a demon's eye. "This is the object," Tien shouted, a hint of tension in his voice. Just as they prepared to approach the artifact, a horde of dark creatures surged forth, blocking their path. These entities varied in form. Some bore razor-sharp claws that hissed through the air, while others sported massive wings that whipped up fierce winds. "Come," Let us resolve this swiftly. Goku shouted, charging ahead. A powerful aura erupted around him, golden flames igniting in brilliance. The others followed suit, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark beings. The creatures' assaults were savage, their roars echoing throughout the chamber, causing painful reverberations in their ears. They exuded a foul stench that was nauseating. Goku unleashed his full strength, each punch imbued with tremendous force, repelling the dark creatures before him. The impact of his fists against the beasts resonated with a dull thud. Vegeta, not to be outdone, unleashed his energy waves, illuminating the darkness and vanquishing enemy after enemy. The path of his energy waves left trails of light in their wake. Gohan, Tien, and Krillin unleashed their utmost strength, fiercely battling against the dark creatures. Sweat soaked their garments, their breaths grew labored, yet their gazes remained resolute. Bulma anxiously observed the unfolding drama, rallying her comrades with fervent encouragement. Keep it up, everyone. Her voice, though somewhat faint amidst the cacophony of battle, resonated with unwavering support. After an intense skirmish, they finally vanquished all the dark entities and stood before the artifact. Goku inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of his strength, poised to obliterate the artifact. His muscles tensed, and his energy surged. Just as he was about to strike, the artifact suddenly unleashed a formidable force, hurling Goku aside. He crashed heavily against the wall, producing a resounding thud. How could this happen? Goku exclaimed in astonishment as he rose from the ground, his eyes filled with confusion and frustration. It seemed it would not be so simple. Vegeta furrowed his brow, his gaze intensely fixed on the artifact, contemplating a strategy. At that moment, Gohan discerned a weakness in the artifact. "Dad, attack there!" Gohan exclaimed, pointing at a glimmering spot on the artifact, his voice tinged with excitement. Goku charged once more, focusing his energy towards the identified vulnerability. His fist, imbued with an indomitable spirit, broke through the dark energy's defenses. With a thunderous crash, the artifact shattered, and the malevolent aura dissipated instantaneously. The dark essence evaporated like mist, leaving a sense of relief in its wake. "We did it!" The group erupted in joyous cheers, their voices a harmonious blend of elation and exhaustion. The castle began to tremble, emitting a low rumble. Stones fell from the ceiling, and fissures appeared in the ground. "This is bad. The castle is collapsing. Run!" Tien shouted, urgency lacing his tone. The group hastily made their way toward the exit, their footsteps chaotic and hurried within the quaking structure. As they burst through the castle doors, it crumbled with a deafening roar, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The dust enveloped them, prompting instinctive closures of their eyes. Finally, "It's over," Goku sighed as he gazed at the fallen castle, relief washing over him. He relaxed, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze. Yet, the crisis on Earth had not been entirely averted. "We must remain vigilant," Vegeta stated, his eyes still steadfast, gazing into the distance. The others nodded in agreement, embarking on their journey back to Earth. Chapter 11. Return and new threats. Having successfully destroyed the artifact, the group, weary and fatigued, commenced their journey back to Earth. Inside the spaceship, they appeared physically and mentally drained. Krillin slumped in his seat, gasping for breath. "That was truly a harrowing experience," he remarked, his voice heavy with fatigue, sweat soaking his attire, releasing a salty scent. Bulma was entirely engrossed in examining the spaceship's myriad data, her fingers dancing swiftly across the control panel. "Fortunately, we emerged unscathed, having accomplished a formidable task." Her gaze was intense and earnest, beads of sweat trickling down her cheeks and splattering onto the console. Goku, peering out into the starry expanse, appeared contemplative. The brilliant stars twinkled in his eyes, yet his thoughts had already soared back to Earth. "I wonder how Earth is faring now," he murmured, his heart brimming with anticipation and worry. Gohan smiled reassuringly. "Dad, we successfully averted the disaster. Earth must be just fine." His voice rang clear and hopeful, his eyes radiating determination. After an arduous journey, the spaceship finally descended upon Earth. As they disembarked, warm sunlight enveloped them, and a gentle breeze carried the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flora. They were greeted by a scene of tranquility, the laughter of children intermingling with the chirping of birds. "How wonderful! Earth remains just as it was," Tianjin Han exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms wide to inhale the fresh air deeply, savoring the essence of the land. People gathered around, celebrating the hero's return with exuberance. The air was infused with the scent of fresh flowers, and the smiles of the crowd shone as brightly as the sun. However, this serenity was short-lived. One day, an anomalously powerful energy wave suddenly emerged on Earth, crashing into the hearts of all. "This energy is unusual," Vegeta remarked. His brow furrowed and expression serious. His sharp gaze fixed intently on the source of the disturbance, his muscles tensed instinctively. Goku, too, sensed the energy, realizing that new troubles were brewing. His expression grew grave, the tension within him mounting once again. The group swiftly launched an investigation, uncovering that the source of this energy stemmed from a mysterious stranger. This individual exuded a formidable aura that sent shivers down spines. Towering and imposing, the atmosphere around him seemed to thicken with his presence. "Who are you? Why have you come to Earth?" Goku demanded, his voice resolute and resounding through the air. The stranger let out a cold laugh, sharp as icicles, piercing the ears of those present. "I have come to annihilate Earth. You insignificant insects cannot thwart me." His voice was deep and gravelly, laden with menace. With that, the stranger unleashed an assault, a powerful energy wave hurtling toward the group. This wave radiated intense heat, warping the air in its wake. Goku and Vegeta swiftly rose to the challenge, channeling their full strength to counter the attack. With a resounding crash, the collision of energies created a tremendous shockwave that unsettled everyone's footing. "Everyone unite!" Gohan cried, his voice imbued with courage and resolve. The group rallied together, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the enigmatic assailant. In the heat of battle, the stranger displayed astonishing prowess. Each strike he delivered resonated with immense force, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that ensnared the onlookers in a dire predicament. "This fellow is incredibly strong," Krillin gasped. His breath labored, and each evasive maneuver increasingly arduous. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong declared, "We cannot yield. We must protect the Earth." His eyes blazed with an indomitable fire, and his aura surged anew. Seizing the moment when the others were fatigued, the stranger unleashed a formidable technique, a powerful wave of energy that sent the group hurtling through the air. Their bodies plummeted to the ground like kites severed from their strings, raising clouds of dust. "Damn it!" Vegeta exclaimed, rising from the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the crimson stain away, his gaze filled with fury and defiance. Just as despair began to envelop them, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar presence. "It's Whis." In an instant, Whis appeared on the battlefield, illuminating the darkness with the promise of hope. "Lord Whis, please assist us," Gohan implored, his voice laced with anticipation. Whis smiled gently. "Fear not, children." His tone, soothing yet powerful, instilled a sense of reassurance. Whis engaged the stranger in combat, and their clash rendered the very fabric of space unstable. The collision of energies produced blinding brilliance, making it almost unbearable to behold. "Is this the true strength of a warrior?" Tien Shinhan marveled, his eyes riveted to the spectacle, awestruck by the fierce confrontation. Ultimately, Whis triumphed over the stranger. "Thank you, Lord Whis," the group expressed gratefully, their voices rich with admiration and appreciation. Whis shook his head, cautioning, "This is merely a temporary respite. Stronger foes may yet emerge. You must continuously hone your abilities." His words echoed in their minds, motivating them to forge ahead. Nods of determination spread among them, and following this incident, their dedication to training intensified. Sun Wukong and Vegeta relentlessly challenged their limits in the gravity chamber, their clothes soaked in perspiration, each breath laden with exhaustion. Gohan, in the hyperbolic time chamber, refined his skills, each strike growing more precise and powerful, beads of sweat falling to the ground with a rhythmic drip. Krillin and Tien Shinhan remained steadfast, engaging in mutual sparring to elevate their prowess. The resounding thuds of their fists meeting flesh reverberated through the training grounds. Meanwhile, Bulma toiled in her laboratory, developing new equipment and weaponry. The whir of machinery intertwined with her focused contemplation, providing invaluable support for the team. As they diligently honed their abilities, a new crisis loomed over the Earth. A horde of malevolent extraterrestrials invaded, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage, leaving a stench of gunpowder and blood that was nauseatingly pervasive. "These wretches are utterly despicable," Sun Wukong exclaimed with indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury, his fists clenched tightly. The crowd immediately plunged into battle, engaging in a fierce struggle against the extraterrestrial invaders. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, and the cacophony of battle cries was deafening. Sun Wukong's fists rained down upon the foes with the ferocity of a tempest. Each strike imbued with tremendous power, resonating with thunderous impacts. Vegeta unleashed a sweeping energy wave that instilled terror in the hearts of the adversaries. The wave slicing through the air with a sizzling sound. Gohan's ki blast struck its target with precision, resulting in a colossal explosion that reverberated with a sound that numbed the ears. Krillin and Tien also showcased their strengths, collaborating with their comrades in the assault. Through their collective efforts, the alien army began to falter. Victory! The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices brimming with elation and pride. Yet, they understood that the road ahead remained long, and the mission to protect Earth would never conclude. Chapter 12. Escalating crisis following their successful repulsion of the alien invasion. Earth experienced a fleeting moment of tranquility. However, beneath this seemingly serene facade lurked tumultuous undercurrents. Sun Wukong and his companions did not let their guard down in light of their victory. They continued to train diligently, striving to enhance their powers. Bulma toiled day and night in her laboratory, the roar of machinery and the clatter of components intertwining. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and splattering onto the cold metal surface. She endeavored to develop more advanced equipment and weaponry to confront potentially stronger foes on the horizon. One day, while training, Gohan suddenly sensed an exceedingly malevolent force approaching Earth. This power surged like a catastrophic tsunami, imbued with a sense of overwhelming oppression. He promptly alerted the others. This force is unprecedentedly formidable. We must be thoroughly prepared, Gohan stated gravely. His voice quivered slightly, veins protruding from his forehead, sweat saturating his training attire. The group gathered to deliberate strategies. The air was thick with tension, rendering it difficult to breathe. No matter who approaches, we shall not falter, Vegeta declared resolutely, exuding an intense fighting spirit. His hands clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. At that moment, a colossal black vortex appeared in the skies above Earth, resembling a gigantic maw poised to consume the planet whole. A mysterious figure emerged slowly from the vortex. Shrouded in darkness, the figure's features remained obscured. Yet the aura of malevolence it radiated plunged the entire Earth into dread. The aura was frigid and piercing, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. Ha ha ha, insignificant Earthlings. Prepare to meet your annihilation. The mysterious voice boomed like thunder, resonating in every heart. The sound echoed in their ears, inducing a splitting headache. Sun Wukong stepped forward, proclaiming resolutely, "You shall not destroy the Earth." His voice resonated with strength, and the golden aura surrounding him blazed fiercely. The enigmatic figure let out a chilling laugh, casually gesturing as a formidable wave of energy surged towards Sun Wukong. This energy wave, imbued with the power of annihilation, scorched the air, causing it to crackle ominously. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form, bracing himself against the onslaught of energy. Yet, the force was overwhelming, propelling him back several meters. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Wukong!" Chi-Chi cried out from a distance, her voice laced with worry, hands tightly clasped over her mouth. Observing this, Vegeta charged at the mysterious being in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "You vile creature, face me." His body radiated with a purple aura, his eyes ablaze with fury. The mysterious figure effortlessly dodged Vegeta's assault, retaliating with a blow that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. He hit the earth with a thunderous impact, causing it to tremble. "Do you truly think you can thwart me with such feeble efforts?" The mysterious figure mocked, his laughter echoing chillingly through the air. One by one, the others unleashed their most powerful techniques, yet none could inflict any significant harm upon him. The collisions of energy produced dazzling flashes and deafening explosions that reverberated like thunder. Seemingly bored, the mysterious figure clasped his hands together, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic energy sphere capable of obliterating the planet. The orb shimmered with a sinister glow, warping the surrounding space. "This is bad. He intends to annihilate Earth," Tien exclaimed, his voice sharp with fear. In this critical moment, Whis appeared, radiating an aura of divine light akin to that of a savior. "Halt!" Whis commanded, his voice resonating like a great bell, instantly suppressing the mysterious figure's presence. Taken aback, the enigmatic being remarked, "An angel? Humph. Even an angel cannot stop me." Whis swiftly moved before the enigmatic figure, engaging in an intense battle. The shockwaves from their confrontation caused the very fabric of space around them to fracture, revealing the dark void within, as if it sought to consume all. Sun Wukong and the others watched anxiously from the sidelines, sensing that the clash between Whis and the mysterious figure transcended their comprehension. Each collision of energy sent jolts of pain across their skin, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. Is this the true battle of the strong? Krillin gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock and reverence. Meanwhile, Bulma nervously operated her instruments, striving to discern the mysterious figure's weaknesses. The device's indicators blinked incessantly, emitting a series of beeping sounds. After a fierce exchange, Whis gradually gained the upper hand. Sensing the tide turning, the mysterious figure attempted to flee. Thinking of escaping? It's not that simple. Sun Wukong and Vegeta pursued him simultaneously. Their figures moved with the swiftness of lightning, stirring up a tempest. Under the concerted assault of the crowd, the enigmatic figure was finally subdued. His body collapsed to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Do you think this is the end? My master will not spare you, the mysterious one declared with venomous intensity before being restrained. His voice brimmed with resentment and defiance. A sense of foreboding enveloped the onlookers, for they understood that a greater peril loomed ahead. Whis, surveying the assembly, proclaimed, "You must hasten to enhance your abilities, otherwise, Earth shall face utter annihilation." His tone was grave and weighty, instilling a sense of responsibility in each individual present. Goku nodded resolutely. "We understand, Lord Whis." His gaze was steadfast, imbued with determination. Upon returning to Earth, the group intensified their training. Goku and Vegeta relentlessly pushed the boundaries of their limits within the hyperbolic time chamber, sweat cascading like rain, each breath laden with exhausting fatigue. Gohan sought counsel from Whis on combat techniques, with each piece of guidance illuminating his path like a beacon. Krillin and Tien also diligently honed their foundational skills, enduring immense physical strain, yet their eyes remained resolute. Meanwhile, Bulma escalated her efforts in the development of new weaponry and equipment, vowing to provide the most formidable support for her comrades. The laboratory was permeated with the acrid scent of chemical agents, sparks flying, and components scattered across the floor. During the training process, Goku suddenly experienced a profound revelation. "It feels as though I've touched upon an entirely new power," he exclaimed excitedly, his voice infused with anticipation and curiosity. Vegeta scoffed, "Don't celebrate too soon. Let us see if you can truly harness it first." His eyes betrayed a hint of jealousy and an unyielding spirit. Yet, before Goku could fully master this newfound strength, Earth was once again besieged by foes. This time, an array of formidable robots, their bodies forged from rigid metal, glinted with a chilling radiance, advanced upon them. Their weaponry was sophisticated, and their assault techniques varied. "This won't be easy," Gohan remarked, furrowing his brow as he fixated on the robotic adversaries, contemplating strategies. Goku shouted, "Let us just fight them head-on." In an instant, he surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. A fierce battle erupted between the group and the robots. The robots unleashed their laser cannons, each beam striking like a lightning bolt, creating gaping craters in the ground, with earth and debris flying about. Goku, employing his agile movements, evaded numerous attacks and retaliated fiercely against the machines. Each punch he landed on the robots resounded with a thunderous crack. Vegeta, unleashing a powerful energy wave, obliterated several robots in an instant. The energy wave sliced through the air, generating a searing heat. Krillin and Tien, refusing to be outdone, coordinated their efforts to systematically defeat the robotic foes. The cries of battle intertwined with the explosive sounds of machines, creating a chaotic battleground. Gohan adeptly utilized his newly acquired combat skills, playing a pivotal role amidst the tumult. His movements were fluid and precise, each strike landing with impeccable accuracy. Behind the front lines, Bulma anxiously directed operations, offering tactical support. Her voice resonated through the communicator, clear and resolute. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished all the robots. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the burning of metal, leaving the battlefield in disarray. Yet, they understood this was merely the beginning. Future battles would prove even more arduous, and they must be thoroughly prepared. Following the skirmish, Son Goku delved deeper into the newfound power he sensed within. Immersed in his training, he lost track of the passage of time, Surrounding him, all fell silent, save for the sound of his breath and heartbeat. Vegeta, observing Goku's relentless effort, felt a surge of determination ignite within him. He silently resolved to surpass Goku. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed within Goku's mind. Do you seek true power? Come find me. The voice seemed to emanate from the distant horizon, ethereal and elusive. Goku was taken aback. Whence did this voice originate? He decided to follow this lead in search of answers. Throughout his quest, Goku encountered numerous challenges. He traversed dense forests, shrouded in damp mist. As droplets from the leaves cascaded onto him, sending chills down his spine. The earth beneath his feet was soft and slippery, demanding immense effort with each step. Branches and thorns occasionally grazed his skin, causing sharp stings. He crossed tumultuous rivers, the icy waters biting at him, the current nearly unsteadying him. Fish occasionally leapt from the water, splashing him as they broke the surface. Yet, Goku persevered, driven by unwavering faith, pressing onward. At last, he arrived at an ancient temple, exuding an aura of mystery, seemingly harboring profound secrets. The temple walls were adorned with archaic runes, radiating an enigmatic energy. Cautiously, Goku entered the temple, and deep within, he beheld a colossal crystal orb. The orb shimmered with strange luminescence, as if beckoning him closer. Just as Goku prepared to approach the orb, a figure materialized before him. You have finally arrived. The figure spoke, its voice transcending the passage of millennia. Goku regarded the figure warily. Who are you? I am the guardian of power. Only through my trials can you attain true strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku responded, Bring it on. I fear no challenge. A new challenge is about to unfold. Chapter 13, The Trial of Strength. Sun Wukong stood before the mysterious figure who proclaimed himself the guardian of strength, his heart devoid of fear. His gaze filled with unwavering determination and eagerness. Let us begin. I am prepared to face your trial, Sun Wukong declared boldly, his voice echoing throughout the temple. Imbued with resolve, the guardian smiled faintly. Excellent. The first trial shall be one of speed. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished in a blink, leaving behind only a gust of wind that rustled Sun Wukong's garments. Instantly, Sun Wukong focused his mind, attuning himself to the fluctuations in the surrounding energy. His ears quivered slightly, capturing the faintest of sounds. He too began to move with remarkable swiftness. Their figures darted through the temple like lightning, stirring a tempest that sent dust swirling, causing one to cough involuntarily. Sun Wukong remained entirely concentrated. The only sound in his ears was the howling wind, sharp and piercing as if it sought to rupture his eardrums. His eyes were fixed intently on the guardian's form, not daring to relent for a moment. With each footfall, the ground trembled ever so slightly, emitting a muffled thud, as if the earth quaked in response to their rapid contest. Suddenly, the guardian accelerated, and Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, striving to keep pace. Sweat trickled down his brow, its salty taste bitter and sharp, evaporating upon contact with the ground, leaving only faint traces behind. Is this the extent of your speed? The guardian's voice echoed provocatively from a distance, igniting a fire of determination within Sun Wukong. I shall not be outdone. He surged forward once more, gradually closing the gap between them. His breaths grew rapid and labored, each inhalation scorching with intensity. After an intense clash, Sun Wukong finally matched the guardian's velocity. Well done, you have passed the first trial, the guardian proclaimed. Next, we shall test your strength. He halted, gesturing towards a massive boulder in the center of the temple. With all your might, shatter this stone. Sun Wukong approached the rock, inhaling deeply as his energy surged dramatically, golden flames of power igniting around him. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a full-force punch upon the boulder. With a resounding crash, the stone remained unyielding. While Sun Wukong staggered back from the recoil, his fist throbbed with pain, the sensation radiating through his arm. Surprised yet undeterred, he quickly recalibrated and launched another assault. Time and again he struck, his arms beginning to numb, each blow accompanied by excruciating pain, as though his bones might shatter. Yet, the boulder showed no signs of yielding. Strength is not merely brute force. You must learn to harness your energy and technique, the guardian advised from the side. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, reflecting upon his past combat experiences, adjusting the manner in which he harnessed his strength. He could scent the pungent aroma of his own sweat permeating the air, a scent both intense and acrid. When he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashed within, and he swung his fist once more. This time, a fissure finally appeared in the rock. The crack spread like a spider's web, emitting faint, crackling sounds. Observing this, Sun Wukong's confidence surged, and he relentlessly assaulted the stone. At last, with a resounding crash, the rock shattered completely, transforming into countless fragments scattered across the ground. The debris struck the earth, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Excellent. Now comes the test of skill. With a wave of the Guardian's hand, several phantoms materialized within the temple, each wielding a weapon and advancing towards Sun Wukong. The rush of wind created by their movement and the slicing sound of weapons cleaving through the air intertwined, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Sun Wukong immediately entered a state of combat, engaging in a fierce struggle with these apparitions. The phantoms' attacks were cunning and rapid, initially leaving Sun Wukong somewhat flustered, each evasion appearing a tad clumsy. However, he swiftly regained his composure, meticulously observing the phantoms' attack patterns in search of weaknesses. Amidst the fierce battle, Sun Wukong gradually mastered the rhythm, deftly dodging and countering. His movements became increasingly fluid, each strike landing with precision. Each collision with the phantoms resonated with a dull thud, the ache in his muscles intensifying, yet he persevered with gritted teeth. After a grueling fight, Sun Wukong triumphed over all the phantoms. His body was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, his entire form drenched in sweat. Very well, you have passed 3 trials. But the final test is one of will. The Guardian's voice turned grave. Sun Wukong straightened his posture, proclaiming, "No matter what, I shall endure." His voice was resolute and powerful, his gaze unwavering. The Guardian formed a seal with his hands, and an overwhelming mental pressure enveloped Sun Wukong in an instant. He felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. The weight was unbearable, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Painful memories, fear, despair, and other negative emotions surged into his mind, attempting to shatter his resolve. Those memories crashed over him like a tidal wave, each recollection slicing through his heart like a knife. Yet, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, repeatedly murmuring to himself, "I cannot lose, for the earth, for my comrades." His lips bled from the pressure of his biting, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. Amidst this excruciating torment, Sun Wukong's body began to tremble, sweat pouring down like rain, yet his gaze remained steadfast. His breathing grew rapid and erratic, each inhale accompanied by a pained groan. Finally, the Guardian lifted the mental pressure, smiling as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have passed all the trials. You have attained true power." Sun Wukong collapsed wearily onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his face radiated a joyful smile. He could feel his heart pounding like a drum, each beat infused with profound elation. At that moment, the temple began to shake violently, and a beam of light emanated from the crystal orb, enveloping Sun Wukong. The light was warm and gentle, akin to a mother's embrace. Sun Wukong sensed a powerful force surging into his body, his energy soaring to unprecedented heights. Every cell within him rejoiced, every meridian expanded. When the light dissipated, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with formidable brilliance. "I can feel this newfound strength," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence and joy. However, just as he was about to leave the temple, the Guardian blocked his path. "Wait, although you have gained power, a significant mission awaits you," the Guardian said, his expression grave and serious. Sun Wukong looked at the Guardian in confusion. What mission? The Guardian's demeanor intensified. In the distant depths of the universe, a dark force is rising, intent on annihilating all life. You must use this power to stop them. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong replied, "I will certainly do so." His voice was unwavering, filled with determination and resolve. With that, he departed the temple, embarking on a new journey. His steps were firm and resolute, each stride imbued with determination and courage. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Wukong discovered his companions engaged in battle against a formidable group of foes. These adversaries emanated an aura of malevolence, exhibiting great strength. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, inducing nausea. "Wukong, you're back," shouted Vegeta, his voice tinged with surprise and anticipation. Without uttering a word, Sun Wukong plunged directly into the fray. His overwhelming presence astonished the enemies. Under Sun Wukong's leadership, the morale of his allies surged, and the tide of battle gradually shifted. Each of Sun Wukong's attacks was infused with tremendous power. The wind howled, and light shimmered. He unleashed his newly acquired strength, each strike devastating, sending foes reeling. The explosions from the energy clashes were deafening, causing ears to ring. Is this Wukong's new power? It's astonishing. Krillin marveled, his eyes wide with shock and admiration. After an intense confrontation, the enemies were finally vanquished. The battlefield lay in disarray, bodies strewn about haphazardly. Everyone gathered around Sun Wukong, inquiring curiously about his experiences in the temple. Sun Wukong smiled and recounted everything, and his friends rejoiced for him. However, we must remain vigilant. More challenges await us, Sun Wukong declared, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, imbued with vigilance and resolve. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. The earth had once again returned to a state of peace, yet Sun Wukong and his companions were acutely aware that their struggle was far from over. Chapter 14. The encroachment of dark forces. After acquiring newfound powers, Sun Wukong and his allies continued to safeguard the earth. However, unbeknownst to them, a sinister force was stirring in the distant depths of the universe. This malevolent power was led by a formidable entity named Mo-Sha, who wielded the wicked ability to obliterate all in his path. Towering and imposing, Mo-Sha's dark cloak billowed behind him like ominous clouds in the night sky. His minions, ruthless and merciless, were driven by insatiable greed and cruelty, intent on conquering the entire universe, with Earth as their next target. Within the dark fortress of this nefarious force, Mo-Sha sat upon a colossal throne, the atmosphere thick with foreboding. A suffocating aura of darkness permeated every corner, while eerie lights flickered upon the walls, releasing a pungent scent of sulfur. The earth shall soon be ours, Mo-Sha's voice rumbled, low and gravelly, laced with malevolent desire. His words echoed through the vast expanse of the fortress, akin to a call from the depths of hell. His subordinates fervently echoed, "Master, you are wise. We shall crush the earth beneath our feet." Their voices, a cacophony of fervor and anticipation, filled the air. Meanwhile, on Earth, Sun Wukong and his companions were engaged in their daily training. The warm sunlight bathed them, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing coolness. Sun Wukong felt the immense power coursing within him, continually probing its deeper applications. "Wukong, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling," Vegeta remarked, halting his training. His brow furrowed with concern. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, glistening under the sun's rays. Sun Wukong glanced at him and replied, "Perhaps a new danger approaches, but we are prepared." His gaze remained resolute, exuding a steady and formidable aura. In her laboratory, Bulma was diligently working when suddenly, the instruments emitted a frantic alarm. The piercing sound sliced through the air, as if to rupture the eardrums. "Oh no, we have detected a powerful energy approaching Earth." Bulma's complexion paled. Her eyes were glued to the screen as her fingers deftly danced across the keyboard. The news swiftly reached Sun Wukong and the others, compelling them to gather without delay. The air was thick with tension, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "It appears our foreboding was justified," Tianjin Han remarked solemnly, his hands instinctively clenching. Gohan tightened his fists, declaring with unwavering conviction, "No matter what it is, we will not allow them to succeed." Just then, a colossal black spaceship loomed in the sky, casting an ominous shadow over the land. The spacecraft's exterior glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, its colossal engines roaring with a deafening intensity. As the vessel descended slowly, it emanated a formidable sense of oppression, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. The malevolent figure of Mo-Sha emerged from the ship, towering and fearsome, his eyes glinting with wicked light akin to burning black flames. "Earthlings, surrender obediently, and perhaps I might spare your lives," Mo-Sha proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder, shattering the stillness of the air. Sun Wukong stepped forth defiantly. "Not a chance. We shall fight to the bitter end." A golden aura ignited around him, radiating brilliance. In an instant, the battle erupted as Mo-Sha's minions surged forward. Their assault was both cunning and ferocious, accompanied by the howling of the wind and the sharp sound of slicing air, leaving Sun Wukong and his comrades momentarily flustered. "Everyone, be cautious," Krillin shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. Harnessing newfound strength, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch that sent several foes reeling. The impact of his fist against their bodies produced a dull thud, propelling them away like cannonballs. Yet, enemies continued to flood in, seemingly inexhaustible. Vegeta, not one to be outdone, unleashed his energy wave amidst the throng, illuminating the sky with a dazzling explosion, accompanied by the anguished cries of adversaries. Gohan and Tien Shinhan worked in unison, fending off the relentless onslaught. Gohan's ki blast streaked across the battlefield like meteors, while Tien Shinhan's energy cannon demonstrated immense power. Meanwhile, Mo Sha observed coldly from the sidelines, searching for vulnerabilities among the defenders. His gaze was icy and ruthless, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he struck. A bolt of dark energy surged towards Sun Wukong, reeking of death, slicing through the air like black lightning. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was struck and fell to the ground. Wukong! The others cried out, their voices brimming with concern and fury. Enraged, Vegeta charged at Mo Sha. You bastard! I'll take you on. His body radiated a violet aura, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Yet, Mo Sha merely waved his hand, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. You are far too weak. You are no match for me, Mo Sha sneered, his laughter echoing ominously in the air, sending shivers down spines. Just as despair enveloped the group, Sun Wukong rose from the ground, dust-covered, yet resolute. I will not let you prevail. His aura surged once more, the golden light shining as brightly as the sun. He charged at Mo Sha, engaging in a fierce confrontation. The clash of their energies distorted the very space around them, the air crackling with electric sounds, the brilliance blinding. Humph, this is somewhat interesting, Mo Sha remarked, intensifying his assault. Dark energy surged towards Sun Wukong like an overwhelming tide, laden with tremendous pressure. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting. He could feel his strength swiftly depleting, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Sweat poured down his face like rain, each breath accompanied by labored gasps. Wukong, we are here to assist you. Gohan and the others joined the fray, their figures intertwined amidst the radiance, the fluctuations of energy rendering the surroundings unstable. With their collective efforts, the tide began to turn. The enemy's attacks grew chaotic, their steps faltering. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, the demon sorcerer prepared to flee. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, delivering a formidable strike. A golden energy wave surged forth like a dragon, crashing into the demon sorcerer. Struck, he sustained severe injuries, spewing black blood, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. This is merely the beginning, Earthlings. I shall return. The demon sorcerer spat defiantly as he retreated with his remaining forces back to their spacecraft. The vessel ascended swiftly, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind a long trail. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the ground, yet smiles of victory adorned their faces. Their breaths were rapid, bodies weary, but their hearts brimmed with joy. We successfully repelled them, Krillin gasped, his face a mixture of dust and sweat. Yet, this was only temporary. They would undoubtedly return. And they must grow stronger, Sun Wukong declared, his gaze fixed on the distance, filled with vigilance. Bulma inspected the damaged instruments. I will repair these promptly to provide everyone with greater support. Her eyes were resolute, brimming with determination. In the days that followed, everyone trained more diligently. Sun Wukong continually honed his newfound powers, striving to unleash their full potential. Each exertion caused the surrounding air to ripple violently, emitting a whooshing sound. Vegeta, too, pushed his limits in training, aiming to surpass Sun Wukong. His roars echoed through the valley, infused with fierce determination. Gohan, Tien, and Krillin also worked tirelessly to enhance their abilities. Gohan's energy blast grew increasingly potent, Tien's techniques became more refined, and Krillin's speed saw considerable improvement. Meanwhile, Bulma toiled day and night in her laboratory, developing more formidable weapons and equipment. The roar of machines and the clatter of parts intertwined, creating a symphony of struggle. However, unbeknownst to them, the demon sorcerer, undeterred by his defeat, plotted a more sinister scheme in the shadows, preparing to launch an even fiercer assault on Earth. Chapter 15. The counterattack following the retreat of the demon sorcerer's dark forces, Earth experienced a fleeting tranquility. Yet, Sun Wukong and his companions understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. They must seize every moment to strengthen their powers in anticipation of the impending greater crisis. During this time, Sun Wukong immersed himself in training day and night. He found himself ensconced in a tranquil valley, encircled by verdant mountains and lush foliage. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the leaves to rustle softly, resonating like a delicate melody that carried a hint of coolness. The air was suffused with the refreshing fragrance of grass and trees, evoking a sense of serenity. Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, beads of sweat glistening in the sunlight, each droplet akin to a brilliant gem. With every breath, it felt as if thunder reverberated within his chest, producing a deep rumble. Each exertion caused the earth beneath him to tremble slightly, stirring up a small cloud of dust. "Huh!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, channeling all his strength into his fist and striking forward with vigor. A wave of golden energy erupted instantaneously, surging forth like an enraged dragon, tearing through the air with a piercing howl that was almost unbearable to the ear. Meanwhile, Vegeta opted to engage in intense training amidst the desolation of a barren desert. The relentless sun scorched the earth mercilessly, the sand so hot it could nearly sear the soles of his feet. Each step he took left a profound imprint, which was swiftly filled by the shifting sands. His gaze was resolute, his purple aura standing out vividly against the stark landscape, resembling a blazing violet flame. "I shall never concede to you, Kakarot," Vegeta roared, his hands relentlessly unleashing energy waves that detonated the sand dunes, sending debris soaring into the air. The swirling dust was suffocating, yet it could not deter his unwavering determination. Gohan diligently trained within the hyperbolic time chamber, his eyes tightly shut as he focused intently, striving to transcend his limits. The passage of time within the chamber differed from the outside world, rendering each moment feel extraordinarily elongated. The stifling air was suffocating, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a stream. Yet Gohan's resolve remained unshaken, each moment of perseverance accompanied by labored breaths. Tianjinhan and Krillin were equally diligent, engaging in a spar atop a lofty mountain, their techniques intertwining amid the howling winds. The fierce gusts at the summit rustled their garments, the cold air slicing through their skin like a blade. Meanwhile, Bulma toiled away in her laboratory, the lights of various instruments flickering incessantly, scattered parts and tools strewn about. She was wholly absorbed in enhancing weaponry, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead, too preoccupied to wipe them away. The clanging of metal and the whir of machinery intermingled, creating a unique symphony. Just as everyone was fervently preparing for battle, a new wave of attack from the dark forces approached stealthily. One day, the sky over Earth was suddenly shrouded in darkness, countless black ships descending like locusts. The populace fell into panic, cries and screams echoing throughout the cities. The sounds were filled with terror and despair, piercing the hearts of all. Sun Wukong sensed the impending danger instantly, propelling himself into the air towards the enemy. "Everyone, prepare for battle." The voice of Sun Wukong resonated through the communicator, imbued with unwavering determination and courage. It was as if his voice were a radiant beacon, piercing through the oppressive darkness. Vegeta, Gohan, and others promptly responded, swiftly gathering. Standing upon the deck of the flagship, Majin Buu gazed down at the earth below, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The dark aura emanating from him was chilling, like a frigid frost that sent shivers down one's spine. "This time, I shall bring about the complete annihilation of Earth." With a wave of his hand, Majin Buu issued his command, and countless dark warriors surged forth from the spacecraft, launching a frenzied assault on the Earth. Sun Wukong charged into the enemy ranks, his golden aura shining brilliantly, each punch imbued with cataclysmic power, causing foes to fall in droves beneath his onslaught. The dull thud of fists meeting flesh and the sharp crack of bones echoed across the battlefield. Vegeta, not one to be outdone, unleashed his energy waves, the violet light bursting forth in the darkness like exquisite fireworks. Each release of energy brought forth a searing wave of heat, enveloping all in a furnace-like embrace. Gohan, Tien, and Krillin coordinated their efforts, forming a formidable defense against the relentless waves of enemy attacks. The enemy's strikes fell like rain, crashing against their defensive barrier with resounding booms. However, the overwhelming numbers and the amplified strength of the adversaries began to encroach upon Sun Wukong and his allies. "This cannot continue," Gohan gasped, his voice tinged with exhaustion and anxiety, sweat soaking through his garment. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. We cannot give up. His gaze was resolute as iron, blood seeping from his wounds and staining his attire. At that moment, Bulma's voice broke through. Hang in there, everyone. The new weapon is on its way. A small craft surged forth from Earth, heading towards the battlefield, carrying Bulma's latest formidable invention. The weapon's exterior gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, emanating an aura of immense power. Fire. At Bulma's command, countless energy beams erupted from the spacecraft, swiftly obliterating a multitude of foes. As the energy beams streaked across the sky, they left behind vibrant trails of light, accompanied by thunderous explosions. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong and his comrades launched their counteroffensive, gradually turning the tide of battle. Enraged by the turn of events, Majin Buu took matters into his own hands, charging directly at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, meet your demise. A terrifying dark aura surrounded Majin Buu, the oppressive force making it nearly impossible to breathe. That aura felt like a putrid swamp, engendering disgust and suffocation. Unfazed, Sun Wukong met Majin Buu head-on. The two engaged in an intense confrontation in the air, the clash of their energies resulting in colossal explosions that illuminated the entire sky. Each collision unleashed powerful shockwaves, whipping up fierce winds and scattering debris. Vegeta and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle against formidable foes, each unleashing their utmost potential. Their shouts and roars reverberated across the battlefield, imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit. As the conflict escalated to a fevered pitch, both Goku and Majin Buu bore grievous wounds. Yet their resolve remained unyielding. I shall not allow you to prevail, Majin Buu. Goku bellowed, once more summoning all his strength for a final strike. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, carrying the weight of a desperate determination. Majin Buu also summoned his full power to resist. In that critical moment, Vegeta suddenly appeared behind Majin Buu, delivering a devastating blow. With a piercing scream, Majin Buu's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke. With his defeat, the enemy's morale shattered instantaneously, sending them fleeing in disarray. Goku and his allies had finally repelled the dark forces, restoring peace to Earth once more. We have triumphed. The crowd cheered, their weary faces alight with joy and pride. Their voices, though hoarse, resonated with strength, echoing through the sky. Goku gazed at the azure heavens, his heart brimming with reflections. Yet we must remain vigilant, for more challenges may await us in the future. His voice was calm and steadfast, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for what lay ahead. His companions nodded in agreement, fully aware that the mission to safeguard Earth would never truly conclude. Chapter 16. The Dawn of Peace and a New Mission. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, Earth finally welcomed a long-awaited peace. Amidst the ruins of the city, the people began to rebuild their homes, as the light of hope once again illuminated this scarred land. Although Goku and his friends were utterly fatigued, their hearts swelled with contentment and pride. What a fierce battle this has been, Krillin remarked, sitting upon a stone, wiping the dust and blood from his face. His fingers brushed against a bruise, sending a sharp sting through him, and sweat trickled into the wound, prompting an involuntary wince. But we have emerged victorious, and that is what matters most. Tien Shinhan gazed upon the city, gradually regaining its vitality, a faint smile gracing his lips. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of freshly turned earth, mingled with the aroma of construction materials. Bulma busied herself with coordinating various resources to facilitate the rebuilding efforts. Let us all put in our utmost effort. We must restore Earth to its former splendor as swiftly as possible. Her voice brimmed with determination, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead in the sunlight, as her communicator continuously chimed with incoming messages. Goten returned to school to continue his studies. In the classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled patterns on the desks. The sound of his pen scratching against paper filled the air. Yet his mind remained preoccupied with the mission of safeguarding the Earth. Goku and Vegeta, however, did not relent in their training, fully aware that the universe harbored countless unknown threats. One day, while Goku was training alone, he suddenly sensed a mysterious yet gentle wave of energy. The wave rippled through him like soft water, stirring the depths of his soul. What is this? With an insatiable curiosity, Sun Wukong followed the direction of the energy fluctuations. His footsteps were light, each landing stirring up a small cloud of dust. He arrived at a tranquil valley, adorned with an array of vibrant blossoms, crimson, violet, golden, a veritable tapestry of colors. The air was imbued with a sweet and rich fragrance, uplifting the spirit. Colorful butterflies danced among the flowers, the gentle breeze from their fluttering wings brushing softly against Sun Wukong's cheek. Deep within the valley stood an ancient temple, its walls weathered and imbued with the essence of time. As Sun Wukong stepped into the temple, he beheld a venerable elder gazing at him with a warm smile. The elder's eyes were profound and gentle, as if they could see into the very depths of existence. "Child, you have arrived." The elder's voice resonated with kindness and depth, echoing like a distant bell within the temple's confines. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze filled with curiosity, his mind brimming with questions. "I am the guardian of this universe, and I have long awaited your arrival," the elder replied, his voice carrying an invisible strength that commanded Sun Wukong's respect. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Guardian?" The elder nodded. "The earth has endured many tribulations, yet you have steadfastly upheld justice. But a greater crisis looms on the horizon, and you will require a more formidable power." His words reverberated through the silent temple, laden with gravity. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. "Please, guide me." The elder extended his hand, and a radiant light surged into Sun Wukong's being. The light was warm and gentle, akin to the sun's embrace in spring. "This is the primal force of the universe. May you grasp its mysteries." Sun Wukong felt a powerful energy coursing through him, prompting him to sit and meditate. The surrounding air seemed to freeze in time, leaving only the sound of his breath and heartbeat. Meanwhile, Vegeta encountered a mysterious visitor. "Vegeta, your potential extends far beyond what you perceive," the enigmatic figure proclaimed, their voice deep and magnetic, as if emanating from the vast void of space. Vegeta furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" His eyes brimmed with caution, an aura of power unconsciously radiating from him. "I am here to assist you in transcending your limits." With a wave of the visitor's hand, Vegeta was transported to a unique realm. In this space, the light was dim, and a mysterious mist enveloped the surroundings. Time appeared to stand still as Vegeta embarked on an arduous training regimen. Each exertion strained his muscles, sweat cascading down like rain. Meanwhile, in Bulma's laboratory on Earth, a new discovery emerged. "This could represent a technology beyond our comprehension," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, the instruments in her hands emitting rhythmic beeps. Everyone gathered around, intrigued by this groundbreaking finding. The metallic surface of the apparatus glimmered coldly, with buttons and indicators dazzling the eye. At that very moment, in the depths of the cosmos, a dark force was quietly awakening, akin to a vortex of shadows, relentlessly consuming all in its vicinity. "The Earth shall be our foremost objective." Voices in the darkness brim with malevolence, as if cursed from the very abyss. Sun Wukong and Vegeta relentlessly pushed their limits in training, experiencing a tremendous surge in power. Upon their return to Earth, however, they discover an atmosphere fraught with tension. "What has transpired?" Sun Wukong inquired, his keen senses detecting an unsettling aura permeating the air. Bulma's expression was grave. "We have detected an unprecedented dark force approaching Earth." Her voice trembled slightly, fingers tightly clutching the documents in her grasp. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a resolute glance, preparing for battle. Their voices rang out with unwavering strength, as if capable of piercing through any barrier. The group reconvened, bracing themselves. Each countenance was solemn and tense, the sound of their heartbeats resonating in the stillness. Yet, this dark force refrained from directly assaulting Earth, instead sowing chaos among the surrounding planets. "They are testing us," Tien Shinhan remarked, a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. Sun Wukong resolved to take the initiative and lead the charge. They boarded Bulma's newly developed spaceship, setting course for the realm of the dark power. The vessel sped through the cosmos, stars retreating swiftly beyond the windows, forming trails of light. Along the journey, the celestial expanse sparkled, yet the weight of their spirits was unbearably heavy. At last, they discovered the source of the dark power. "Whoever you are, do not dare disrupt the peace," Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice echoing through the silent universe, imbued with fearless courage. An intense battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 17. The Dark Conspiracy. Sun Wukong and his companions located the source of the dark power, a colossal black planet enveloped in eerie energy fluctuations. This planet appeared shrouded in a thick haze, emanating an unsettling aura. It seemed to be their stronghold. Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze brimming with vigilance. His brow furrowed deeply, and the violet aura surrounding him flickered ominously, as if on the verge of erupting. Cautiously, they approached, only to find the planet's surface strewn with bizarre devices and structures. These contraptions pulsated with sinister lights, some intermittently belching acrid smoke that provoked fits of coughing. The architecture twisted grotesquely, resembling monsters emerging from a nightmare. What in the world is this place? Krillin asked, his voice trembling, beads of sweat forming on his brow, palms clammy with moisture. Just then, a horde of dark creatures surged forth from the structures, launching an assault upon them. These beings, varying in form, bore sharp fangs, hard scales, and eyes that glimmered with an unsettling glow. They emitted deep, guttural roars, their sounds reminiscent of hell itself, causing painful vibrations in their eardrums. Sun Wukong and his allies immediately countered, and in an instant, energy beams intertwined, igniting a fierce battle. Each strike of Sun Wukong was accompanied by a howling wind, and when his fists collided with the dark creatures, a dull thud reverberated through the air. Vegeta's energy waves sliced through the atmosphere, radiating a searing heat that forced the dark beings to retreat. In the midst of battle, Sun Wukong discerned that these creatures seemed to be under some form of control, moving in perfect unison. There must be a conspiracy behind this, Sun Wukong declared, his voice resounding with unusual clarity amidst the chaos, his eyes brimming with resolve and determination. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the dark entities. Each warrior bore the marks of battle, torn garments and wounds that pulsed with pain. They entered a vast palace, where a mysterious figure awaited them. The walls were adorned with an array of peculiar gems, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Yet, a foul odor of decay permeated the air, inducing a sense of nausea. At last, you have arrived, intoned the shadowy figure, his voice low and gravelly, as if echoing from the abyss, laden with an invisible weight. Who are you? Why do you orchestrate this chaos? Vegeta demanded, his eyes aflame with fury, his fists clenched tightly, joints cracking ominously. The enigmatic figure chuckled, the sound reverberating chillingly through the vast hall. I am the sovereign of darkness. Earth is but a fragment of my grand design. Despicable. Your scheme shall not succeed. Gohan retorted, his eyes ablaze with indignation, his aura steadily intensifying. With a mere wave of his hand, the mysterious figure unleashed a formidable force that sent the warriors sprawling backward, akin to a surging tide that swiftly engulfed them. Their bodies collided heavily against the palace walls, producing a resounding thud. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? The shadowy figure scoffed, his laughter dripping with disdain and contempt. Regaining their footing, Sun Wukong and his companions readied themselves for another round of combat. Sun Wukong's breaths became rapid, each inhalation infused with searing intensity. His muscles tensed, and the wounds on his body reopened from the strain, blood seeping forth. Just then, the mysterious figure activated a colossal apparatus, and a formidable energy began to coalesce. The device emitted a blinding light that made it difficult to open one's eyes, while an overwhelming force of suction seemed intent on devouring them whole. Not good. What is he planning? Tianjin exclaimed, his voice laced with fear and tension. The group found themselves in dire peril. Everyone, be cautious, Sun Wukong shouted. He struggled against the pull, yet his body was inexorably drawn toward the device. Vegeta gritted his teeth, fighting against the force with all his might. Damn it! What does this fiend intend? Gohan endeavored to stabilize himself, resolute that they could not allow him to prevail. Krillin's face reflected despair, yet he still clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, Bulma anxiously assessed the situation, convinced there must be a way to thwart him. Sun Wukong concentrated, attuning himself to the flow of energy surrounding them. I shall attempt to dismantle this device. With all his might, he charged towards the apparatus. Yet, the enigmatic figure struck once more, unleashing a surge of dark energy that sent Sun Wukong hurtling backwards. Wukong! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Rising from the ground, Wukong wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. I shall not yield. Just as despair enveloped the others, Vegeta suddenly discerned a vulnerability in the device. Look there! Vegeta exclaimed, pointing towards a specific section of the apparatus. In an instant, Wukong grasped his intent and surged forward once again. Observing this, the mysterious figure intensified its energy output. The device's radiance became blinding, and the ensuing waves of power caused the entire palace to tremble. It must succeed, Gohan silently prayed. Reaching the weak point of the device, Wukong unleashed a mighty strike. With a resounding explosion, the apparatus detonated, the force of the blast forcing the mysterious figure to stagger back. "Now!" Vegeta shouted. The group rushed forward, launching a final assault against the enigmatic figure. Under the relentless onslaught, the figure gradually faltered. "You insolent fools!" It roared in defiance. Ultimately, the mysterious figure was vanquished. At long last, it was over. Krillin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Sun Wukong surveyed the ravaged palace, yet he knew our battle was far from over. With fatigue and determination, the group departed from the dark planet, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 18. A new journey. Having successfully defeated the Dark Overlord and thwarted its nefarious schemes, Sun Wukong and his companions briefly returned to Earth. However, they understood that the threats lurking within the cosmos had not been entirely eradicated, and they must remain ever vigilant, continually honing their abilities. Earth gradually healed from the scars of war, as its inhabitants rebuilt their homes and life slowly returned to normalcy. Yet, Sun Wukong and his comrades found little time to revel in this tranquility, as they immersed themselves in even more arduous training. Alone atop a desolate peak, Sun Wukong closed his eyes in meditation. The winds at the summit howled fiercely, like sharp whistles slicing through the air, tousling his hair into a wild dance. Yet his form remained as steadfast as a mountain, the rough, cold stones beneath his feet sending a slight tingle through his soles. His heart was like a serene lake, yet it held boundless power within, each breath seemingly merging with the cosmos. Vegeta, in the gravity chamber, was drenched in perspiration, each droplet heavy and scalding as it splashed against the ground with a rhythmic patter. He relentlessly challenged himself with ever-increasing gravitational forces, each inhalation burdened with immense pressure, as though a colossal stone pressed upon his chest, constricting his breath. Yet his gaze radiated an indomitable spirit, sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of cleaving through any obstacle. Meanwhile, Gohan tirelessly honed his skills within the hyperbolic time chamber, repeating his training with relentless determination. The temperature within the confines of the room was stifling, as if the very air itself were ablaze. His body was in a state of utter fatigue, muscles aching painfully, each movement felt like bearing an immense burden. Yet his spirit remained unwaveringly focused, his gaze firmly fixed upon his techniques. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were engaged in a spirited exchange on a vast, open plain, honing their skills against one another. The fierce winds whipped up clouds of dust, obscuring their vision, each blink accompanied by a stinging sensation. Their techniques grew increasingly refined, their synergy becoming ever more harmonious. The muted thuds of their fists and feet meeting echoed across the expansive terrain. Meanwhile, Bulma toiled away in her laboratory, tirelessly developing new technologies and equipment. The whir of machinery and the clatter of components intertwined as her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Her eyes glued to the data displayed on the screen. The acrid scent of various chemical agents pervaded the air, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over her. One day, Sun Wukong abruptly opened his eyes from meditation, sensing a faint yet peculiar energy fluctuation. This ripple felt gentle, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. Could this energy signal a new crisis? A frown creased Sun Wukong's brow, a flicker of unease bubbling forth. He furrowed his brow tightly, as if he could crush a fly with the intensity of his concentration. Without delay, he summoned his companions. "I sense an unusual energy. We cannot remain idle," he declared, his voice resonating with seriousness and conviction. "Whatever it may be, we are more than capable of handling it," Vegeta replied confidently, arms crossed and chin slightly raised, his gaze brimming with pride. The group resolved to investigate the source of this energy together. They boarded Bulma's newly upgraded spaceship and traversed countless star systems. Along the journey, they beheld vibrant nebulae, resembling a dreamlike canvas splashed with a riot of colors, pinks, purples, and blues intertwining in a mesmerizing display. They were enveloped by the vastness and mystery of the cosmos. "This universe is immense. Who knows what unknown dangers await us?" Krillin mused, his eyes wide with awe at the uncharted realms. "What is there to fear? We are here," Tien Shinhan proclaimed resolutely, his voice ringing with strength and instilling boundless courage. At last, they arrived on an unfamiliar planet, its environment harsh and unforgiving. with fierce winds raging and dust storms swirling. The grit and debris battered against the spaceship's windows, producing a cacophony of noise. "What on earth is this place?" Vegeta complained, his tone laced with discontent, his brow furrowing even deeper. Just then, a group of unusually shaped creatures emerged. These beings possessed hard shells, their rough textures seemingly etched by the passage of time. Sharp claws glinted ominously, and their eyes were filled with hostility. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" one of the creatures demanded, its voice gravelly and deep, laced with palpable wariness. Sun Wukong stepped forward, and we felt an unusual energy emanating from the surroundings, compelling us to investigate. His voice was gentle yet sincere. "You are not welcome here. Depart at once." The creatures brandished their claws, preparing to attack. Their claws sliced through the air, generating a fierce gust. With no alternative, Sun Wukong and his companions had no choice but to engage in battle. During the skirmish, Sun Wukong discerned that despite the ferocity of these creatures, they seemed to be guarding something. "Wait, perhaps we have misunderstood," he shouted, his voice resonating above the tumult of combat. Yet the creatures paid him no heed, their assaults intensifying. Gohan was inadvertently struck by one of the creatures and fell to the ground. "Gohan!" Sun Wukong cried out in concern, his tone laced with urgency. Anger surged among the group, and they began to retaliate with full force. The brilliance of energy illuminated the swirling dust, each attack creating a powerful gust. After a fierce exchange, the creatures gradually began to falter. "Stop! We are merely protecting our home," one of the creatures declared, its voice filled with resignation and fatigue. Sun Wukong ceased his attacks, inquiring, "What is happening here?" The creatures explained that a mysterious relic on this planet had recently begun emitting unusual energy, and they feared that intruders might damage it. Sun Wukong and his companions resolved to explore the relic with them, seeking the source of the energy. Upon entering the relic, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The interior was adorned with ancient texts and enigmatic symbols, the walls shimmering with strange light. The illumination ebbed and flowed, at times soft, at others intense, dazzling their senses. What could this be? Bulma pondered curiously, her fingers delicately tracing the inscriptions, absorbing the mysterious power within. Suddenly, a colossal mechanism emerged from the relic, launching an assault on them. The grinding sounds of its operation were chilling. The group quickly dodged, bracing themselves for this new crisis. Chapter 19. The mystery of the relic. Sun Wukong and his companions faced an onslaught from the massive mechanism within the relic, enveloping the space in a tense and perilous atmosphere. The mechanism spewed forth searing flames, resembling ferocious fire dragons lunging at them. The heat wave crashed over them, making it feel as though they were ensconced in a furnace, the air scorching and arid, every breath threatening to sear their lungs. "Everyone, be cautious," Sun Wukong shouted, deftly evading the fiery onslaught. His garments were scorched by the heat, and his skin felt the searing temperature. Vegeta scoffed, "Such trivial tricks cannot daunt me." His violet aura flared as he charged towards the mechanism. Each of his heavy, powerful strides left deep imprints on the ground. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien also unleashed their unique techniques, engaging in a vigorous confrontation with the mechanism. The aura surrounding Gohan surged, and his energy blast shot towards the mechanism like a comet, resonating with a tremendous roar that echoed through the ruins. Krillin nimbly darted between the flames, continuously hurling orbs of energy. "Look at this," he shouted emphatically. Tien Shinhan pressed his palms together, unleashing a formidable energy cannon. "Yeah." The brilliance illuminated the shadowy corners. Meanwhile, Bulma anxiously observed from the sidelines, striving to identify the weak points of the mechanism. "Everyone, be vigilant. Look for any control devices," she called out, her voice piercing through the cacophony of battle. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, evaporating upon contact with the ground. However, the mechanism's onslaught intensified, with lasers piercing from various angles. These lasers, sharp as blades, hissed through the air. "Ouch!" Krillin, inadvertently grazed by a laser, winced in pain. A wisp of smoke emanated from his wound, carrying the acrid scent of burnt flesh. "Krillin, are you all right?" Goku inquired with concern, his eyes filled with worry and urgency. "I'm fine, Goku, don't mind me. Continue fighting." Krillin gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain, yet his gaze remained resolute. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Vegeta discerned a flaw in the mechanism. "Look here," He concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful wave towards the vulnerability. The wave, shimmering with violet light, sliced through the darkness like a lightning bolt. With a resounding crash, the mechanism finally ceased its operation. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as sweat poured down their bodies, saturating their clothes and clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Finally, we've resolved this predicament, Vegeta gasped, his breaths rapid and his chest heaving. They ventured deeper into the ruins, enveloped by an ancient atmosphere, reminiscent of time's passage, steeped in decay and mystery. The archaic inscriptions on the walls seemed to recount tales of yore. What do these inscriptions mean? Gohan queried, leaning closer to examine them, his eyes fixated on the characters, attempting to unravel their secrets. Bulma produced a device, commencing the scanning and analysis of the inscriptions. Let me see if I can decipher this. The device emitted a flickering glow in the dim ruins, buzzing as it worked. After considerable effort, Bulma made some discoveries. According to my analysis, this ruin appears to conceal a formidable power, yet it is accompanied by immense peril, she stated, her voice laced with a mix of tension and excitement. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound echoed through the air. What is that noise? Tien Shinhan asked, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. His heart raced, and his breath quickened. From the shadows emerged a colossal beast, its massive form covered in hardened scales, each gleaming with a chilling luminescence. Its eyes glinted with a menacing light, akin to two blazing flames. It seems we are in for another fierce battle. Vegeta prepared himself for combat, his hands clenched into fists, joints cracking audibly. The monstrous creature opened its gaping maw and released a cloud of black smoke. The smoke billowed forth, carrying a pungent odor that induced dizziness. The stench resembled that of decaying corpses, evoking a sense of nausea. Sun Wukong and the others covered their mouths and noses and swiftly launched an assault on the beast. The creature reacted with remarkable speed, sweeping its tail violently and sending the group reeling backward. Where the tail passed, a fierce wind was stirred up, stinging their cheeks painfully. This adversary is formidable, Gohan exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise and anxiety. A glimmer of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. If they united their strength, they could surely vanquish it. His voice resonated like a war drum, igniting the fighting spirit of his companions. Under Sun Wukong's leadership, they banded together, engaging in a desperate struggle against the monster. Sun Wukong's fists rained down upon the beast, each punch echoing with a resounding thud. Each strike was imbued with tremendous power, causing the creature's scales to shatter and fly. Vegeta's energy waves relentlessly bombarded the monster, leaving behind trails of violet as they sliced through the air. Gohan's ki blast struck their mark with precision, the explosions resonating throughout the ruins. Gradually, the beast began to tire, its movements becoming sluggish. Now's the moment. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and unleashed his mightiest blow. A golden radiance erupted from him, akin to a blazing sun. The monster let out a wail before collapsing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a cloud of dust to rise. Exhausted, the group sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Their breaths were heavy and rapid, each inhalation weighted with profound fatigue. Who knows what lies ahead? Krillin remarked anxiously, his voice tinged with fear and unease. Regardless, we must press onward, Sun Wukong declared, rising to his feet and continuing forward. His strides were resolute and powerful, instilling courage and confidence in his companions. They entered a vast chamber, at the center of which stood a mysterious stone pedestal, upon which rested a luminous orb. The glow was soft and enigmatic, irresistibly drawing them near. Could this be the hidden power within the ruins? Tien Shinhan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with curiosity. Just as they approached the pedestal, the orb suddenly unleashed a surge of potent energy, enveloping them. The energy surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming them. This is bad. Sun Wukong attempted to break free, but the force was too strong, rendering them immobile. His body was ensnared by the energy, muscles taut. Under its influence, peculiar visions began to emerge in their minds. The imagery depicted an ancient race engaged in a fierce battle against a dark force, the battlefield shrouded in smoke and the clamor of warfare echoing. Ultimately, both sides suffered devastating losses, countless lives extinguished. What is happening? Gohan questioned in confusion, his voice filled with bewilderment. As the visions faded, the energy gradually dissipated. It appears that this ancient relic conceals an unknown history, mused Bulma, her eyes sparkling with the light of wisdom. Regardless, let us first take this sphere with us. Perhaps it will yield further clues, remarked Sun Wukong. The group departed the ruins with the sphere in hand, oblivious to the fact that a new crisis was silently approaching. Chapter 20. Perils afoot. After Sun Wukong and his companions exited the ruins with the enigmatic sphere, they hurried back to Earth. However, during their journey, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. Inside the spacecraft, Bulma was meticulously examining the mysterious sphere, which radiated a gentle and enigmatic glow, as if countless secrets were concealed within. The energy contained within this object is exceedingly potent. I must analyze it thoroughly, she stated. Her eyes fixed intently on the sphere as her instruments emitted a series of beeping sounds. I hope to uncover useful information from within, Gohan remarked from the side. His gaze captivated by the sphere, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, the spacecraft shook violently. What is happening? Krillin exclaimed, struggling to maintain his balance amid the turbulence. Sun Wukong swiftly checked the control panel, where the indicator lights blinked frantically, and the alarm blared piercingly. This is not good. We are being targeted by a formidable force. His brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. Vegeta peered through the viewport and spotted several uniquely shaped spacecraft rapidly approaching them, their exteriors glinting with a chilling metallic sheen, resembling sharp blades. Trouble seems to be upon us, he gritted his teeth, instinctively clenching his fists. Prepare for battle, Sun Wukong declared, his voice resolute and powerful, resonating within the spacecraft. The group promptly readied themselves for combat, their expressions filled with vigilance. The enemy's vessels unleashed beams of energy, slicing through the dark expanse of space like swords. Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered the spacecraft to evade the onslaught. Steady, everyone. His hands moved swiftly across the control panel, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This evasion is not a solution. We must retaliate, Vegeta insisted, his eyes ablaze with the desire to fight. Gohan concentrated his energy, launching a powerful energy blast from the spacecraft, which surged forth with formidable intensity. Excellent, it hit, he exclaimed with exhilaration. However, the enemy's assault intensified, and the spacecraft's alarms blared incessantly, their shrill and urgent tones quickening their heartbeats. The spacecraft has sustained damage, Bulma shouted anxiously, her voice tinged with panic as she fixated on the flashing malfunction indicators. Everyone, prepare to parachute and abandon the ship, Sun Wukong decisively commanded. One by one, they leaped from the craft, descending onto an unfamiliar planet. This planet was strewn with bizarre rocks, and fierce winds howled, lifting clouds of dust into the air. The sand stung his face, accompanied by an arid breath. What manner of place is this? Krillin lamented, his voice nearly swallowed by the howling wind. Do not dwell on that now. Remain vigilant for pursuing foes, Tien Shinhan cautioned, scanning the surroundings with narrowed eyes obscured by dust, his ears attuned to the sounds around them. Indeed, it was not long before the silhouettes of their adversaries emerged before them. Surrender the orb, and you shall be spared, the enemy leader bellowed, his voice hoarse and menacing, laced with undeniable threat. Never, Goku retorted, his gaze fierce, brimming with indignation and resolve, his aura surging dramatically. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Goku darted towards the enemies like lightning, each punch infused with tremendous force, the wind from his strikes howling fiercely. Vegeta, undeterred, unleashed violet energy blasts that detonated among the adversaries, radiating brilliance and accompanied by thunderous roars. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien coordinated seamlessly, engaging the foes. Gohan's ki blasts streaked through the air like meteors, while Krillin hurled energy spheres relentlessly, and Tien's ki cannon unleashed formidable power. Meanwhile, Bulma crouched behind a large rock, anxiously observing the unfolding conflict, her heart racing, breaths quickening, attuned to the pounding of her own heartbeat. Amidst the fray, Goku realized the enemies were formidable, possessing a unique ability to absorb energy attacks. Be cautious, they can absorb energy, Goku warned, his voice resonating above the tumult of battle. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Goku sensed a mysterious power surging within him. That power was warm and potent, as if yearning to break free from his form. Without time for further contemplation, he harnessed this energy to unleash an unprecedented technique. A golden light enveloped their foes instantaneously, dazzling and blinding, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. The enemies cried out in agony, their voices filled with despair. Now is our chance. Attack! Vegeta commanded, with renewed vigor. They pushed back the adversaries. At last, they had driven them away. Krillin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his throat parched and breathing labored. Yet, we still do not know who they are or why they covet the orb, Gohan remarked, his voice steeped in uncertainty. Let us find a place to regroup and devise a plan, Goku suggested. They traversed the unfamiliar planet in search of a refuge. After some time, they stumbled upon a cave. An eerie aura emanated from the cave's entrance, sending shivers down their spines. Let us investigate, Goku declared, leading the way inside. The cave was permeated with a damp atmosphere, redolent of earth and moss, and the walls shimmered with peculiar lights, some resembling green fireflies, others exuding a blue, ethereal glow. This place feels strange, Bulma quivered, her voice trembling as she closely followed the group. Fear not, for we are here, Tien Shinhan reassured, his voice steady and resolute. At that moment, a deep, thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the cave. The sound resembled that of an ancient beast, filled with boundless rage and authority, reverberating through the cavern and causing a dull buzz in their ears. The group immediately tensed, wondering what creature lurked within. Suddenly, a colossal monster burst forth from the darkness, clawing and gnashing its teeth as it lunged towards them. Chapter 21. A desperate survival as the enormous beast charged from the shadows. The group instinctively shifted into a battle stance. Sun Wukong shouted, "Everyone, be cautious." His voice echoed through the cave, imbued with tension and alertness. It resonated like a thunderclap, dislodging debris from the cave's ceiling. The creature was immense, its body encased in a hardened shell adorned with ancient, totemic patterns that exuded a chilling aura. Its eyes glinted with a fiery crimson light, reminiscent of blazing flames, while foul, heated breath escaped its maw, carrying a noxious stench that churned their stomachs. Vegeta gritted his teeth. This creature appears formidable. His purple aura surged as he braced for the impending onslaught. Determination filled his gaze, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Gohan clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering. No matter what, we cannot retreat. His voice quivered slightly, yet it radiated immense courage. The beast launched the first attack, swinging its massive claws and unleashing a fierce gust of wind. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if it could slice through eardrums. Sun Wukong sidestepped just in time, the claws crashing down onto the ground and sending a shower of rubble into the air. The debris struck the others, causing sharp stings across their bodies. Krillin, terrified, stumbled backward. This is utterly horrifying. His voice trembled with fear, his heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the cave. Do not be afraid, Krillin, let us face this together. Tien Shinhan's voice was steady and strong, infusing Krillin with a glimmer of bravery. The group unleashed their ultimate techniques, vibrant bursts of energy illuminating the cavern. The dazzling light revealed the monster's fearsome visage. Yet, the creature deftly evaded their assaults, retaliating with relentless force. Each strike it delivered sent tremors through the cave floor. This approach is futile. We must identify its weakness, Sun Wukong declared, urgency lacing his tone as sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the ground. Bulma observed anxiously from the sidelines. It seems its underbelly has weaker defenses. Her eyes were fixed intently on the monster, clutching a compact device tightly in her hand. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong dashed towards the beast's abdomen. The creature sensed his intent and attempted to thwart him, but Vegeta, Gohan, and the others skillfully restrained it. Finally, Sun Wukong drew near to the monster's underbelly, and with all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch. As the fist made contact with the creature's abdomen, a deep, resonant sound echoed through the air, reminiscent of a strike against thick leather. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground, its cry reverberating within the cavern, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Marvelous! We have succeeded, Krillin exclaimed with exuberance, his voice brimming with joy and relief washing over his countenance. However, before anyone could truly exhale in relief, a low growl emanated from the depths of the cave. The sound seemed to rise from the very depths of hell, laden with boundless fury and resentment. Could there be more? Tien's expression darkened, his voice tinged with astonishment and concern. As anticipated, several smaller creatures surged forth, surrounding the group. These monsters exuded the same terrifying aura, their throaty growls echoing ominously. This is troublesome, Vegeta muttered, his brow furrowed, revealing a flicker of anxiety as his hands instinctively clenched. Goku rallied the group. "Fear not. We shall surely overcome them." His voice rang with conviction and strength, instilling courage and confidence in his comrades. The battle reignited. The cavern filled with the sounds of energy colliding and the shouts of the fighters. Each clash of energy unleashed brilliant flashes of light and shockwaves, rendering the air within the cave sweltering and murky. The cries of the warriors intermingled, infused with determination and resolve. Amidst their fierce struggle against the creatures, the previously repelled adversaries had tracked them down to this very cave. "Haha, let us see where you can run this time." The enemy leader cackled triumphantly. His laughter rang harshly through the cavern, inciting a wave of disgust among the group. Goku glared at the foes. "You fiends, truly relentless." Anger ignited in his eyes, his aura surging dramatically. Seizing the moment, the enemies launched their attack, leaving Goku and his companions besieged, ensnared in a dire predicament. "Are we truly destined to perish here?" Krillin's voice quivered with despair, his breath quickening, his gaze filled with fear. "No, we cannot surrender." Gohan cried out, his voice resolute, his own aura intensifying. At that critical juncture, a mysterious energy surged within Goku once more. His form radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire cavern. This glow was warm and potent, as if it could dispel all darkness and fear. Both the monsters and the enemies were momentarily stunned by the brilliance, halting their assault, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation and confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Goku instructed Vegeta and the others, "Everyone, unite your strength." His voice resonated with solemnity and sanctity amidst the radiance. Understanding Goku's intent, the group began to channel their powers into him, their auras intertwining to forge a formidable torrent of energy. Goku felt the immense power coalescing within him. With a mighty shout, he unleashed an incredibly potent wave of energy. The energy wave surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing the entire cavern. Wherever it traversed, everything was obliterated, resonating with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the energy wave swept through the cave, annihilating monsters and foes alike under the might of its assault. The air was thick with dust and the metallic tang of blood, evoking a sense of nausea. At long last, it was over. Sun Wukong collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. His body was drenched in sweat, and each breath felt laborious. The others, too, were panting heavily, yet their faces shone with the glow of victory. Their bodies ached, their garments tattered, but they were filled with the jubilance of having survived a harrowing ordeal. As they emerged from the cave, they discovered that the world outside had descended into twilight. The dying rays of the sun bathed the earth in a golden hue. A gentle breeze caressed their skin, imparting a refreshing coolness. In the distance, the mountains stood out distinctly against the sunset's glow. Bulma exclaimed, "What a thrilling day this has been." Her voice was laden with exhaustion and reflection. Tianjin Han gazed into the distance, declaring, "As long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us." His eyes radiated steadfastness and confidence. "Indeed, let us hasten back," Gohan urged, urgency lacing his voice as he longed to return to Earth. They set forth on their journey homeward, their bodies weary, yet their hearts brimming with hope and courage. Upon returning to Earth, they found it besieged by a new crisis. A mysterious dark force cloaked the entire city, plunging its inhabitants into panic. This darkness, thick and oppressive like a dense fog, permeated every corner, exuding a suffocating aura. "What is happening?" Krillin asked in astonishment, his voice tinged with confusion and unease. Vegeta snorted derisively. "It seems we are in for another fierce battle." His gaze flickered with the fire of combat. Sun Wukong surveyed the city shrouded in darkness, his expression resolute. "No matter what it is, we must protect the Earth." His voice rang out strong and filled with determination. They immediately set to work, investigating the source of this dark power. The streets lay deserted, save for the whisper of the wind and the occasional sound of collapsing buildings. During their inquiry, they encountered a mysterious figure. This individual emanated a formidable aura that was palpable, instilling a sense of dread. His silhouette flickered in the shadows, obscuring his features. "You are Sun Wukong and his companions?" The enigmatic figure spoke coldly, his voice chilling as if it had emerged from the depths of an ice cellar. Sun Wukong eyed him warily. "Who are you? What brings you here?" His gaze was filled with questions. The mysterious figure smirked. "I come to deliver a warning. This dark force is beyond your capacity to confront." His laughter was laced with derision. "Spare us your words. We are not afraid." Vegeta charged forward, his aura igniting with fury. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the mysterious figure repelled Vegeta with ease. He crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. "Incredible!" Gohan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. His eyes were filled with astonishment and dread. Sun Wukong intercepted Vegeta, urging him to remain calm and listen to the stranger's words. His voice was steady and composed. The mysterious figure continued, revealing that this dark power originated from an ancient malevolent organization, which had long sought formidable strength to dominate the universe. Earth, he warned, was their next target. His voice echoed ominously in the darkness, instilling a profound sense of unease. "We shall not allow them to succeed," Sun Wukong declared resolutely, his gaze ignited by an indomitable flame. The mysterious figure shook his head, saying, "You are too naive. This power far exceeds your imagination." With those words, he vanished into thin air. "What does that scoundrel mean?" Krillin exclaimed in anger, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and replied, "Regardless, we must be fully prepared." His eyes reflected unwavering determination. They began to devise a plan to confront the impending threat while continuously enhancing their abilities. In the subsequent days, Sun Wukong and his companions trained tirelessly, readying themselves for the imminent battle. Chapter 22. The Rise of Darkness. Despite having endured a series of battles and crises, Sun Wukong and his comrades exhibited no signs of complacency. They understood the necessity of being thoroughly prepared against the mysterious and formidable dark force. One tranquil night, the sky above Earth was suddenly enveloped by an eerie mass of dark clouds. These clouds swirled like a colossal black vortex, pulsating with a semblance of life, intermittently flashing with violet lightning. The electric arcs flickered like serpents, hissing ominously, illuminating the terrified city below with each flash. "What is happening?" Krillin gazed anxiously at the sky, his heart brimming with trepidation. His voice trembled slightly, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, making it difficult for him to breathe. "This cannot bode well," Tien Shinhan remarked, his brow furrowed. His gaze was intense, fixed upon the ominous clouds, his ears attuned to the unsettling whispers of the wind around them. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in an intense training session within the gravity chamber. Sweat poured from their bodies like rain, each droplet thudding heavily against the ground, creating a rhythmic patter. Their clothes were drenched, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Yet their eyes remained resolutely fierce, as if ablaze with an inner fire. Meanwhile, Bulma was in her laboratory, anxiously refining various weapons and equipment. The air was thick with the acrid scent of metal and chemical agents, sharp and overwhelming. Instruments flickered with incessant lights, emitting a constant hum. Gohan was at home, surrounded by family. Under the warm glow of the lights, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the room, yet his mind was preoccupied with the impending battle, his chopsticks frozen midair. Suddenly, a colossal black beam of light shot down from the dark clouds, striking the heart of the city. The formidable impact instantaneously obliterated the surrounding edifices, flames soaring into the heavens, while clouds of dust enveloped the scene. The fire cast a crimson hue across half the sky, and billowing smoke ascended, carrying with it a searing heat and a pungent scent of charred remnants. Alarmed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed this overwhelming force, promptly halting their training and soaring towards the site of the catastrophe. Their figures flickered through the night sky like lightning, stirring a tempestuous wind. Upon their arrival, they beheld a colossal black silhouette emerging slowly from the beam of light. This figure emanated a suffocating aura of malevolence, its chill penetrating to the bone, as if it could freeze one's very soul. The surrounding air seemed to crystallize, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired loudly, his voice resonating with an unusual intensity amidst the silence, tinged with anger and vigilance. The shadow replied with a derisive chuckle, "I am the harbinger of darkness, sent to annihilate the earth." Its voice was deep and gravelly, reminiscent of echoes from the abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Vegeta glared fiercely. "Is that all you've got?" A purple aura surged around him, his expression saturated with disdain. The shadow ceased its banter and launched an assault directly. A wave of dark energy surged towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, imbued with the power to obliterate all in its path. scorching the air to a sizzle as it swept by. The duo swiftly evaded, the energy wave crashing into the ground, leaving behind a vast crater. Debris and dust erupted, striking their faces with a stinging sensation. Everyone, be cautious. This adversary is formidable, Sun Wukong cautioned, his tone urgent and tense. Krillin and Tien Shinhan soon arrived at the scene, joining the fray. The shadow, facing multiple opponents, remained unfazed. Its attacks were both fierce and enigmatic, leaving Sun Wukong and his companions struggling to keep pace. Each strike was accompanied by a howling wind, inducing trepidation. Bulma, piloting her aircraft, observed the battle from above, continuously providing support. The roar of the engine reverberated through the night, her voice crackling through the communicator, "Stay strong, everyone. I'll support you with all my might." "This cannot continue," Gohan declared, having arrived and contemplating a strategy as he scrutinized the shadow. His gaze was focused and composed, his mind racing with possibilities. Suddenly, the shadow pressed its palms together, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that sent everyone hurtling backwards. Their bodies fell like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth reverberated with a dull thud, eliciting a wave of agony. Sun Wukong rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It seems we must unleash our full power," he asserted, his voice resolute and determined, his eyes ablaze with a fiercer fighting spirit. Vegeta gritted his teeth. "Let us go all out." His voice resonated with fury and defiance. Once more, they charged towards the shadow, engaging in a more intense battle. Sun Wukong unleashed the might of his Super Saiyan form, enveloped in a golden aura, each punch imbued with the power to devastate the world. His fists sliced through the air, producing a whooshing sound, each strike compelling the shadow to respond with utmost seriousness. Vegeta unleashed his maximum power, a radiant purple energy illuminating the surroundings. His energy waves resembled bolts of violet lightning, casting brilliance upon the darkened night sky. Krillin and Tien Shinhan coordinated their efforts, showcasing their ultimate techniques. Krillin relentlessly hurled energy spheres, while Tien Shinhan's Kikaho unleashed formidable power. Gohan, focusing intently, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. His aura was steady and potent, causing the very air around him to tremble slightly. Under the relentless barrage from the group, the shadow gradually revealed its vulnerabilities. Now's the moment. Gohan seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful Kikaho. The energy wave, infused with all his strength, shot towards the shadow like a meteor. Struck by the Kikaho, the shadow's form quivered slightly. Taking advantage of this moment, Goku and the others intensified their assault until the shadow could no longer withstand it, collapsing to the ground. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, causing the earth to shudder. Yet, just when victory seemed assured, the shadow suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into the air. This smoke carried an ominous aura, sending a chill down their spines. "What just happened?" Krillin exclaimed, his voice laced with confusion and unease. "He has not been vanquished. He merely retreated for the time being," Goku replied gravely, his eyes betraying a hint of concern, his brow furrowed. "What shall we do now?" Tien Shinhan inquired. "We must continue our training and prepare for his inevitable return," Goku declared, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling confidence and courage in the group. They nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with determination. Upon returning home, Gohan gazed at his sleeping family, silently vowing to protect them at all costs. He gently caressed the child's face, relishing the warmth and softness of the touch. Meanwhile, Bulma toiled in her laboratory, diligently developing new equipment. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet she remained intensely focused on her work. Goku and Vegeta re-entered the gravity chamber, persisting in their endeavor to elevate their strength. The pressure within the chamber rendered every movement extraordinarily arduous. Yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. In a dark corner, the black smoke reformed into the shadow, his eyes brimming with rage and hatred. "Next time, I will ensure your complete annihilation." His voice echoed through the darkness, laden with endless threats. Earth was engulfed in tension and unease. Yet Goku and his comrades remained undaunted by fear, steadfastly guarding their homeland, awaiting the next battle. Chapter 23. Preparing for war. The shadow's disappearance momentarily restored tranquility to Earth. But Goku and the others understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. They dared not exhibit any complacency, dedicating themselves wholly to the preparations for the impending conflict. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were relentlessly training within the gravity chamber. The roar of the machinery resonated deafeningly, akin to an incessant war drum. Each exertion was accompanied by labored breaths, echoing like a tempest in the confined space. Sweat drenched their garments, cascading to the ground and forming small puddles. The briny scent of perspiration mingled with the metallic tang of rust, stimulating their nostrils. This time, we must become stronger, Sun Wukong declared through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse yet resolute, each word seemingly forced from between clenched jaws. Vegeta retorted, Don't think you're the only one striving, Kakarot. His eyes sparkled with fierce determination, the purple aura surrounding him swirling like an inferno. With every punch he threw, a cutting wind surged forth, sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a whistle. Meanwhile, Gohan diligently honed his skills in the hyperbolic time chamber. The oppressive heat and pressure made his training a trial, the stifling air feeling as if it could steam him alive. Each breath was akin to swallowing flames, searing his throat. Streams of sweat flowed down his body, saturating the floor and creating patches of moisture. I must protect everyone, Gohan vowed silently, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve in the stillness of the chamber. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were also tirelessly refining their techniques and skills. In the expansive training ground, they sparred with one another, their strikes colliding with dull thuds. Each impact left their muscles aching, as if their bones might shatter. Tien Shinhan, receive this move, Krillin shouted, his energy sphere flickering with brilliance, illuminating his determined visage. Tien responded, bring it on, Krillin. His gaze was focused, his stance agile, like a fierce tiger prowling the mountains. In her laboratory, Bulma was engulfed in her work, surrounded by a plethora of components and tools cluttering the tables. The instruments flickered with light, casting reflections on her weary yet concentrated face. Her fingers deftly maneuvered the tools, the clinking of metal resonating crisply. I must complete the development of these new weapons before the enemy strikes again, Bulma muttered to herself, her anxiety palpable as she labored. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, vanishing upon contact with the floor. Across the city, the populace was preparing for the impending battle. United in their efforts, they constructed defensive fortifications. The sound of hammers striking nails and electric saws cutting wood intertwined to create a stirring symphony. The voices of the people rose and fell, filled with strength and determination. In the supply depot, the aroma of food and medicine permeated the air. Boxes of provisions were neatly stacked, and individuals busily transported them, their footsteps echoing throughout the warehouse. One day, Sun Wukong emerged from the gravity chamber, emanating an aura of immense power. Each step he took bore a heavy weight, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. Wukong, how do you feel? Krillin inquired, his voice tinged with concern and anticipation. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, savoring the air around him. Not enough? I can become even stronger. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on the horizon, as if he could penetrate any obstacle before him. At that moment, Bulma hurried over, her footsteps quick and frantic, brandishing a model of a new weapon. I did it. The new weapon has been developed, she announced exuberantly, her voice brimming with joy and pride, a radiant smile illuminating her face. The crowd gathered around, their eyes sparkling with expectation as they watched Bulma unveil her creation. The weapon's metallic shell glistened in the sunlight, radiating a formidable power. With these weapons, our combat capabilities will surely be greatly enhanced, Tien exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement as he gently touched the weapon's surface, feeling its cold texture. However, just as confidence surged within them, a sinister presence once again enveloped the earth. The aura swept through like a chilling winter wind, penetrating deep into their bones and sending shivers down their spines. This is bad. They have arrived. Sun Wukong's expression shifted drastically. His gaze sharpened, and his aura surged once more. The group immediately fell into a battle-ready stance, anxiously gazing skyward. Above them, dark clouds gathered, crackling with lightning. A shadow emerged, accompanied by a legion of formidable minions, each radiating a terrifying energy. The atmosphere thickened with an oppressive darkness, making it difficult to breathe. Wukong, this time marks your doom, boomed the shadow, its voice resonating like thunder across the heavens. Unfazed, Sun Wukong replied, come on, we are not afraid of you. His voice rang out with unwavering strength, reminiscent of a battle hymn. Goten clenched his fists, his energy surging. We will protect the earth. Krillin and Tien echoed in unison. Fight. Vegeta scoffed. Let me show you my prowess. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. In an instant, Sun Wukong charged at the shadow, his figure darting forward like lightning. The clash of his fists against the shadow's attack erupted in a cacophony of explosions that reverberated painfully in their ears. Meanwhile, Vegeta confronted the shadow's minions, unleashing a sweeping energy wave that illuminated the sky with a purple glow. Goten, Krillin, and Tien coordinated their efforts, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. The battlefield became a tapestry of energy beams intertwining, with explosions echoing through the air. Each strike delivered a powerful impact, threatening to destabilize their footing. Krillin was struck and fell to the ground. Krillin! Sun Wukong shouted, a surge of fury welling up within him. He intensified his assault on the shadow, the golden aura blazing more fervently. Vegeta, too, roared in fury, vanquishing each adversary before him. Gohan unleashed his potential, launching ki blasts that struck true against their foes. Tien's ki cannon unleashed its formidable power, exploding amidst the enemy ranks. The battle escalated into a fervent climax, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. On the ground, Bulma anxiously monitored the unfolding conflict, clutching her communicator tightly, ever ready to provide support. Keep it up, everyone. Her voice resonated with urgency and hope. In the sky, the figures of Goku and his companions darted through the radiant light, each attack infused with unwavering faith and a resolute determination to protect the Earth. Chapter 24. Desperate struggle. Goku and his allies engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Shadow and his minions, illuminating the entire sky with the brilliance of their energy. The thunderous roars echoing deafeningly. The radiance was a stunning tapestry of gold, purple, and blue, intertwined like a magnificent painting. Each clash of energy generated colossal shockwaves, causing the air to hum with intensity. Goku faced the shadow head-on, each punch imbued with boundless power, his golden aura blazing fiercely around him. His fists sliced through the air, creating a rushing wind that seemed capable of tearing through space. Today is your doom, Shadow, Goku bellowed, his fist striking like a tempest. His voice, filled with rage and resolve, reverberated across the battlefield. The Shadow chuckled coldly, effortlessly evading Goku's assault. Goku, you are utterly naive. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? His voice was deep and chilling, like a curse from the depths of hell. With a swift motion, the Shadow unleashed a wave of black energy towards Goku. This dark wave, suffused with an ominous aura, froze the air in its wake. Goku sidestepped, the energy wave grazing past him, leaving a dark trace in the air behind, exuding a pungent, burnt aroma. On Vegeta's side, he found himself besieged by several formidable foes. Yet he showed no sign of retreat. The purple energy flickered around him, his gaze ablaze with the fervor of battle, each breath weighed down by immense pressure. You lot, do not think you can hinder me. Vegeta roared, unleashing energy blasts that forced his enemies back. The energy waves sliced through the sky with crackling sounds, like the popping of beans. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien were also fighting valiantly, each bearing their share of wounds. Sweat drenched their garments, mingling with blood as it trickled down their bodies. Yet, their eyes remained steadfast, filled with indomitable spirit. Gohan concentrated deeply, releasing a powerful ki blast. The ki projectile whistled through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, and with a resounding boom, it repelled the enemy before him. At the moment the enemy was struck, a piercing wail of agony echoed through the air. Krillin deftly maneuvered among his foes, seizing the opportune moment to deliver a lethal blow. His movements were agile and swift, each strike imbued with determination and resolve. Tien's Kikaho unleashed immense power, inflicting significant damage upon their adversaries with every discharge. The brilliance of the Kikaho illuminated his resolute visage, while his voice erupted in furious roars. Bulma, stationed on the ground, anxiously operated the instruments, providing crucial support for her comrades. The indicators on the devices flickered incessantly, emitting a rhythmic beeping sound. Her gaze was fixed intently on the screen, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. Everyone, stay strong. We must hold our ground. Her voice resonated through the communicator, laced with concern and urgency. As the battle intensified, Goku gradually felt his stamina waning, yet his fighting spirit surged ever higher. His breath became rapid and labored, each inhalation akin to igniting his lungs. Super Saiyan. Goku bellowed, his aura swelling once more, his hair transforming to a radiant golden hue. His combat power skyrocketing in an instant. He radiated a dazzling light, like a golden sun. The shadowy figure, taken aback, was momentarily surprised by Goku's newfound power, but dismissed it, declaring, "Yet this is still insufficient." The shadow too augmented its strength, engaging Goku in another fierce clash. Each collision generated tremendous waves of energy, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Vegeta, amid the fray, suddenly discerned a flaw in the enemy's defenses. Now's my chance. He seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful assault, vanquishing the foes that had encircled him. The enemy, struck by the blow, tumbled away like a kite severed from its string. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the adversaries into retreat. Their assaults grew increasingly ferocious, overwhelming the enemy's defenses. However, at that moment, the shadow unleashed a devastating technique. Dark Destruction Wave. A colossal black energy wave surged forth from its hands, hurtling toward Goku and his allies. This energy wave resembled a dark dragon, ferociously clawing its way forward, exuding an aura of annihilation. "Look out, everyone!" Goku shouted, his voice rife with urgency and concern. The group quickly pooled their energies to withstand this formidable attack. Their auras intertwined, forming a powerful barrier of defense. When the energy wave collided with their combined might, it resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. The brilliance of the blast was blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. A deafening roar echoed, shaking the very eardrums of those present, as if threatening to expel their souls from their bodies. In the aftermath of the explosion, Goku and his comrades lay on the ground, their auras faint. Their bodies were marred with wounds, blood staining their garments. Their breaths were shallow and rapid, each inhalation accompanied by pained groans. "Haha, ultimately, you have met your defeat," the shadow gloated, laughing triumphantly. His laughter echoed jarringly across the silent battlefield, filling hearts with indignation. Just as the shadow prepared to deliver a final blow to Sun Wukong and his companions, Sun Wukong suddenly rose to his feet. His body trembled slightly, yet his gaze radiated an indomitable spirit. "I shall not allow you to succeed." His eyes brimmed with resolve and determination, and although his voice was hoarse, it resonated with strength. He unleashed a surge of power once more, charging towards the shadow. His figure darted like lightning, arriving before the shadow in an instant. The shadow, caught off guard by Sun Wukong's unexpected resistance, momentarily faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, driving the shadow backward. His fists fell like raindrops upon the shadow, each strike infused with his fury and conviction. Encouraged by Sun Wukong's bravery, Vegeta and the others rose to join the fray. "Together, let us vanquish him," Sun Wukong proclaimed, his voice reverberating across the battlefield, inspiring everyone. United in purpose, they channeled all their strength into a final assault against the shadow. Their energies intertwined, coalescing into an immense force, akin to a torrent, surging towards the shadow. Overwhelmed by this formidable power, the shadow finally succumbed, exclaiming in despair before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. The smoke, laden with its final bitterness and hopelessness, gradually faded away. Witnessing this, the shadow's minions fled in disarray, their hurried footsteps echoing with fear and panic. "We are victorious," Sun Wukong and his companions cheered, their voices brimming with joy and exhaustion, resonating through the sky. They collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, yet their faces beamed with triumphant smiles. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing comfort. Bulma rushed over, exclaiming, "Everyone is safe. This is wonderful." Her voice was laced with joy and excitement, tears glistening in her eyes. Just as they celebrated their victory, a mysterious light suddenly appeared in the sky. The brilliance was both dazzling and soft, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. "What is this?" Krillin asked in astonishment, his tone filled with confusion and caution. A voice emanated from the light, "Warriors of Earth, your performance is commendable, yet greater challenges lie ahead." The voice was deep and distant, reminiscent of an ancient summons. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of what this portentous message entailed. Chapter 25. The mysterious mission. After the enigmatic light vanished, Sun Wukong and his companions fell into contemplation. They understood that the recent voice heralded even more arduous trials awaiting them. "Whatever it may be, we shall not retreat," Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists, his gaze unwavering. His voice rang with conviction, echoing through the air as if it could penetrate any obstacle. Everyone nodded in agreement, their expressions serious and resolute. After a brief respite, they commenced a discussion regarding the peculiar incident that had just transpired. What could possibly account for that radiant light and the enigmatic voice? Krillin furrowed his brow, his face etched with confusion. His eyes shimmered with bewilderment, his voice trembling slightly, beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead in the sunlight. Vegeta let out a scoff, declaring, "Who cares? Let them come. I'll take them on one by one." He crossed his arms defiantly, his chin slightly raised, a purple aura flickering around him, exuding an intense confidence and pride. Meanwhile, Bulma, deep in thought, remarked, "I believe there must be a significant secret behind this." Her fingers gently tapped her chin, her eyes radiating a glimmer of wisdom, the breeze tousling her hair and carrying a faint scent of shampoo. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan suggested, "Perhaps this is some sort of test from the universe." His gaze was profound and unwavering, his presence calm, yet formidable. As the discussion intensified, strange energy fluctuations suddenly emerged from various corners of the earth. These ripples, like invisible waves, rapidly spread, stirring an unsettling feeling in their hearts. "What is happening now?" Tien exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. He strained to hear the faint sound of the energy waves, a low hum that sent a tingling sensation through his ears. Goku immediately sensed these energy fluctuations, urging, "Everyone, follow me to investigate." His voice was decisive and urgent, and in an instant, he transformed into a golden streak of light, rushing towards the horizon. The group dispersed, each heading to different locations to investigate. Goku arrived in a forest where the trees appeared to be affected by some form of energy, twisted and grotesque. The leaves exhibited bizarre colors, and the branches entwined as if in anguished struggle. He navigated cautiously through the thicket, the dry twigs and leaves crackling beneath his feet, the air thick with a scent of decay. Suddenly, a low growl resonated through the air. "Who goes there?" Goku queried, his senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. His eyes darted around, muscles taut, ready to confront any unforeseen threat. A massive figure emerged from the depths of the woods, revealing a monstrous creature never before seen, emanating a powerful and malevolent aura. The chilling presence enveloped Goku, sending a shiver down his spine. The creature's rough, tough hide glimmered ominously, its eyes glowing a blood red. Exhaling a scorching breath, "Humph, just watch me deal with you." Goku charged forward, unafraid. His form moved with the swiftness of lightning, a whirlwind of energy propelling him through the forest. Meanwhile, Vegeta found himself in a city where the buildings bore strange fissures, and a peculiar fog blanketed the streets. The mist was as thick as milk, obscuring vision and carrying a pungent chemical scent. "What on earth is this?" Vegeta wondered, his mind swirling with perplexity. His brows furrowed. Violet energy flickered in his hands. At that moment, a group of enigmatic figures emerged from the mist, launching an assault on Vegeta. The figures moved with agility, emitting low, haunting growls that echoed through the fog, sending chills down one's spine. Gohan, amidst a desert, observed the sand swirling incessantly, forming a colossal vortex. The vortex emitted a moaning sound, as if it were roaring. This was utterly abnormal. Gohan vigilantly scrutinized the scene. His heartbeat resonated sharply in the stillness of the desert, each thump laden with tension and unease. Suddenly, enormous insect-like creatures erupted from the vortex, clawing and lunging towards him. Their wings buzzed ominously, and their hardened exoskeletons reflected blinding light under the sun. Krillin and Tien also encountered various peculiar phenomena and adversaries in their respective locales. Goku engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous foe, whose immense power exerted considerable pressure with each strike. The creature's claws sliced through the air, producing a shrill whistle of wind. Yet, bolstered by unwavering determination and exceptional combat skills, Goku gradually gained the upper hand. "Fall before me," he bellowed, delivering a powerful blow that sent the beast crashing to the ground. The impact of his fist against the creature resonated like a drumbeat. Vegeta, undeterred by the assault of the mysterious figures, unleashed a relentless barrage of energy waves, slicing through the mist with a sizzling sound, repelling the adversaries one by one. Gohan adeptly utilized a ki blast, successfully driving back the insect-like beings. The shockwave from the explosion sent sand swirling through the desert, captivating the eyes of onlookers. After arduous battles, Krillin and Tien also resolved their immediate crises. The group reconvened, sharing their discoveries. These strange occurrences and foes appeared to be organized, Bulma analyzed. Her voice crisp and composed as she held an instrument with fluctuating data. Could it be yet another conspiracy? Tien remarked, weariness and concern lacing his tone. Just then, a mysterious figure materialized before them, emanating a gentle glow that obscured their features. Greetings, warriors of Earth, the enigmatic figure spoke, their voice deep and magnetic, as if resonating from a distant realm. Who are you? Goku inquired, his gaze sharp and alert, energy subtly swirling around him. The mysterious figure smiled. I am a messenger from another dimension. These anomalies arise from a disruption in the balance of the universe. The balance of the universe? The group gasped in astonishment. The figure continued, indeed, the rise of dark forces has affected the equilibrium of the cosmos, and you are entrusted with the mission of restoring it. Us? Vegeta disdainfully inquired. Why us? The enigmatic figure replied, because you possess formidable strength and a heart imbued with justice. Only you can fulfill this mission. After a moment of contemplation, Son Goku stated, very well, if that is the case, we are willing to undertake this mission. The mysterious figure nodded and presented Son Goku with a mystical crystal, saying, this is the heart of the universe. It will aid you in your quest, though the path ahead will be fraught with challenges. The crystal emitted a gentle luminescence, warm and bright, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Son Goku accepted the crystal, which continued to radiate its soft glow. Let us embark, brave warriors, the enigmatic figure proclaimed. Before vanishing, with the heart of the universe in hand, Son Goku and his companions set forth on their new journey. Chapter 26. The arduous journey. Son Goku and his companions, bearing the heart of the universe, embarked on the formidable quest to restore cosmic balance. Their figures raced through the starry expanse, surrounded by flickering stars that seemed to guide their way. Their first destination was a planet enveloped in dark energy. The sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of sunlight, as shadows thick as heavy drapes clung tightly to the entire world. The air was saturated with a stench of decay and despair, a sour scent that churned in the stomach. This place feels ominous, Krillin couldn't help but utter, his voice trembling slightly. His body quivered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his palms were slick with perspiration. Forget it, let us go in and take a look, Vegeta declared, charging ahead. His figure darted like a violet lightning bolt, vanishing into the darkness. The others swiftly followed, and upon entering the planet, they found the environment to be utterly inhospitable. The ground was parched and cracked, barren of life, with deep fissures resembling those cleaved by a giant's axe. Eerie howls echoed from the distance, reverberating across the desolate landscape, sending shivers down their spines. Everyone, be cautious, Son Goku warned, his voice steady and powerful, providing a semblance of comfort. They tread carefully, the soil beneath their feet yielding with each step, stirring up clouds of dust. Suddenly, a horde of dark creatures erupted from the ground, launching an assault upon them. These twisted beings bore sharp fangs glistening with green slime that emitted a foul odor. Others were adorned with menacing spines that glimmered ominously in the dark. Goten immediately unleashed a Kamehameha wave, its brilliant light bursting forth, repelling a wave of adversaries with a resounding crash. Don't let your guard down, he shouted, his voice brimming with tension and focus. Meanwhile, Son Goku, agile as ever, weaved through the foes with grace. Each movement stirred the air, a whistling sound accompanying him, and every punch he delivered was imbued with immense power, producing a dull thud upon making contact with the enemy. Vegeta, unwilling to concede defeat, radiated a fierce purple energy that illuminated his furious visage. He repelled the encroaching foes, each strike eliciting anguished cries from the adversaries. Amidst the tumultuous battle, Tien Shinhan discerned that these dark entities seemed to emerge incessantly, as if the conflict would never cease. This cannot continue. We must uncover their source, he proclaimed, his voice resonating above the clamor of combat. Meanwhile, Bulma observed intently, seeking clues. Her eyes scrutinized the surroundings, her device emitting a continuous series of beeps. As the group began to feel overwhelmed, Goku suddenly sensed a formidable force of darkness surging in the distance. This power surged like a torrential tide, crashing against his very psyche. Follow me, Goku exclaimed, dashing toward the source of this ominous energy, his form resembling a golden comet streaking through the gloom. The others hastened after him, arriving at the entrance of a vast cavern. An eerie aura emanated from within, the chill penetrating to the bone as if it could seep into one's marrow. "This must be their lair," Vegeta remarked, his voice tinged with both excitement and trepidation. Without hesitation, the group ventured into the cave, where a dense, dark mist enveloped them, damp and frigid, obscuring their vision. "Watch your step," Krillin cautioned, nearly tripping over a jagged stone. The ground was littered with peculiar rocks, some as sharp as blades, others smooth and spherical. Suddenly, a colossal dark beast erupted from the fog, lunging at them with its gaping maw. A wave of scorching breath, reeking of blood, surged forth. Goku and Vegeta swiftly engaged, battling fiercely against the creature, whose strength was formidable enough to shake the very ground with each assault. Its claws scraped the earth, producing a screeching sound that left deep gashes in the terrain. Goku and Vegeta were forced back, their backs colliding with the cavern wall, stones cascading down around them. "This foe is formidable," Gohan exclaimed, anxiety lacing his tone. "Together," Tien Shinhan urged, his voice brimming with resolve. The group unleashed their most powerful techniques, vibrant energies intertwining within the cavern, illuminating the darkness and revealing their determined faces. After a fierce struggle, they finally vanquished the beast, which collapsed with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to tremble. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a more intense energy fluctuation resonated from the depths of the cave. This surge felt like an invisible tsunami, battering against their minds. "There is an even stronger enemy," Bulma declared, a hint of fear evident in her voice. At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized before them. The imposing figure exuded an aura of terror. "You audacious fools dare to trespass here," the shadowy figure scoffed, his voice as chilling as ice, sending shivers down one's spine. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired, his tone resolute and powerful, his eyes brimming with vigilance. "I am the guardian of darkness. You shall not disrupt the equilibrium here," the shadowy figure declared, his voice reverberating through the cavern with overwhelming authority. Undeterred, Sun Wukong and his companions launched another assault. The battle raged fiercely, with the shadowy figure's attacks being both bizarre and formidable. Each strike was imbued with dark power, rendering them nearly insurmountable. Gradually, they found themselves in dire straits. "What shall we do? It seems we cannot defeat him," Krillin exclaimed anxiously, his voice laden with despair. "Do not give up. There must be a way." Sun Wukong encouraged his comrades, his voice infused with strength, rekindling their fighting spirit. At that moment, the heart of the universe in Sun Wukong's grasp suddenly radiated a warm and gentle light, illuminating the darkness like a guiding beacon. "Perhaps this is our turning point," Gohan suggested, a hint of hope resonating in his voice. Sensing the heart's power, Sun Wukong felt he had discovered the path to breakthrough. He charged once more towards the shadowy figure, harnessing the heart's strength to unleash an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Surrounded by a golden glow that shimmered like a blade, he struck at the shadowy figure. Faced with such overwhelming force, the dark figure began to falter, his body trembling and breath becoming erratic. Seizing the opportunity, the group surged forward, delivering a barrage of energy attacks upon the shadowy figure. Ultimately, they triumphed, and the figure let out a despairing wail before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. As the dark figure fell, the malevolent energy on the planet began to dissipate. The ominous clouds gradually parted, revealing the sun's warm and gentle rays. The sunlight bathed them in comfort and solace. "We have succeeded," Krillin exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice filled with joy and excitement. However, they understood that this was merely the beginning of their journey, with greater challenges awaiting them. Chapter 27. The mysterious allies. After triumphing over the Guardian of Darkness and departing from the shadowy planet, Sun Wukong and his companions continued their voyage through the cosmos, seeking ways to restore balance to the universe. Their ship sped through the vast starry expanse, where the stars twinkled like brilliant jewels, emanating a mysterious glow. They arrived at a vibrant planet, characterized by its clear mountains, pristine waters, and fragrant blossoms, presenting a stark contrast to the previous dark landscape. A gentle breeze swept across, carrying the sweet scent of flowers and the freshness of grass. The birds sang joyfully atop the branches, their melodious voices resonating like a splendid symphony. "This place is quite delightful," Clin remarked, inhaling deeply the crisp, invigorating air that was infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers and fresh grass. This aroma seemed to be the harbinger of spring, uplifting the spirit and refreshing the soul. He closed his eyes, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheeks, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Do not let your guard down. Danger may lurk nearby, Vegeta cautioned, his vigilance unwavering. With furrowed brows, he scanned the surroundings with piercing eyes, his violet aura flickering subtly, as if ready to confront any imminent threat. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into this planet, a group of figures materialized before them. These figures exuded a formidable presence, yet bore no hostility. Bathed in sunlight, their silhouettes cast long shadows, imparting an air of grandeur. "Who are you?" inquired Son Goku, his voice resonant and clear, echoing through the air. One of the figures stepped forward, smiling warmly. "We are the guardians of this planet, sensing the righteous power that resides within you." His tone was gentle and rich, akin to aged wine, offering a sense of reassurance. Gohan, filled with curiosity, scrutinized them. "Can you assist us in restoring balance to the universe?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a hint of urgency tinged his voice. The guardians exchanged glances and nodded. "Perhaps we can collaborate, but first, you must pass our trials." Their voices were harmonious and resolute, as if spoken by a singular entity. Goku, brimming with confidence, smiled boldly. "Bring it on. We fear no challenge." His radiant grin and the intensity of his golden aura ignited even further. The trials commenced, leading them to a grand arena. The arena floor was composed of solid crystal, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, its hues as vibrant as a rainbow. "The first trial, a test of strength," proclaimed one of the guardians, his voice resonating with authority above the arena. Goku stepped forward. "I shall go first." His voice rang with confidence and valor. A colossal guardian entered the arena, his footsteps heavy and imposing, causing the ground to tremble with each step. His muscles bulged like hills, radiating immense power. Goku and the guardian faced each other, their gazes locking, igniting sparks in the air. "Begin." With the command, they surged towards one another. Their fists collided with a thunderous roar, echoing like a clap of thunder, sending shivers down the spine. The ground quaked violently, and fine cracks appeared in the crystalline surface. "Huh!" Goku bellowed, unleashing his full might. His golden aura blazed even more fiercely, with each punch wielding the power to obliterate worlds. Ultimately, the adversary was repelled. "Well done, Son Wukong," Vegeta exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and pride. Next came the test of speed, as Tianjin Fan showcased his astonishing agility. His figure darted across the arena like a specter, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages. The wind whistled past his ears, a cacophony of sound. In the trial of intellect, Bulma, with her keen mind, successfully unraveled the conundrum. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as her fingers deftly maneuvered through various instruments and puzzles. When all trials concluded, the guardians nodded in satisfaction. "You have passed the tests. From this moment forth, we shall be allies," declared the leader of the guardians. His voice infused with admiration and anticipation. "Fantastic!" Krillin exclaimed, leaping into the air with exuberance, his face radiant with uncontainable joy. At that moment, the leader of the guardians produced an ancient tome, its pages inscribed with secrets of dark powers that might aid them. The cover was weathered and enigmatic, exuding a faint aura of magic. Son Wukong and the others gathered around, scrutinizing the contents of the book. Their fingers grazed the yellowed pages, the texture rough and palpable. Suddenly, Gohan uncovered a significant clue. "Look, it mentions a mysterious gem reputed to amplify the power of the heart of the universe." His voice resonated with surprise and excitement. "Then we must seek it out," Vegeta declared, his gaze alight with determination. The guardians informed them that this gem resided in a perilous location, guarded by formidable beasts. Without hesitation, Son Wukong proclaimed, "Then let us set forth." His tone was resolute and unwavering. Under the guardians' guidance, they advanced toward the gem's whereabouts. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of strange creatures and intricate terrains. A babbling brook flowed beside them, its waters crystal clear, with fish frolicking joyfully. "This place is quite treacherous," Krillin complained, his steps heavy and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Stop dawdling, keep up," Vegeta urged, a hint of impatience in his voice. At last, they arrived before a colossal cave, from which deep, resonant growls emanated. The sound seemed to rise from the very depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. "This must be the place," Sun Wukong stated, his voice low and serious. They cautiously entered the cave, which was permeated by a foul stench. The odor was nauseating, reminiscent of decaying flesh. Suddenly, a tremendous three-headed beast loomed before them, its eyes glinting with malevolence. That glare burned like an inferno, making it difficult to look directly at. "Prepare for battle," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice echoed within the cavern, brimming with the fervor of battle. The crowd unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a heart-stopping confrontation with the monstrous foe. Chapter 28, The Contest for the Gem. Sun Wukong and his companions clashed fiercely with the colossal three-headed beast. Within the cave, shadows danced amidst blinding light, and the cacophony of battle was deafening. Each of the creatures' heads exhaled flames, frost, and lightning. The flames were searing, capable of reducing all to ashes, a torrent of heat that seared the skin with a sudden sting. The frost was bone-chilling, causing the air to crystallize into fine shards that crackled ominously. The lightning flashed brilliantly, accompanied by thunderous roars, as if it sought to rend the very cave asunder. "Everyone, be cautious," Sun Wukong called out to his comrades, his form darting like lightning as he deftly evaded the beast's blazing flames. His voice rang clear amidst the tumult of combat, imbued with unwavering resolve. Vegeta scoffed, his aura rising in a swirling violet flame as he charged toward the beast, exclaiming, "Behold my power." His gaze radiated disdain and confidence, each step imbued with formidable strength, the ground trembling beneath him. Gohan was equally undeterred, gathering energy to unleash a potent Kamehameha wave. Ha! The wave surged forth, dazzling in its brilliance, accompanied by a resonant hum that vibrated through the air. Krillin and Tien Shinhan remained vigilant, seeking an opening in the monster's defenses. Krillin's heart raced, breaths quickening as he anxiously tracked the creature's every move. Tien's focus was unwavering, muscles taut and poised to strike at a moment's notice. Bulma, filled with trepidation, crouched behind a large boulder, intently observing the unfolding battle. The sound of her heartbeat resonated in the stillness, her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, fearful of disturbing the fighters. The monster's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, its claws slashing through the air, stirring up a tempest. The wind howled, stinging faces as if countless tiny blades were grazing the skin. "This creature is formidable," Krillin shouted, his voice laced with anxiety and fatigue, sweat streaming down his cheeks, pooling at his feet. Sun Wukong's gaze remained resolute. "Do not falter. We shall overcome it." His eyes blazed with intensity, his golden aura flaring more brilliantly, each movement radiating strength and determination. At that moment, the monster suddenly opened its gaping maw, a powerful suction emanating from it, attempting to draw them into its depths. The force was akin to an invisible vortex, overwhelming and irresistible. "This is bad," Tien exclaimed, straining against the pull, his feet anchored to the ground, yet his body was compelled to lean forward. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong leaped atop the creature's head, channeling all his might into a decisive strike. His fist hurtled down like a meteor, imbued with boundless power, crashing into the beast. The moment of impact resonated with a profound thud. Boom. The creature, in agony, relinquished its grip and roared in fury. Its bellow echoed through the cavern, causing eardrums to thrum and debris to cascade from the ceiling. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, striking one of the creature's eyes. The energy wave sliced through the air with a sharp shriek, eliciting a cry of anguish from the beast as it staggered. Black blood oozed from its eye, releasing a foul stench. Gohan seized the opportunity to launch another Kamehameha, this time hitting the creature squarely in the abdomen. The energy burst forth in a dazzling explosion, illuminating the darkness with a resplendent glow. After a fierce battle, the creature finally collapsed, gasping for breath. Its body convulsed, spewing white foam from its mouth. Finally, it was vanquished. Krillin exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat. The group pressed deeper into the cave, in search of the enigmatic gem. A mysterious aura enveloped the cave, damp and chilling, tinged with a musty scent. The walls shimmered with strange lights, some resembling green fireflies, others emitting a ghostly blue glow, transporting them into a dreamlike realm. "Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking here," warned Sun Wukong, his voice resonating solemnly through the vast cavern. Suddenly, the ground trembled, revealing numerous traps. Sharp spikes shot forth, glinting menacingly. Oh no! Tianjin flinched as he narrowly avoided a deep pit, his heart racing with cold sweat. Watch out for those spikes, Bulma exclaimed, her voice laced with fear and concern. The group navigated the traps with utmost care, each step taken with trepidation, their heartbeats echoing in the stillness of the cave. At last, they discovered a stone pedestal deep within the cavern, upon which rested the mysterious gem. It radiated a brilliant light, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating their faces and reflecting their astonished expressions. The gem seemed to contain boundless power, a force that surged like an ocean tide, imparting an invisible weight upon them. That's it, Gohan exclaimed with excitement, his voice brimming with joy and anticipation. Just as they prepared to seize the gem, shadows emerged, blocking their path. That belongs to us. You shall not take it, the shadows declared, their voices deep and hoarse, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Who are you? His gaze was vigilant, his aura intensifying. We are followers of the dark forces. That gem belongs to our master. The shadows intoned in unison, their figures appearing especially ominous under the gem's glow. No one shall stop us, Vegeta roared defiantly. Once again, a surge of purple energy enveloped him, shimmering with brilliance. In an instant, a fervent struggle ensued between the two parties. Sun Wukong engaged in close combat with several shadowy figures, his fists cutting through the air with a fierce momentum, each strike accompanied by a resounding whoosh. The collision of his fists against the bodies of the shadows produced a dull thud, resounding like thunder. Meanwhile, Vegeta relentlessly unleashed energy waves, striving to repel the adversaries. These waves sliced through the air, radiating dazzling light and powerful fluctuations, crackling with energy. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien also fought with all their might. Gohan's Kamehameha shot forth like a meteor towards the shadows, while Krillin continuously hurled energy spheres, and Tien's Kikaho displayed astonishing might. Bulma, anxiously observing from the sidelines, exclaimed, "Everyone, be careful." Her voice was laced with concern and tension. The battle reached a fever pitch, with neither side willing to yield. The shadows intensified their onslaught, their forms intertwining amidst the brilliance, creating a dizzying spectacle. At that moment, Sun Wukong discerned the shadows' vulnerability. "Strike at their backs," he shouted, his voice resonating like a clarion call upon the battlefield, rallying his comrades. Following his lead, they concentrated their efforts on exploiting the shadows' weakness. Gradually, the shadows faltered and began to retreat. "Don't let them escape," Vegeta shouted, eager to pursue. However, Sun Wukong intervened. "Do not pursue a retreating foe. Securing the gem is our priority." They successfully acquired the gem and exited the cavern. Unbeknownst to them, a far greater crisis awaited. Chapter 29. The oncoming crisis. As Sun Wukong and his companions emerged from the cavern with the enigmatic gem, sunlight bathed them. Yet it failed to dispel the unease lingering in their hearts. The warm rays, which should have brought comfort and reassurance, only deepened the frowns etched upon their faces. "For some reason, I feel as though matters are not so simple," Gohan remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. His gaze fixated on the gem that emanated a mysterious and alluring glow. Whatever. With us here, what is there to fear?" Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms, the purple aura flickering around him, a testament to his confidence and pride. Bulma examined the gem, stating, "The energy fluctuations from this gem are peculiar. It may indeed attract trouble." She wielded various instruments, their indicators blinking incessantly, emitting a series of beeps. The group resolved to return to their spaceship before making further plans. Throughout their journey, they maintained a heightened vigilance. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of chill, while insects in the grass chirped melodiously. Suddenly, an immense shadow appeared in the sky as a colossal black warship descended slowly. The metallic hull of the vessel reflected a cold gleam in the sunlight, and the roar of its massive engines resonated, causing a dull ringing in their ears. "What on earth is that?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. His voice turned shrill with terror, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The hatch of the battleship swung open, and a cadre of enigmatic figures clad in black armor surged forth, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This presence enveloped the air like an intangible weight, rendering breath itself a struggle. "Surrender the gem," bellowed the leader of the mysterious beings, his voice deep and gravelly, as if it echoed from the very depths of hell. Sun Wukong stepped forward defiantly, exclaiming, "Not a chance." His tone was resolute and powerful, as a golden aura surged around him. In an instant, combat erupted. The adversaries exhibited formidable strength, and their attacks were bewildering in nature. Their strikes were infused with dark energy, making them nearly insurmountable. This dark energy coalesced like black smoke, hissing as it corroded the air, releasing a noxious odor. Harnessing the power of a super Saiyan, Sun Wukong engaged fiercely with the foes. Each punch radiated golden light, slicing through the shadows. The sound of wind generated by his fists roared, and when they collided with the enemies, they produced a resounding thud. Vegeta, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of violet energy waves, forcing the adversaries back. These energy blasts streaked through the air, leaving behind trails of purple light accompanied by crackling explosions. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien also unleashed their ultimate techniques, illuminating the battlefield with a dazzling display of energy. The cacophony of their clashes resonated like thunder, as a myriad of colored energy beams intertwined, illuminating the sky while the ground trembled under the force of their might. Meanwhile, Bulma, from a distant spacecraft, anxiously operated various instruments, providing critical support. Her fingers danced across the control panel, her eyes glued to the data on the screen. "Everyone, keep it up." Her voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency and encouragement. As the onslaught from the mysterious beings intensified, Sun Wukong and his companions began to feel overwhelmed. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, falling to the ground only to evaporate instantly under the immense energy. "This cannot continue," Gohan exclaimed, his breath quickening, fatigue evident in his voice. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly perceived a flaw in the enemy's formation. "Watch this." He concentrated his energy, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave. The wave surged forth like a golden torrent, howling toward the foes. A resonant hum vibrated through the air, causing discomfort to the eardrums. The Kamehameha struck the ranks of the enigmatic beings, sowing chaos among them. Cries of anguish echoed as their bodies were hurled by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta charged in, launching an even more ferocious assault. His figure darted like purple lightning among the enemies, each strike delivering lethal force. Through their collective efforts, the mysterious figures began to falter. "Don't let them escape," Krillin shouted. His voice was infused with fury and resentment as he hurled energy orbs with relentless force. However, just as they prepared to pursue, a beam of black light suddenly shot forth from the battleship, enveloping everyone in its ominous embrace. This radiance resembled a colossal black net, exuding a chilling aura and an overwhelming binding force. Sun Wukong and the others felt an immense power constraining them, rendering them immobile. Their bodies felt as if weighed down by leaden blocks, making every movement an arduous endeavor. "What kind of power is this?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. His voice trembled with fear and uncertainty as he struggled against the force, but to no avail. The leader of the mysterious figures scoffed. "This is the power of darkness, which you cannot withstand." His laughter resonated chillingly amidst the dark luminescence. Inside the spaceship, Bulma was filled with anxiety, exclaiming, "What should we do? I must think of a solution." Her heart raced, sweat beading on her forehead and dripping down as her fingers frantically danced across the keyboard. She tirelessly sought a way to counteract this formidable force, her perspiration soaking her brow and her hair clinging to her face. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, the power within Sun Wukong erupted. His body radiated a brilliant golden light, piercing through the darkness like a sword, breaking its hold. He freed himself and shouted, "Do not be afraid." His voice resonated with strength and courage, rallying the spirits of those around him. Inspired by Sun Wukong, the others summoned their own formidable powers, breaking free from the dark constraints. Sensing the tide turning, the mysterious figures swiftly retreated to their battleship, hastily fleeing. The engines roared with a deafening clamor, stirring a tempest that sent dust swirling into the air. "Damn it, they've escaped," Vegeta exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, violet energy flames blazing around him. Sun Wukong gazed at the receding battleship, stating, "They will return. We must be prepared." His eyes were resolute and profound as he stared into the distance, filled with vigilance. The group returned to the spaceship, embarking on discussions regarding their strategy. The atmosphere within the craft was thick with tension, the instrument's indicator lights flickering incessantly, casting a dim glow. We need to uncover the secret of this gem quickly. Perhaps we can find a way to counter them, Gohan suggested. Urgency lacing his voice as his gaze fell upon the gem in Bulma's hands. Bulma nodded. I will do my utmost to research it. Her expression was focused and determined as she diligently conducted various tests on the gem. After considerable effort, Bulma finally made some discoveries. This gem seems to be linked to an ancient legend, she revealed, her voice resonating clearly in the quiet spaceship. The others gathered around, listening intently. According to the legend, a powerful dark force is sealed within a gem. Could this be the one? Krillin remarked in astonishment. His voice rose several decibels in astonishment. It is quite possible. Bulma remarked, her brow furrowed and a look of concern etched on her face. If that is the case, we are in serious trouble. Regardless, we cannot allow this dark force to rampage, Goku declared resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination and courage. Just then, the ship's alarm blared suddenly, its sharp sound echoing within the vessel and causing hearts to race. Not good. More enemies are approaching, Bulma exclaimed. The group quickly fell back into a battle-ready stance, bracing themselves for the new challenge. Chapter 30. Counterattack. The alarm rang frantically throughout the ship, its piercing tone seeming to pierce the very heart. Goku and his companions immediately assumed a serious and focused demeanor, ready to confront the ominous threat. It appeared that this new adversary was anything but benign. Tien clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, though his voice trembled slightly, betraying the tension within. Outside the ship, a peculiar assembly of creatures drew nearer, emanating an eerie glow, some like ghostly green flames, others resembling dark crimson radiance. The flickering lights cast a sinister ambience upon the surrounding darkness. The grotesque forms of the enemies, some bearing sharp fangs, others possessing monstrous claws, inspired a chill of dread. Prepare for battle, Goku commanded, dashing forth like a golden flash that sliced through the shadows. Vegeta followed closely, his purple energy radiating fiercely. Let me teach these fools a lesson. His roar resonated with boundless fury and confidence. Gohan, undeterred, felt the surge of energy envelop him in a gentle glow. I shall not retreat. Krillin inhaled deeply, motivating himself with a shaky voice, yet his eyes shone with valor. The clash between the group and their foes erupted with fervor. The enemies wielded peculiar attack methods. Some unleashed corrosive beams that emitted a noxious scent, sizzling as they disintegrated the air. Others struck with formidable force, each blow resembling a heavy hammer, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone, be careful, Goku shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos with urgency and concern. Bulma, anxiously manipulating the instruments aboard the ship, monitored the battlefield closely. Goku, there's an enemy flanking from the left. Her tone was frantic, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and falling onto the control panel. Goku reacted swiftly, evading the ambush. Thank you, Bulma, Vegeta roared in anger, continuously unleashing powerful energy waves. You wretches, do not think you can defeat me. His voice thundered like a tempest, and violet waves of energy carved dazzling trails through the darkness. Yet, the adversaries surged forth incessantly, akin to an unrelenting tide. Sun Wukong and his companions gradually found themselves ensnared in a predicament. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy, Gohan exclaimed, sweat cascading down his cheeks, his breath becoming rapid and labored. At that moment, the enemy launched a massive assault, a powerful wave of energy crashing towards them. This wave exuded an aura of annihilation, resembling a torrent of darkness, overwhelming and tumultuous. This is bad, Krillin cried out, his voice laced with terror as his heart raced. Sun Wukong acted without hesitation. Everyone, brace yourselves. They concentrated their strength, collectively erecting an energy shield. The shield shimmered with iridescent brilliance, colliding with the dark energy wave, producing a blinding light and a resounding roar that left their ears ringing, as if countless needles were piercing their eardrums. Hold on, Sun Wukong shouted, a pained expression on his face, yet his gaze remained resolute. His muscles tensed, pouring every ounce of strength into the shield. Gradually, the energy wave began to wane, and they collectively exhaled in relief. However, they had expended a considerable amount of stamina and energy, each panting heavily, sweat cascading down like rain. We cannot give up. We will surely overcome them, Vegeta declared through gritted teeth, his jaw clenching audibly, his eyes burning with indomitable spirit. Just then, Sun Wukong sensed a mysterious power stirring within him. This force was warm and potent, akin to a slumbering giant slowly awakening. A thrill of joy surged within Sun Wukong as he felt this power coursing through his veins, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He called out to his comrades, "Listen to my command. Let us unleash our final assault together." His voice resonated with strength and hope, invigorating their weary spirits. In unison, they affirmed, "All right." Sun Wukong channeled the mysterious energy, merging it with their collective strength. Their powers coalesced into a colossal torrent of energy, radiating brilliance that was blinding. Attack! With Sun Wukong's command, an immensely powerful wave of energy surged towards the enemy. As the energy wave passed, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, producing a deep hum. The foes were caught off guard by this sudden and overwhelming onslaught, descending into chaos. Their anguished cries echoed through the darkness, their forms dissipating into clouds of black smoke. "Wonderful! We have triumphed!" Krillin exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice hoarse from excitement, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Yet, before they could revel in their victory for long, an even more formidable enemy emerged before them. The formidable enemy loomed large, exuding a terrifying aura that pressed upon all present, rendering breath shallow and labored. Did you believe this was the end? How naive! The malevolent presence emanating from this foe instilled a profound sense of despair. His voice, deep and raspy, seemed to echo from the very depths of hell. Son Goku and his companions exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. "Even in death, we shall not allow you to triumph," Gohan proclaimed, his voice resolute and imbued with a spirit of defiance. The two sides clashed once more in a fierce battle, the ferocity of which was unmatched. Their bodies bore the marks of countless wounds, blood seeping from their injuries and pooling upon the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Bulma, anxiously confined within the spaceship, implored, "Everyone must hold on." Her voice trembled with emotion, her hands clenched tightly together. Son Goku's strength waned, yet he fought with unyielding tenacity, each strike drawing upon his dwindling reserves, his labored breaths echoing in the silent expanse of space. Vegeta, too, bore grievous wounds, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. "I shall not fall." His gaze remained steadfast, the purple energy surrounding him flickering dimly yet defiantly, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Son Goku recalled the enigmatic gemstone from earlier. "Perhaps the gem can aid us," he uttered, his voice faint yet tinged with a glimmer of hope. Bulma promptly produced the gem, which shimmered with a mysterious light in her grasp, as if beckoning them forth. Goku clutched the gem, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, revitalizing his weary veins like a refreshing spring. "Friends, together," he urged, channeling the gem's energy to his comrades. In an instant, their strength was restored, and they launched another assault on their adversary. Their attacks bore unprecedented might, illuminating the dark void around them. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished the formidable foe, its form dissolving in a radiant burst, scattering into countless motes of light that vanished into the cosmos. "We did it." Tan lay exhausted upon the ground, yet a victorious smile graced his face. His laughter resonated through the vast universe, filled with boundless joy and relief. Cheers erupted among the group, their voices reverberating through the cosmic expanse, imbued with the ecstasy of triumph and hope for the future. However, they understood that the road ahead was long, with more challenges awaiting them. Chapter 31. The journey having triumphed over their formidable adversary. Son Goku and his companions returned to the spaceship, utterly fatigued. Within the vessel, an atmosphere of post-battle tension and exhaustion pervaded, the air thick with the mingled scents of sweat and blood, casting a weighty pall upon their spirits. "This experience has truly been perilous." Krillin collapsed into a chair, gasping for breath. His voice carried a hint of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity, and his clothes, drenched in sweat, clung uncomfortably to his skin. "Yet, we emerged victorious." Although Vegeta feigned toughness, the wounds on his body caused him to furrow his brow involuntarily. Each breath brought a sharp pain, a reminder of his injuries. Gohan leaned against the wall, closing his eyes for a brief respite. However, he anticipated even more arduous battles ahead. His voice was faint, his complexion pale, and the fatigue coursing through his body left him feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, Bulma busied herself tending to everyone's injuries, her movements adept and swift. The acrid scent of antiseptic permeated the air, accompanied by the unsettling sound of cotton swabs brushing against wounds. Do not let your guard down. We must swiftly regain our strength, Goku urged, his gaze resolute. Despite his own injuries, he remained vigilant. The group nodded in agreement, beginning to regulate their breaths. The interior of the spaceship fell into a hushed stillness, punctuated only by their labored breathing and the occasional groans of pain from their wounds. After some time, their strength and energy began to replenish. The dim lighting within the vessel cast a somber atmosphere, enveloping them in a sense of oppression. Where shall we head next? Tien Shinhan inquired, his voice shattering the silence, resonating clearly in the quiet confines of the ship. Goku pondered for a moment, based on the previous clues. We should seek out the fabled mysterious ruins. Perhaps they hold the key to combating the dark forces. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if he could see the unknown destination beyond the confines of the spacecraft. The others voiced their agreement, and thus the ship embarked once more, venturing into uncharted territory. The roar of the spaceship's engine surged in their ears, infused with the collective hope and determination of the group. As they journeyed, the vessel traversed a breathtaking nebula. Its vibrant colors shimmered and sparkled, creating an enchanting spectacle that was nothing short of mesmerizing. The radiant hues intertwined like a fantastical rainbow, transporting them to a realm reminiscent of a fairy tale. Wow, it's stunning, Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder, captivated by the beauty before him. His face alight with awe. Do not lose focus. Danger may be lurking, Vegeta warned, his tone low and serious. Though he, too, was awestruck by the nebula's beauty, he remained on high alert. Suddenly, a fierce electromagnetic storm erupted within the celestial expanse, causing the ship to lurch violently. The metallic shell of the vessel clashed with the storm, producing crackling sparks that sent shivers of fear down their spines. Stabilize the ship, Goku shouted, his voice filled with urgency and intensity, his hands gripping the armrests of his seat tightly. Bulma, her brow furrowed with concentration, frantically maneuvered the control panel. I'm trying, she exclaimed, her fingers dancing swiftly across the controls, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. After a tumultuous struggle, the spacecraft finally broke free from the electromagnetic storm. A collective sigh of relief echoed within as the tension dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease. Phew, that was close, Tianjin Fan remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. The perspiration left a damp trail on his hand, and his heartbeat had yet to fully stabilize. The vessel continued its journey, ultimately arriving at the enigmatic planet housing the mysterious ruins. This celestial body appeared ancient and shrouded in mystery, enveloped by a delicate veil of mist. The air was damp and chilly, sending a shiver across the skin. Everyone, be cautious. This place feels distinctly unusual, Sun Wukong cautioned, his voice low and serious as he vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. The group disembarked cautiously, stepping onto the enigmatic terrain. The ground beneath their feet was soft and moist, reminiscent of a swamp, each step sinking slightly and producing a squelching sound. An air of antiquity permeated the atmosphere, imbued with the weight of time and the allure of the unknown. Look, there's an ancient structure ahead, Gohan pointed out, his voice tinged with excitement and apprehension. His gaze fixed on the edifice obscured by the mist. The group approached the building, only to find its grand entrance firmly shut, adorned with peculiar symbols. These inscriptions bore an enigmatic quality, akin to an ancient cipher that eluded comprehension. What does this mean? Krillin inquired, his voice laced with curiosity and confusion as he reached out to touch the symbols. Bulma scrutinized the markings intently. I am not entirely certain, but it may be related to unlocking this door, she replied, narrowing her eyes in concentration. As they pondered the mystery, a horde of enigmatic creatures materialized around them. Their forms were indistinct, exuding an eerie presence. The atmosphere turned frigid and malevolent, sending chills down their spines. Who are you? Vegeta demanded warily, his tone laced with menace as energy surged within him. The mysterious beings offered no response and launched an immediate attack. Their assault was silent, yet carried a lethal threat. Sun Wukong and his companions sprang into action, the battle reigniting. The creatures employed unconventional tactics. Some emitted a thick fog that obscured vision, while the mist carried a pungent odor that stung the eyes and drew tears. "Stay alert," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice resonating through the fog, providing a modicum of reassurance. Amidst the fierce conflict, he gradually discerned the creature's vulnerabilities. "Target their core," he declared with unwavering resolve, his golden aura blazing with renewed intensity. Under the guidance of Sun Wukong, the group concentrated their efforts on attacking the core of the mysterious creature, ultimately managing to drive it away. Strange liquids remained on the ground, emanating an unpleasant odor. At this moment, Bulma successfully deciphered the symbols on the door, causing it to slowly open. The heavy stone door creaked ominously as it moved, as if recounting ancient tales. Inside lay a vast hall, at the center of which was a luminous stone pedestal. The gentle and enigmatic glow emanating from the pedestal beckoned them closer, suggesting the presence of something significant. "It appears there is something atop it," Gohan remarked, his voice tinged with curiosity and anticipation as he cautiously approached the pedestal. As the group drew nearer, they beheld an ancient scroll resting upon the pedestal. The parchment was yellowed with age, exuding an aura of antiquity, as though it held countless secrets within. "Perhaps this is what we have been searching for," Sun Wukong declared as he picked up the scroll and began to peruse its contents. His fingers delicately traced the paper, feeling the passage of time etched upon it. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth from the scroll, enveloping them all. This force was potent and enigmatic, rendering them unable to resist. Chapter 32. The Trial of Mysterious Power. The formidable energy radiating from the scroll instantly enveloped Sun Wukong and his companions. The brilliance akin to a multitude of suns erupting simultaneously, blinding them. The intense light stimulated their retinas, leaving only a blinding whiteness in their vision. "What is happening?" Krillin exclaimed in terror, his voice sharp with fear, his heartbeat racing as if it might leap from his throat. "Everyone, be cautious," Sun Wukong shouted, striving to discern their surroundings. His voice, though somewhat muffled by the radiance, resonated with resolve and strength. As the light gradually dissipated, they found themselves in a peculiar space, surrounded by a mysterious glow, as if they had entered a surreal realm. The light here was a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a dreamlike rainbow, yet imbued with an elusive aura of mystery. "It seems we have ventured into an uncharted domain," Gohan observed warily, squinting to glean any clues from the vibrant luminescence. Vegeta scoffed, "Whatever it is, it shall not deter us." His tone was laced with disdain and arrogance, his purple aura flickering slightly, indicative of his indomitable spirit. Suddenly, a colossal figure materialized before them, its form indistinct yet radiating an overwhelming pressure. This oppressive force loomed like an invisible mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. "If you wish to harness the power of the scroll, you must first pass my trial." The mysterious figure's voice reverberated throughout the space. The timbre was deep and resonant, echoing like a call from antiquity, imbued with an undeniable authority. Unfazed, Sun Wukong declared boldly, "Bring it on, we are not afraid." His voice resonated with unwavering strength, and the golden aura surrounding him blazed with even greater intensity, as if to assert dominance over the mysterious figure. As the trial commenced, countless energy spheres materialized in the air, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. These spheres flickered with varied luminescence, some searingly hot, others chillingly cold, and some crackling with fierce electrical currents, emitting a cacophony of sounds. "Scatter!" Tien shouted, prompting the group to swiftly evade the oncoming projectiles. Their silhouettes darted through the gaps between the energy spheres, creating a whirlwind that howled past their ears. The deafening explosions of the spheres reverberated around them, the immense shockwaves causing them to stumble. Each detonation resonated like thunder, leaving their ears ringing and heads spinning. "We cannot remain passive. We must counterattack," Vegeta roared, unleashing a formidable energy wave. His wave surged forth like a massive purple dragon, roaring as it advanced towards the energy spheres. Goku, too, harnessed the power of the Super Saiyan, his golden aura igniting as he shattered the incoming spheres one by one. Each explosion resonated with a thunderous bang, accompanied by dazzling light and scattering energy fragments. Gohan, Krillin, and Tien also unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in fierce combat with the energy spheres. Their figures danced amidst the brilliance, sweat cascading like rain, and the air thick with the salty tang of perspiration. As time progressed, the onslaught of energy spheres intensified, and the group gradually felt overwhelmed. Their breaths became rapid and labored, each inhale akin to a fire igniting within their lungs. This cannot continue. We must discern the pattern of the attacks, Goku exclaimed, urgency tinging his voice, yet his gaze remained resolute. Bulma, observing anxiously from the side, suddenly cried out, "I've noticed a pattern in the trajectories of the energy spheres." Her voice trembled with tension, yet her eyes sparkled with insight. With Bulma's guidance, they finally devised a strategy, gradually regaining control of the situation. Their movements became more synchronized, their teamwork increasingly harmonious. As the first wave of attacks subsided, they barely had a moment to catch their breath before the mysterious figure launched another assault. This time, illusions filled the space, aiming to confound their minds. Within the illusions were their deepest fears and most fervent desires, blurring the lines between reality and mirage. "Stay alert, these are mere illusions," Goku declared loudly, his voice ringing like a clarion call in their ears. However, Krillin succumbed to the illusions, frantically attacking his companions. His eyes were wild and lost, repeatedly shouting, "Stay back. Don't come near." "Krillin, snap out of it," Gohan implored, his voice laced with urgency and concern as he grasped Krillin's shoulders tightly. Goku swiftly rushed over and subdued Krillin, urging, "Krillin, pull yourself together." His voice resonated with authority and encouragement as he vigorously shook Klin's body. Through the collective effort of everyone, Klin finally broke free from the illusion. He gasped for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Suddenly, the mysterious figure unleashed a more potent assault, weaving black beams of light into a net that enveloped them. The light, akin to black satin, was both soft and lethal, slicing through the space with a hissing sound. "Everyone, brace yourselves," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice rang out with a remarkable clarity in that tense moment, instilling courage and confidence in the group. United in purpose, they conjured a formidable energy shield to counter the onslaught of the black light. The shield trembled under the impact, emitting a low hum as if it were groaning in pain. "Hold on." Vegeta gritted his teeth, desperately channeling energy. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat trickled down his cheeks, falling to the ground and evaporating instantly. At last, the black light began to wane, and they successfully withstood this wave of attack. Their bodies quivered from the excessive strain, each breath laden with profound fatigue. The mysterious figure expressed a note of astonishment. "Impressive, you have passed the test," his voice imbued with a hint of admiration and surprise. The space began to warp, and they found themselves back in the hall. An ancient ambience lingered in the air, evoking an inexplicable sense of solace. "That was indeed a grueling trial," Tianjin Han panted, his voice heavy with exhaustion as he sank to the ground, gasping for air. Sun Wukong gazed thoughtfully at the scroll in his hands, reflecting, "Yet we have gained invaluable experience." His eyes sparkled with determination, as if contemplating their next course of action. At that moment, the scroll suddenly erupted with radiant light, and an ancient text materialized in the air. Chapter 33, The Ancient Secret. As the ancient text emerged from the scroll, Sun Wukong and the others immediately focused their attention. The characters twinkled like distant stars, mysterious and mesmerizing, emanating a faint glow as if recounting tales from antiquity. What could this possibly say? Klin scratched his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. His eyes were fixated on the text, his brow furrowed, muttering incessantly. Bulma hurriedly produced a device for scanning and translation. "Everyone, don't rush, let me take a look," she urged, her fingers dancing rapidly over the device's buttons, which beeped rhythmically as the screen flickered unpredictably. After a tense series of operations, Bulma's expression grew grave. It contained a monumental secret regarding the origins of the universe. Her voice trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The group gathered around her, their gazes filled with anticipation. It is said that deep within the cosmos lies a formidable dark force capable of annihilating all existence, sealed away in a mysterious location. The gem we possess serves as the key to unlocking this seal, Bulma elucidated. Her voice echoed in the tranquil space, tinged with a hint of tension and concern. Vegeta furrowed his brow. "Does that not pose immense danger?" A flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze, and his hands instinctively clenched. Goku's eyes shone with determination. "However, if we can harness this power, we could save the universe." His voice resonated with strength, the golden aura surrounding him gently pulsating as if to convey his resolve. Gohan nodded. We cannot allow the dark force to rampage unchecked. His eyes brimmed with righteousness and courage, fists tightly clenched. At that moment, the text suddenly transformed, revealing a map. The lines on the map shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if imbued with life. This must be the map guiding us to the seal of the dark force, Tien said. His gaze remained fixed on the map, fingers delicately tracing the luminous lines. The group resolved to follow the map's guidance. They boarded their spacecraft, traversing countless star systems. The ship sped through the starry expanse, the scenery outside perpetually shifting. Occasionally, they would behold colossal stars resembling blazing fireballs, radiating intense light and formidable gravity, evoking the sensation of being drawn into their depths. The starlight illuminated the interior of the ship, enveloping them in sweltering heat, causing their skin to sting and their nostrils to fill with the scent of scorched air. The power of these stars is utterly terrifying, Krillin marveled. His eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. At times, they would glide past breathtaking nebulae, vibrant gases swirling like a dreamlike canvas, exuding enchanting light and a mysterious aura. The gases danced like delicate veils, carrying a faint sweetness, transporting them to a realm of wonder. Wow, it's so beautiful, Gohan couldn't help but exclaim. A look of rapture spread across his face, excitement gleaming in his eyes. At long last, they arrived at a mysterious star system. In this system, the planets were arranged in an unusual formation, surrounded by a shroud of enigmatic energy. The energy field flickered with eerie light, emitting a crackling sound that unsettled the ears. Be cautious, everyone. This place feels rather peculiar. Goku cautioned. His tone was serious and vigilant, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The spacecraft descended onto a planet where conditions were harsh, with howling winds and swirling sands. The gale whipped against their faces like a blade, while the sand pelted their bodies with a crackling sound. This place is truly dreadful, Vegeta complained. He shielded his eyes with his hand to prevent the sand from blinding him. They set out to search for the entrance to the seal of the dark force. In a desolate valley, they stumbled upon a colossal stone door. Towering into the clouds, the door was adorned with enigmatic symbols and intricate patterns. These symbols flickered with a dim luminescence, pulsating as if imbued with a life of their own, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Bulma meticulously examined them, believing this could be the key to unlocking the stone door. Her gaze was fixated on the symbols as her device incessantly scanned them. Everyone endeavored to decipher the code. After considerable effort, the stone door slowly creaked open, releasing a formidable wave of darkness that assaulted their senses. The chilling aura was suffocating, emanating a putrid stench that provoked a visceral urge to retch. Be cautious, Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully amidst the oppressive darkness. The group stepped through the doorway into a vast cavern, where a dense energy of darkness pervaded the air, evoking a sense of dread. The dark energy flowed through the atmosphere, producing a mournful sound, reminiscent of countless souls lamenting. Is this the place where the dark power is sealed? Krillin's voice trembled, his body involuntarily shivering, heart racing. Just then, a deep growl reverberated from the depths of the cavern. Chapter 34. Confrontation in the darkness. The growl echoed throughout the cavern, resonating so loudly that it caused a buzzing in their ears, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing chaotically in their heads. What is that sound? Gohan inquired warily, casting a cautious glance towards the shadows, his voice quavering, heart pounding with each beat like a drum. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, golden energy igniting around him, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Whatever it is, we shall confront it. His voice was resolute and powerful, akin to a resounding bell, instilling a flicker of courage in the hearts of his companions. With utmost care, they advanced towards the source of the sound, the dark energy thickening around them like viscous glue, impeding their movements. A foul odor permeated the air, inducing nausea. This force is suppressing us, Vegeta gritted through clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled against the invisible pressure. Suddenly, a massive dark beast lunged from the shadows, its form immense, akin to a small mountain, radiating a malevolent essence. The icy aura seemed capable of freezing the very blood within their veins. Watch out, Tien shouted in terror. In an instant, Sun Wukong charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. Each of his punches was imbued with tremendous force, striking the creature with a dull thud, reminiscent of a hammer pounding on a drum. The beast retaliated fiercely, slashing with its razor-sharp claws, stirring powerful gusts of wind. The howling winds whistled sharply, stinging their cheeks. Everyone, attack together. Vegeta roared, joining the fray, his purple energy flickering brilliantly amidst the encroaching darkness. Krillin and Gohan unleashed their ultimate techniques, intertwining light and darkness within the cavern. The radiance was blinding, while the darkness thickened like ink, colliding with a cacophony of explosive sounds, sending sparks flying. Bulma observed anxiously from the sidelines, searching for the creature's weakness. Her eyes were fixated on the beast's every movement, beads of sweat accumulating on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and pooling on the ground below. I found it. Attack its abdomen, Bulma exclaimed, her voice sharp with tension. The group focused their collective strength on the creature's midsection, which howled in agony, its roar deafening enough to threaten to rupture eardrums. It retaliated frantically, spewing forth black flames. The flames surged with searing heat, instantly melting the rocks in their path into pools of molten lava, releasing an acrid scent of sulfur. Get back! Sun Wukong shouted as he shoved Krillin aside, only to be grazed by the flames, sustaining a minor injury. A sharp pain radiated from the wound, akin to being doused in hot oil. Wukong! Gohan cried out in concern, his voice laced with worry and urgency. I'm fine, keep attacking. Sun Wukong dismissed the pain, charging once more at the beast. His figure sliced through the darkness like a bolt of golden lightning. After a grueling battle, the creature finally collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke that filled the air with a pungent, burnt odor. Finally dealt with, Krillin sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. However, before they could catch their breath, more dark figures emerged within the cavern. What more could there be? Vegeta frowned, his eyes brimming with anger and fatigue. The shadows gradually materialized, revealing a cadre of dark warriors, radiating a formidable aura of malevolence. This presence washed over them like a chilling tide, crashing against their spirits. It seems this is the true challenge, Sun Wukong remarked, his gaze resolute, the golden aura around him flaring more intensely. The dark warriors launched their assault without a word, their attacks swift and fierce, accompanied by a whistling wind. Their coordination leaving little room for defense. Sun Wukong and the others fought valiantly, yet gradually found themselves ensnared in adversity. Each strike drained their strength, muscles aching, breaths becoming labored. This won't do. We must find a way to break through, Tianjin remarked, a hint of despair in his tone. At that moment, an explosion of power surged within Sun Wukong, his energy skyrocketing. Super Saiyan level 3. His hair lengthened, the golden aura blazing like a burning sun. The brilliance illuminated the entire cavern, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. His assault grew increasingly ferocious, each punch imbued with cataclysmic power, the air slicing with a howling wind that produced a mournful sound. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Under the leadership of Sun Wukong, the group rallied, engaging in a desperate struggle against the Dark Warriors. The combat was exceptionally fierce, causing the entire cavern to tremble, rocks cascading from above. When these stones struck the ground, they resonated with a thunderous sound, stirring up clouds of dust. Let us press on, we shall surely overcome them. Gohan encouraged his comrades, his voice ringing out with remarkable clarity amidst the cacophony of battle. At long last, after a protracted struggle, the Dark Warriors fell one by one, their forms dissipating into black smoke that vanished into the ether. Exhausted yet elated by their victory, the group felt a surge of triumph. We must continue onward and discover the source of this dark power, Sun Wukong declared, his voice weary yet resolute. They ventured deeper into the cavern, bracing themselves for the unknown challenges ahead. Chapter 35. The Heart of Darkness after vanquishing the Dark Warriors. Sun Wukong and his companions pressed further into the depths of the cavern. The air thickened with an increasingly oppressive aura of darkness, akin to viscous ink that enveloped them, rendering their breaths labored. With every inhalation, it felt as though countless icy hands reached down their throats, sending chills through their lungs. This place grows ever more sinister, Krillin remarked, a tremor of fear lacing his voice, which seemed diminutive amidst the surrounding gloom. Fear not. We shall find a solution, Gohan reassured Krillin, though his palms were slick with perspiration, making it difficult to maintain his grip. Vegeta scoffed. Humph, whatever lies ahead shall not hinder me. His gaze was unwavering, a violet aura flickering around him, as if to challenge the encroaching darkness. Navigating the treacherous path, the ground beneath them was slick as if coated in grease. Emanating a foul stench reminiscent of decaying flesh mingled with moldy earth, inducing nausea. "Watch your step," Tien Shinhan cautioned, his voice echoing through the narrow corridor. The sound collided with the walls, rebounding to create a resonant buzz. Suddenly, countless pairs of crimson eyes appeared upon the surrounding walls, glimmering ominously in the shadows, sending chills down their spines. "What are these creatures?" Bulma screamed in terror, her voice piercing and jarring in the silence of the passage. Sun Wukong immediately took a defensive stance. "Everyone be on guard. We may have new foes." His tone was steady and commanding, instilling a sense of reassurance among them. The eyes blinked, and soon after, a multitude of dark beings emerged from the walls, claws bared, lunging towards them. These creatures varied greatly in form. Some boasted sharp fangs, while others were encased in tough scales that rustled ominously as they moved. Amidst the chaos, individuals unleashed their formidable techniques, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark creatures. Sun Wukong's fists radiated with a golden luminescence, each strike capable of repelling the malevolent beings. The collision of his fists with the creatures produced a series of resounding thuds, accompanied by their anguished cries. Vegeta's energy waves sliced through the darkness, illuminating a vast area. Wherever the waves traversed, the air crackled with heat, releasing a charred aroma. Gohan's Kamehameha surged forth like a meteor, whistling through the air, leaving bright trails against the backdrop of darkness. Krillin and Tien, undeterred, valiantly countered the onslaught of their foes. Krillin hurled energy spheres that detonated with explosive force, while Tien's Kamehameha unleashed a staggering power, causing the ground to tremble with each discharge. Meanwhile, Bulma anxiously observed the unfolding situation, providing vital support. Her heart raced, pounding as though it might leap from her chest. After an arduous struggle, they finally vanquished the dark creatures, leaving the ground littered with their lifeless forms, which exuded a pungent metallic scent. "What a troublesome lot," Vegeta gasped, his breath labored and sweat cascading down like rain. They pressed onward, eventually arriving at a vast cavernous hall. At the center of the hall rested a colossal black sphere, emanating a terrifying dark energy. This energy flickered like black flames, distorting the very air around it. Could this be the core of the dark power? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the ominous sphere, his heart brimming with caution. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from within the sphere. "You insolent fools dare to intrude here." The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, imbued with an unending chill that sent shivers down their spines. Sun Wukong replied boldly, "We are here to stop the rampage of dark forces." His voice was resolute and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. "Ha ha ha, is that all you have?" The voice sneered, mocking their audacity. Vegeta, filled with fury, shouted, "Enough with the chatter. Come out and fight if you dare." His tone dripped with provocation, his purple aura flaring with intensity. Suddenly, the black sphere began to tremble violently, unleashing a tremendous force that knocked them to the ground. The power surged like a crashing wave, battering their bodies and causing their bones to creak ominously. Struggling to rise, Sun Wukong warned, "Everyone, be careful." Despite the pain in his voice, his determination remained unyielding. From the depths of the black sphere emerged a towering dark figure. Shrouded in shadows, its features obscured, only a pair of blood-red eyes glimmered within the darkness, radiating a chilling malevolence. "Allow me to show you the true power of darkness." The dark figure spoke, extending a hand as a wave of dark energy surged towards the crowd. The energy wave, accompanied by a howling wind and an overwhelming sense of pressure, rendered them breathless. Sun Wukong and the others swiftly dispersed to avoid the onslaught. "We cannot allow him to continue unleashing his power," Gohan shouted, his voice laced with urgency, veins bulging on his forehead. Together, they charged at the dark figure, embarking on a heart-stopping showdown. The figure's attacks were both powerful and enigmatic. With each wave of his hand, a whirlwind of darkness erupted, filled with a piercing shriek that stung their ears. His heavy footsteps shook the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air, ensnaring them in a dire predicament. "This cannot continue. We must find his weakness," Tianjin Han exclaimed, his voice imbued with contemplation and urgency, his eyes ceaselessly analyzing the movements of the dark figure. Sun Wukong focused intently, scrutinizing every subtle motion of his adversary. Sweat trickled down his cheek, stinging his eyes, yet he dared not blink. Suddenly, he discerned a flaw in the dark figure's attack. Now, Sun Wukong yelled, charging at the dark figure. His form was akin to a golden lightning bolt, slicing through the darkness in an instant. The others followed suit, unleashing their most formidable assault. A spectrum of energy colors intertwined, forming a resplendent curtain of light that surged towards the dark figure. Through their combined efforts, the dark figure was finally vanquished, and the black sphere ceased its energy release. The dark figure let out a reluctant roar, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. "We did it!" Krillin exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice brimming with joy and excitement. A victorious smile illuminating his face. However, just as they believed victory was at hand, the black sphere began to undergo another transformation. Chapter 36. The final battle before their astonished eyes, the black sphere began to change violently, its surface cracking open to reveal intense beams of dark light bursting forth. The light resembled countless swords, piercing directly into their eyes, rendering them unable to gaze upon it. "What is happening? Is it not over yet?" Gohan said nervously, his voice trembling as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, pooling on the ground only to be consumed by the surrounding darkness. Sun Wukong's gaze remained resolute, fixated on the black sphere. "Whatever happens, we must be prepared for battle." His eyes burned with indomitable spirit, his golden aura flaring more fiercely, as if declaring his determination to the encroaching darkness. As the light intensified, a more colossal and malevolent figure began to materialize from the sphere. This figure emanated an overwhelmingly potent aura of darkness, cold and damp, reminiscent of the thick fog of midwinter, sending shivers through their very bones. The dark energy surrounding the figure pulsated like black flames, crackling ominously and plunging the entire cave into an oppressive gloom. "Do you truly believe this will vanquish the darkness? How naive." The malevolent figure's voice resonated, deep and terrifying, as if it emanated from the abyss of the underworld, infused with endless chill and mockery, reverberating through the cave and causing a painful resonance in everyone's ears. Vegeta roared defiantly, "No matter how powerful you become, we shall not falter." His voice boomed like thunder, as violet energy radiated wildly around him, illuminating his furious visage. In an instant, the battle erupted. The sinister figure waved a hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy that surged toward them. The wave, reeking of a putrid stench akin to decaying marshes, churned their stomachs. Goku swiftly met the onslaught, summoning all his strength to withstand the attack. "Everyone together!" he shouted, his voice resonating with undeniable authority amidst the darkness. Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, and Tien unleashed their most formidable techniques against the malevolent figure. In that moment, light and darkness clashed violently within the cave, producing a deafening cacophony. The dazzling brilliance dazzled the eye, each collision delivering a powerful impact that trembled the ground, sending rubble cascading down, which thudded upon landing. Bulma, anxiously manipulating the instruments nearby, endeavored to identify the figure's weakness. Her fingers danced swiftly over the controls, the device emitting urgent beeping sounds. "Goku, the left side seems vulnerable," she called out, her voice sharpened by tension, piercing through the tumult of battle. Upon hearing this, Goku darted towards the left flank of the sinister figure. However, the figure reacted with astonishing speed, swiftly altering its defensive stance and retaliating with a brutal strike against Goku. He was hurled back several meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, its metallic scent pervading the air. "Goku!" Gohan exclaimed anxiously, his voice laden with concern, his heart racing. "I'm fine. Keep attacking." Goku wiped the blood from his lips and charged forward once more. His gaze remained resolute, his steps steady, as if the recent injury had barely registered. The battle escalated into a fevered intensity. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered. Each strike demanded immense stamina and energy, their breaths becoming labored and heavy, sweat pouring down like rain, pooling on the ground. The malevolent figure's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, and they struggled to withstand the onslaught. Each blow felt as though a mighty hammer was crashing upon them, threatening to shatter their bones. "This cannot continue. We must devise a new strategy," Tien declared. His voice carried a hint of anxiety, his eyes ceaselessly monitoring the movements of the sinister figure. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, suggesting, "Let us concentrate our powers and mount a full-force assault against him." A flicker of determination shone in his gaze, and the fluctuations of energy emanating from him intensified. The others readily concurred. They began to gather energy, their bodies radiating an increasingly brilliant light. This luminescence illuminated the entire cavern, dispelling the darkness. The accumulation of energy brought forth an overwhelming pressure, making it difficult to breathe. Now is the time, Goku shouted. In unison, they unleashed their energy, forming a colossal beam of light directed at the malevolent figure. The beam exuded an aura capable of annihilating all in its path, scorching the air with a sizzling sound and releasing a charred scent. The sinister figure sensed the formidable force and attempted to resist, yet ultimately succumbed to the energy beam's onslaught. Did we succeed? Krillin asked anxiously, his voice laced with hope and trepidation, his eyes fixated on the evil entity. However, as the smoke cleared, though the sinister figure was gravely injured, it remained standing. Damn it, this fiend is too powerful, Vegeta exclaimed furiously, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. Just as despair began to envelop them, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within Goku. This force surged like a tidal wave, instantly filling the cavern. Even Goku was taken aback by this newfound strength. He could feel it coursing through his veins, causing his body to tremble slightly. His form was enveloped in a radiant golden light, so intense that the cavern glowed as brightly as day. The warmth and fervor of this light seemed capable of banishing all darkness and cold. Behold, Goku charged at the malevolent figure, each punch imbued with cataclysmic power. His fists sliced through the air, creating a whooshing sound. Each strike was accompanied by blinding light and tremendous energy fluctuations, rendering the evil entity nearly defenseless. Under Goku's relentless assault, the sinister figure finally began to falter. Cracks appeared across its form, the dark energy gradually dissipating. Vanish! Goku delivered his final blow, and the malevolent figure disintegrated in a brilliant flash. The light burst forth like a dazzling firework, and soon, tranquility enveloped the scene. With the disappearance of the sinister figure, the black sphere returned to calm, and the dark aura gradually faded. A refreshing scent permeated the air, reminiscent of rebirth following the dispelling of darkness. We have triumphed. The group erupted in jubilant cheers. Their voices echoed throughout the cavern, brimming with joy and exhilaration. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground. Yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. Though their bodies ached, every muscle trembling with fatigue, the elation in their hearts allowed them to forget all pain. This time was truly perilous, Krillin remarked, his voice imbued with the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal, gasping for breath. Gohan smiled and said, "Yet, in the end, we triumphed over darkness." His smile was radiant and resolute, his eyes shimmering with the light of hope. Though Vegeta did not vocalize his thoughts, a hint of satisfaction gleamed in his gaze. He looked up at the cave ceiling, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Bulma approached, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she exclaimed, "It's wonderful that everyone is safe." Tears glistened in her eyes. Goku surveyed the group, expressing gratitude and pride. "Thanks to everyone's efforts and unity, we achieved victory." Just then, the cave began to shake violently, rocks plummeting from above. The thunderous sound of falling debris instilled a sense of dread. "This place is going to collapse," Tien shouted, his voice filled with alarm as he quickly rose to his feet. The others hurriedly got up and dashed towards the exit, their footsteps echoing urgently through the trembling cavern, breaths quickening in anxiety. As they burst from the cave, it collapsed entirely behind them with a tremendous roar, sending plumes of dust into the air. "Phew, that was close," Krillin panted, his chest heaving, heart racing. "Next, we must continue to safeguard the peace of the universe," Goku declared, and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute. Their silhouettes appeared grand against the twilight, resembling valiant guardians of justice. They embarked on a new journey, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 37. The Dawn of Peace. Having successfully vanquished the forces of darkness, Goku and his companions became legends throughout the universe, symbols of hope and courage. In a tranquil meadow, they rested, a gentle breeze carrying the scents of grass and wildflowers. The fragrance wafted like soft ribbons, soothingly enveloping them, refreshing their spirits. Beneath the azure sky adorned with white clouds, everything appeared serene and beautiful. The lush green grass lay like a soft carpet, undulating gently beneath their feet. This victory was truly hard-earned, Krillin remarked while reclining on the grass, gazing at the sky. His voice bore a hint of fatigue, coupled with a sense of fulfillment. Sunlight bathed him in warmth, compelling him to squint. But we did it. We protected the peace of the universe, Gohan said with a smile. His grin radiated like the spring sun, warm and bright, as his white martial arts uniform fluttered gently in the breeze. Vegeta stood apart, still exuding pride. Yet his gaze reflected a newfound respect for his comrades. With arms crossed, his purple battle suit billowed with the wind as he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Bulma approached, offering sustenance and water to everyone. "Let us replenish our strength," she said, her voice melodious and bright, the food in her hands exuding an enticing aroma. Sun Wukong eagerly received the offerings, savoring each bite. "Delicious," he exclaimed, the flavors dancing on his palate, prompting him to smack his lips in delight. At that moment, a spacecraft descended from the sky, landing before them. The roar of its engines shattered the tranquility of the meadow, stirring a gentle breeze infused with metallic warmth. From the vessel emerged a mysterious elder who regarded them with eyes full of admiration. "You are the heroes of the cosmos. I express gratitude on behalf of all lives threatened by darkness," he spoke, his voice deep and benevolent, imbued with the weight of ages. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a simple smile illuminating his face, his golden hair glinting in the sunlight. "It's what we ought to do," he replied modestly. The elder continued, "Though the dark forces are temporarily subdued, they may yet rise again. We must prepare ourselves more thoroughly." His tone was grave, igniting a sense of urgency among the group. They fell into contemplation, the hum of insects in the grass seeming to echo their concerns for the future. "What should we do?" Tien Shinhan inquired, his brow furrowed, determination evident in his gaze. The elder smiled gently. "We must establish a more robust defense system, uniting the strengths of various planets." His smile sparked a flicker of hope within them. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, his eyes alight with resolve, his muscles taut with anticipation. Thus, they embarked on a new journey. Their first destination was a technologically advanced planet, seeking assistance. Towering structures reached towards the heavens, their metallic sheen dazzling beneath the sun. Vehicles darted through the air, emitting swift sounds and powerful gusts, embodying a futuristic essence. "Wow, this place is incredible," Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder as he surveyed the marvels around him. The planet's leader welcomed them warmly, expressing a willingness to assist. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong and his companions traversed from planet to planet, advocating unity against the encroaching darkness. Their figures streaked across the starry expanse, leaving trails of light in their wake. Initially, some inhabitants were filled with doubt and fear, but through their sincerity and relentless efforts, they gradually accepted and joined their cause. On a sweltering planet, the residents eyed them warily, suspicion clouding their expressions. "Can you truly protect us?" one resident asked. "We will do our utmost," Gohan replied resolutely. On a planet imbued with mysterious powers, Gohan discovered a crystal capable of enhancing a warrior's strength. The crystal glimmered with an ethereal glow, pulsating as if alive. "Perhaps this can make us even stronger," Gohan said excitedly. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, yet Vegeta remained skeptical. "Is this truly reliable?" His gaze was fixed on the crystal, brow furrowed in concentration. After thorough research and experimentation, it was confirmed that this crystal was indeed effective. As the power of the crystal coursed through their bodies, they felt a surge of formidable energy within, their muscles brimming with strength. With an increasing number of planets joining their cause, their power continued to swell. Warriors from various planets congregated, their training shouts echoing in unison. However, the journey was not without its challenges. A selfish planetary leader sought to monopolize resources and refused to cooperate. "We cannot allow him to thwart our plans," Goku declared resolutely. His voice reverberated through the hall with an undeniable authority. After a fierce debate and confrontation, they ultimately persuaded the leader. Sweat drenched their garments, and the air was thick with tension. Through their collective efforts, a defensive system gradually took shape. A colossal energy shield shimmered between the planets, radiating with a hopeful glow. "Now, we possess a more formidable strength to safeguard peace," Bulma remarked, gazing at their accomplishments with satisfaction. Her face beamed with pride, tears glistening in her eyes. At that moment, a faint wave of darkness emanated from the edge of the universe. Chapter 38. A new crisis. As that faint wave of darkness emerged, Goku and the others immediately became alert. The waves sounded like a deep growl echoing from an endless abyss, sending a shiver down their spines. Could it be that the dark powers are stirring once more? Krillin said nervously, his voice quivering, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead, sparkling in the sunlight like tiny pearls. Goku furrowed his brow, his eyes radiating determination. Regardless of the circumstances, we must be prepared. His gaze was fierce, the golden aura around him flickering as if in response to his inner resolve. The group swiftly returned to the command center of the defense system to analyze the source and intensity of the wave. The atmosphere in the command center was charged with tension, the beeping of instruments intertwining with the heavy breaths of those present. Bulma expertly operated various devices, the data on the screens fluctuating rapidly, the pulsing numbers akin to a rapid drumbeat, quickening the heartbeats of all. This situation does not bode well. The energy of this wave is intensifying, Bulma stated, her voice tinged with anxiety as her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, her eyes glued to the screen. Vegeta scoffed. Humph, no matter how strong it is, we can handle it. He crossed his arms, a purple aura rising around him, his expression filled with disdain and confidence. Gohan clenched his fists. We cannot allow the dark powers to rampage once again. His voice was resolute, flames of justice burning brightly in his gaze. At this moment, the warriors of various planets have entered a state of readiness, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. The metallic armor clashed against one another, producing a cacophony of ringing sounds, while the warriors' footsteps resonated with a heavy, synchronized rhythm, as if the very earth trembled beneath their weight. Sun Wukong resolved to lead a contingent to investigate the situation. Vegeta, Gohan, accompany me, he declared, his voice steady and powerful, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. Certainly. Vegeta and Gohan responded in unison, their voices brimming with courage and resolve. They boarded their spacecraft, soaring towards the source of the disturbance. The vessel raced through the cosmos, the scenery outside rapidly receding. The brilliant stars sparkled like a cascade of precious gems, streaking past and leaving behind trails of dazzling light. Everyone, be cautious. There may be an ambush, Sun Wukong warned, his voice echoing within the confines of the ship, tinged with a note of vigilance. Suddenly, a swarm of dark creatures emerged ahead, obstructing their path. These beings, each with a grotesque form, included some with enormous wings that stirred a tempest as they flapped, the sound howling like a gale, causing the spacecraft to tremble slightly. Others bore bodies as impenetrable as rock, their surfaces bristling with sharp spines that glimmered with a chilling sheen. These fiends arrived just in time, Vegeta exclaimed, eager to charge forward. His eyes ablaze with the fervor for battle, energy surging within him. Wait, let us observe first, Gohan interjected, his voice calm and measured, his gaze fixed intently on the dark entities. The creatures emitted low, guttural roars, a sound reminiscent of the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. They reeked of decay, their odor akin to that of putrid corpses, inducing nausea. This looks troublesome, Sun Wukong remarked, a shadow of seriousness crossing his features as he clenched his fists. Vegeta, impatient, retorted, to hell with it, let us charge in. With that, he surged forward, unleashing a torrent of immense energy. The brilliance of his power illuminated the surrounding starry expanse, akin to a splendid fireworks display. Sun Wukong and Gohan swiftly followed suit. Joining the fray, the dark creatures launched their assault, a myriad of energy beams intertwining and illuminating the celestial canvas. The collision of energies generated colossal shockwaves, causing the spacecraft to shudder violently, the metallic hull emitting creaking sounds. Gohan unleashed a formidable Kamehameha wave, repelling a cluster of dark beings. The wave sliced through the cosmos, leaving a radiant trail reminiscent of a gaping wound in the sky. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong adeptly evaded attacks, delivering lethal strikes to the foes. His figure danced like a wraith, elusive and unpredictable. Vegeta's strikes were the most ferocious, each blow imbued with destructive force. His fists plummeted like meteors, crashing into the dark creatures with resounding impacts. After an intense battle, the dark creatures gradually retreated. Their anguished cries reverberated through the starry sky, bringing a sense of exhilaration to the hearts of the onlookers. Do not let them escape, Vegeta bellowed, his voice brimming with fury and determination, intent on annihilating these sinister beings. Just as they prepared to pursue, A colossal dark vortex materialized ahead. The vortex resembled an enormous black pupil, profound and terrifying, as if it sought to devour everything in its vicinity. "What is this?" Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, his voice laden with fear and uncertainty. His gaze fixated on the swirling abyss. A formidable force emanated from the vortex, attempting to pull their ship into its depths. It felt like an invisible hand gripping the vessel tightly, rendering it immovable. "This is bad. We must break free," Goku shouted urgently, his voice infused with desperation as the veins on his forehead throbbed. They exerted every effort to maneuver the ship, striving to resist this overpowering force. The engines roared with a deafening clamor, seemingly lamenting in agony. However, the vortex's attraction intensified, and the ship began to slip from their control. Chapter 39. Struggle and despair under the overwhelming pull of the dark vortex. The ship drew ever closer, akin to a small bird on the verge of being consumed by a monstrous predator. The metallic exterior of the vessel emitted a tortured creaking sound, sharp and grating, tightening the listeners' hearts with each echo. "Damn it, at this rate, we will all be sucked in," Vegeta roared, frantically unleashing energy in a desperate attempt to stabilize the ship. His forehead was lined with veins, sweat pouring down his face, and the purple aura surrounding him flickered violently, each surge of energy accompanied by his furious roars. Goku's expression was grave, his mind racing. "Everyone, concentrate all our power into the ship's engine." His voice was steady and commanding, exuding an undeniable resolve. Gohan immediately complied, and the trio infused the ship with their formidable energy. The vessel erupted in a brilliant glow, radiant as the sun, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The engine's roar was deafening, as if it threatened to tear the universe asunder. The potent energy surge heated the air within the ship, causing skin to burn with an intense warmth. "It's still not enough," Gohan cried out, sweat cascading down like rain. His voice was filled with urgency and despair, each droplet hitting the floor with a resounding plop. At that moment, dark beams suddenly erupted from the vortex, hurtling toward the ship. The beams snaked through the air like venomous serpents, brimming with lethal intent. "Watch out!" Goku shouted, swiftly dodging. His voice echoed within the cramped confines of the ship, laden with palpable tension. The beams grazed the vessel, leaving deep scorches in their wake, the acrid scent of burnt metal permeating the air. The noxious odor provoked involuntary coughs, as if one's throat were being seared by flames. "What on earth is this abominable thing?" Vegeta roared in fury, his voice resounding like thunder within the spacecraft, causing a buzzing in the ears of those present. Alarms blared incessantly, red warning lights flickering wildly, while the various indicators on the screen flashed ominous red danger signals. The urgent beeping echoed like a countdown to demise, quickening the pulse of all on board. Goku gritted his teeth. "We cannot give up. There must be a way." A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, akin to a lighthouse amid darkness. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck him. "Gohan, Vegeta, let us combine our powers and strike directly at the center of the vortex," Goku proclaimed loudly, his tone imbued with a sense of finality, as if he were wagering everything on a desperate gamble for survival. Vegeta hesitated momentarily. "This is far too perilous, but we have no other choice. Let us go for it." A fierce determination flickered in his gaze as his fists clenched tightly. The three of them focused their minds, channeling their collective strength into a colossal beam of energy. The beam radiated brilliantly, embodying their boundless hope and courage. "Charge!" With Goku's bellowing cry, the energy beam surged forth toward the heart of the vortex. His voice carried an indomitable momentum, as if it could shatter any obstacle in its path. In that instant, the light illuminated the entire dark expanse, colliding fiercely with the force of the vortex. The tremendous energy impact caused the spacecraft to shake violently, as if it were a fragile vessel adrift in a tempestuous sea. The clashing of metal and the explosions of energy intertwined, creating a cacophony that nearly rendered their ears deaf. "Hold on," Gohan shouted, his voice hoarse from exertion. His muscles taut as he sought to channel every ounce of strength into this decisive strike. At last, through their relentless efforts, the power of the vortex began to wane. The formidable pull gradually dissipated, and the spacecraft finally broke free from its grasp. "We did it!" Vegeta exclaimed with elation, his voice brimming with the joy of survival, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Seizing the moment, the spacecraft escaped the vortex's clutches, racing away. The wind howled past the exterior, bringing a refreshing chill, instilling a sense of relief. However, before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. Ahead loomed a massive dark warship, from which countless shadowy creatures surged forth. The vessel resembled a towering black peak, suffocating in its presence, while the eerie howls of the dark beings sent shivers down their spines. "It seems we are in for a fierce battle," Goku remarked, his eyes devoid of fear. His voice was calm and resolute, as if he were already accustomed to facing such challenges. "Oof, what is there to fear? Let us fight." Vegeta's aura flared once more, his eyes alight with a thirst for battle as purple energy coalesced in his hands. Gohan had steeled himself for battle. "We shall not falter." His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, his aura surging with intensity. The dark creatures surged forth like a relentless tide, reigniting the conflict. The air was thick with the acrid scents of blood and gunpowder, inducing a wave of nausea. Goku unleashed the formidable might of a Super Saiyan, his golden radiance illuminating the battleground. Each of his strikes bore tremendous force, sending adversaries hurtling away. The thunderous impact of his fists against their bodies, accompanied by their anguished cries, stirred a primal fervor within. Vegeta unleashed a violet energy wave, decimating foes in its path. The energy crackled as it sliced through the air, leaving chaos in its wake. Gohan's energy blast struck with precision, showcasing his remarkable strength. The explosive brilliance illuminated the shadowy corners, while enemy limbs danced through the air. Yet, the onslaught of foes seemed ceaseless, as though they could never be vanquished. "This cannot continue," Gohan gasped. His voice bore the weight of exhaustion, breaths coming in heavy, labored gasps. At that moment, Goku discerned the vulnerability of the dark warship. "Strike at the energy core," he shouted. His command resonated, providing instant clarity to the group. They pooled their strength, directing their assault toward the energy core. A colossal stream of light converged, hurtling toward the ship. With a tremendous explosion, the dark vessel erupted into a fireball, illuminating the entire starry expanse, waves of heat radiating forth, scorching their skin. The enemy finally ceased their advance, and Goku and his companions collapsed in exhaustion within the spacecraft. The cabin was thick with the mingled scents of smoke and sweat, invoking a profound sense of fatigue and depletion. "That was truly a near brush with death," Vegeta remarked, his voice tinged with fatigue and relief as he leaned back in his seat, gasping for breath. "Yet, we cannot afford to relax. We must hasten back to regroup with everyone," Goku stated. His gaze remained resolute, fixed on the horizon, contemplating their next course of action. The ship soared toward the defensive system, aware that further battles awaited them. Chapter 40. Rallying the troops. The spacecraft carrying Goku and his companions raced through the cosmos, the roar of the engines akin to a stirring battle hymn. Outside, the dazzling stars sparkled like a myriad of gemstones, swiftly receding behind them. "That was indeed perilous," Gohan remarked, a tremor lacing his voice, his eyes reflecting the lingering dread of the recent fierce battle. Goku nodded slightly. "As long as we draw breath, we must not relinquish our fight." His gaze was steadfast and resolute, the golden aura around him flickering slightly, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Vegeta, with a serious countenance, remarked, "Humph, those fiends will not relent easily." He stood with his arms crossed, a violet glow flickering in his eyes, revealing his pride and determination. The atmosphere aboard the ship was heavy, as everyone contemplated the upcoming strategies. The metallic walls exuded a chill, deepening the somber mood. Upon returning to the defense system, they found the area bustling with activity. The shouts of warriors echoed, intertwined with the crackling and humming of various weapons and equipment. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and sweat, creating a tense, yet hopeful ambience. "What is the situation?" Sun Wukong inquired of a commander. The commander, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the lights, spoke urgently. "The dark forces are becoming increasingly active. We must be thoroughly prepared." Bulma hurried over. "Wukong, I have made enhancements to the ship that will significantly improve its performance." Her face bore signs of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement as she held a data pad, its lines and numbers fluctuating. Sun Wukong offered a grateful smile. "Thank you, Bulma." His smile was warm and sincere, akin to sunlight piercing through dark clouds. At that moment, Krillin and Tien Shinhan arrived. "We must also strengthen our own training. We cannot always rely on external forces," Tien Shinhan asserted, his voice steady and powerful, his gaze resolute. Everyone nodded in agreement, promptly commencing their rigorous training. Alone in the training room, Sun Wukong relentlessly elevated his energy. Sweat drenched his clothes, each droplet hitting the ground with a distinct sound, his breaths heavy and rapid. Like a bellows in motion, each surge of energy created visible ripples in the surrounding air, radiating intense heat. Goten focused intently on honing his skills within the hyperbolic time chamber. His movements were swift and precise, the sound of his punches slicing through the air. Vegeta, unyielding in his high-intensity training, harbored an insatiable thirst for power. Each roar seemed to unleash the pent-up frustration and fury within him. Krillin and Tien Shinhan engaged in mutual sparring, persistently seeking their shortcomings. Their fists and feet collided, producing dull thuds, as muscle fatigue and the impact of their strikes compelled them to grit their teeth. Meanwhile, Bulma tirelessly researched new equipment and technology in the laboratory. The flickering lights of instruments and the mingling scents of various materials filled the air. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet her work never ceased. After a period of diligent effort, everyone exhibited significant progress. One day, Sun Wukong gathered everyone for a meeting. "We cannot passively await the Dark Force's assault. I believe we should take the initiative," he declared. His voice was firm and powerful, sweeping over each individual present. But could this not be too risky? Krillin expressed his concerns. His brows knitted tightly together, and his hands instinctively rubbed the corners of his clothing. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "Coward, only by taking the initiative can one seize control." His voice dripped with contempt, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Tien paused in contemplation, acknowledging, "Goku has a point. We cannot remain on the defensive indefinitely." His gaze reflected deep thought. Ultimately, they resolved to take proactive measures. Boarding the enhanced spacecraft, they embarked on their journey anew. The vessel glided through the starry expanse, emitting a whirring sound. As they navigated the cosmos, they encountered minor factions of dark forces, all of which were effortlessly vanquished. "It seems our strength has indeed improved," Gohan remarked, a confident smile gracing his face, his aura more composed than ever. However, as they pressed onward, a colossal dark planet loomed before them. It appeared as a vast black hole, devouring the surrounding light and exuding a stifling sense of oppression. "What is this place?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling with fear, his eyes wide with disbelief. Goku's expression turned serious. "Whatever it is, we must investigate." His tone was steady and resolute, instilling a modicum of courage in the group. As the spacecraft approached the dark planet, an overwhelming pressure surged towards them. The weight felt almost tangible, as if it could crush their very bones. "Everyone, be cautious," Vegeta warned, his voice laced with vigilance, his energy surging explosively. The group braced for battle as they descended slowly onto the planet's surface. Chapter 41. The Secrets of the Dark Planet. Upon landing on the dark planet, the ground beneath them was hard and frigid, emanating a chilling aura. Surrounding them was an eerie silence, so profound that they could hear their own heartbeats. "This place feels utterly wrong," Krillin remarked warily, his voice quivering with a hint of dread. The air was thick with a putrid stench, reminiscent of decaying leaves and rotting carcasses, churning their stomachs and provoking nausea. "Humph, never mind that. Let us just move forward," Vegeta declared, striding ahead with determined steps. His footfalls echoed in the stillness, embodying his characteristic arrogance and fearlessness. The others cautiously followed, each step taken with utmost care. Dust particles danced in the dim light, rendering their throats parched. As they walked, they arrived at the mouth of a vast valley. A dense black mist enveloped the valley, thick as ink, obscuring any visibility within. Occasional low growls emanated from the depths of the fog, sending shivers down their spines. "Be careful, that mist may be toxic," Tien cautioned, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb whatever lay hidden within. Goku inhaled deeply. "I'll go take a look." His eyes were resolute, his golden aura flickering subtly. He slowly ventured into the mist, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Outside, the crowd waited anxiously, as time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each second felt elongated, accompanied only by the sound of their heavy breaths and beating hearts. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the fog, unmistakably that of Sun Wukong. "Hurry in, there's something here." His voice, somewhat muffled by the mist, was imbued with urgency. The group hurriedly rushed into the haze, discovering Sun Wukong standing before a colossal stone tablet. Towering into the clouds, The tablet's surface was rough and uneven, etched with peculiar symbols and designs. These inscriptions resembled ancient script, yet bore the semblance of enigmatic seals, leaving one perplexed. What does this mean? Gohan inquired, his voice tinged with confusion as his gaze fixated on the tablet, seeking clues within its depths. Bulma produced a device to commence scanning. Let me see if I can decipher it. The device emitted a series of beeps, resonating sharply in the stillness of the valley. Just then, the ground began to tremble, a low rumble emanating from beneath. From the earth emerged a horde of enormous monsters. Their grotesque forms bore sharp fangs. Spines protruded from their bodies, and their eyes flickered with an eerie glow. A foul stench wafted from them, reminiscent of decaying swamps, nearly unbearable. Fight! Sun Wukong bellowed. Charging ahead, his voice thundered, shattering the atmosphere of fear. The others unleashed their formidable techniques, engaging in fierce combat with the monsters. Light and darkness intermingled, the clash of energies producing resounding booms that reverberated through the valley. The monsters possessed immense strength, each strike laden with overwhelming force. Their claws sliced through the air with a chilling hiss, instilling dread. These creatures are formidable. Krillin gasped, sweat beading on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. Vegeta roared in frustration, "Less chatter, unleash your full power." His violet energy radiated brilliantly, each attack laced with destructive might. Sun Wukong's golden aura blazed fervently, his fists raining down upon the monsters, creating dull thuds with every blow, fueled by boundless fury and resolve. After a grueling battle, the monsters were finally repelled. The ground lay strewn with their corpses and dark blood, releasing a pungent, metallic odor. At that moment, Bulma successfully deciphered part of the tablet's inscription. It states that this planet is a significant stronghold of dark forces, concealing vast secrets, she revealed, her voice tinged with exhaustion yet brimming with excitement. Then let us press onward. We must uncover this secret, Sun Wukong declared resolutely, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and determination. They ventured deeper into the shadowy planet, encountering various perilous traps and formidable foes along the way. The path was rugged and uneven, strewn with sharp stones that pierced their feet with painful stabs. Within a dark cavern, they stumbled upon a mysterious energy crystal. The crystal emanated an ethereal blue glow, illuminating the entire cave. Its light flickered rhythmically, as if imbued with life itself. What could this be? It emanated an aura of immense power. Gohan, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch it. His voice resonated with wonder and yearning. Caution! Goku had no time to intervene. The moment Gohan made contact with the crystal, a powerful force repelled him violently. His body crashed against the cavern wall with a thunderous thud. Clearly, this was no ordinary crystal, Tien remarked. His eyes filled with vigilance as he cautiously approached the crystal. Vegeta stepped forward. Let me give it a try. He concentrated his energy, attempting to control the crystal. Yet it unleashed a wave of potent energy that knocked everyone to the ground. The force of the wave generated a deafening hum in their ears. What on earth is this? Vegeta cursed, his face a mask of anger and confusion. Just as they were at a loss, Goku suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Could it be? Before he could finish his thought, a mysterious figure materialized before them. Chapter 42. The mysterious ally. The enigmatic figure gradually came into focus, and to their astonishment, it was a stranger clad in a black cloak. The man's silhouette appeared tall and mysterious in the dim light, his cloak fluttering gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Who are you? Goku inquired warily, his voice shattering the brief silence, his golden aura shimmering, ready to confront any potential threat. The man slowly lifted his cloak, revealing a handsome and resolute visage, his eyes glinting with a mysterious light that seemed to pierce the very soul. His skin appeared pale in the darkness, yet bore an intriguing severity. I am here to assist you, he declared, his voice deep and magnetic, as though it emanated from a distant realm, exuding an irresistible allure. Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms, the purple aura around him flickering with skepticism and disdain. Why should we trust you? The man offered a slight smile, which softened his stern features like the gentle warmth of spring thawing ice. Because we share a common enemy, the dark forces. His tone was calm and resolute, compelling one to believe him. Goku pondered for a moment and replied, Then tell us what you know. His gaze bore into the man, searching for any hint of deceit in his expression or words. The man nodded slightly, This dark planet conceals the core secrets of the dark forces. If they gain control, the entire universe will plunge into irretrievable doom. His voice was imbued with profound anxiety, as if he had already glimpsed the terrifying future. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a tightening in their hearts, a heavy pressure surging within them. I have been secretly investigating the dark forces and possess a modicum of understanding regarding the situation here, the man continued. His gaze deepened, as though he were lost in recollection. Can you guide us to the heart of the dark forces? Goku inquired with urgency, his voice brimming with anticipation, his hands instinctively clenching. The man furrowed his brow slightly, a grave expression etching his features. Yes, but the journey is fraught with peril. We must work in close cooperation. His eyes swept over the assembly, radiating a resolute determination. One by one, they expressed their consent, resolved to accompany the man on this quest. They ventured forth into the darkness, the path beneath their feet uneven and treacherous, sharp stones occasionally lacerating their soles. Each contact between their feet and the stones elicited a sharp sting, the pain coursing through their bodies like an electric current. Be careful, the man suddenly called out, his voice piercing the darkness with urgency and tension. Above them, a massive rock plummeted. In a flash, Sun Wukong struck it down. The moment the rock shattered, it produced a resounding crash, shards scattering in all directions, striking their bodies painfully. Thank you, the man said, his tone suffused with gratitude. No need for thanks. We are now comrades, Wukong replied, his voice tinged with camaraderie, the golden aura around him flickering slightly. They pressed on, the temperature around them plummeting, a chilling breath penetrating their very bones. The cold felt like countless tiny icy needles, piercing into their bodies, forcing them to shiver uncontrollably. This cannot continue. We must hasten our pace, Vegeta declared, his voice quivering slightly from the cold, his teeth chattering. The man halted, retrieving a gem from his cloak that emanated a warm glow. This gem can temporarily shield us from the cold. Its radiance resembled the gentle warmth of the winter sun, soothing and comforting, instilling a sense of solace. The group gathered around, relishing the warmth bestowed by the gem. This sensation enveloped them like a soft blanket, gradually restoring their strength. As they continued, they arrived before a raging river, its waters tumultuous and roaring, splashes cascading like thunderclaps. The river's din resembled the thunder of stampeding horses, deafening in its intensity. Waves crashed against the rocks at the riverbank, creating a cacophony, with the mist rising into the air, carrying a damp essence. How do we cross this river? Krillin asked, his face etched with concern. His voice trembled with fear and helplessness, his eyes filled with worry. The man surveyed the surroundings. There lies a fallen tree. Perhaps it can serve as a bridge. Hope tinged his voice. With unified effort, they maneuvered the tree to the river's edge. Sun Wukong and Vegeta steadied it in front, while the others cautiously crossed the river. With each step, they could feel the rushing water beneath their feet, as if it yearned to pull them into its depths. Just as they were about to reach the opposite bank, a colossal water creature suddenly surged forth from the river. Its emergence sent forth a tremendous splash, drenching the onlookers with a chilling shock. This is not good, the man exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. The beast opened its gaping maw, lunging toward them, a foul stench assaulting their senses, evoking a wave of nausea. Yet, Gohan remained undaunted, unleashing a formidable energy wave that struck the creature. The moment of impact resonated with a thunderous roar, illuminating the surroundings with brilliant light. The creature, wounded, became even more frenzied in its assault. Its claws sliced through the air, creating a piercing whistle that sent shivers down their spines. The group rallied together, engaging in a fierce battle against the beast. The flickering energy illuminated the river's surface, intertwining with the splashes to create a breathtaking and heart-stopping tableau. After a grueling struggle, they finally managed to repel the creature. It plunged back into the water, creating a colossal splash before vanishing from sight. We made it, Tianjin Han gasped, his voice weary, as he slumped onto the ground. They pressed on and eventually arrived at the entrance of a vast cave. A chilling wind blew from within, carrying an enigmatic aura that sent a shiver down their spines. The core of dark power resides within, the man declared, his voice echoing before the cave, tinged with awe and trepidation. Everyone took a deep breath, steeling themselves for the final challenge. Chapter 43. The Challenge of the Dark Core, standing at the mouth of the immense cave. They were filled with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. The cold wind that swept from the entrance bore a damp scent that chilled their faces. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply and stepped into the cave first. A powerful force of darkness assailed them, akin to an invisible hand gripping their throats. "Everyone, be cautious," Sun Wukong shouted, urgency resonating in his voice as it echoed through the cavern. The air within was thick with a dark essence, resembling a dense black fog that obscured their path. They could only proceed by relying on their feeble senses, groping their way forward. The ground beneath them was damp and slippery, exuding a putrid odor that made them gag. "This place is utterly bizarre," Krillin stammered, his voice trembling, echoing his profound fear. Vegeta scoffed, "What is there to fear? I am here." His tone brimmed with confidence and arrogance, the purple aura surrounding him flickering slightly. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the cave, resonating around them and causing their ears to ring. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, filled with boundless rage and resentment. What could that be? Gohan asked, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. His eyes strained to search the darkness, his heartbeat quickening with urgency. Suddenly, a colossal beast of shadow lunged forth from the gloom, charging towards them. The creature's form was immense and indistinct, revealing only a pair of gleaming red eyes. In an instant, Sun Wukong confronted the beast, engaging in a fierce struggle. His fists radiated golden luminescence, each strike resonating against the monster's hide with a dull thud, akin to a heavy hammer striking a bovine drum. The hard scales of the beast clashed against Wukong's fists, sending forth sparks that illuminated the surrounding darkness. The monster, undeterred, swung its razor-sharp claws, attempting to assail Sun Wukong. The claws sliced through the air, emitting a chilling, shrill whistle that sent shivers down the spine. "Wukong, I am here to aid you," Vegeta exclaimed, charging forward to unleash a powerful energy wave. The wave traced a violet arc through the darkness, instantly illuminating a corner of the cavern. Under the onslaught from both warriors, the beast began to falter. Its breaths grew hurried and labored, exhaling plumes of black smoke. "Let us all join forces," Tien shouted, his voice brimming with resolve, fists clenched tightly. The group unleashed their unique techniques, and in that moment, a myriad of lights flickered within the cave. Goten's ki blasts streaked like meteors, while Krillin's energy spheres erupted in a series of explosions, intertwining light and darkness to create a breathtaking yet harrowing spectacle. After a grueling battle, the beast was finally vanquished. Its body crashed heavily to the ground, producing a resounding thud that stirred a cloud of dust. "Let us press onward," Sun Wukong declared, his voice resolute and powerful, the golden aura around him still vibrant. They ventured deeper into the cave, where the oppressive darkness grew increasingly potent. This force weighed upon their hearts like lead, making each breath a struggle. "I find this increasingly taxing," Krillin panted, sweat cascading down like rain, only to be consumed by the shadows below. "Hold on, we will succeed," Bulma encouraged, her tone infused with urgency yet underpinned by determination. At that moment, a massive stone door emerged ahead, adorned with enigmatic runes. The symbols glimmered with an eerie light, as if whispering ancient secrets. "This must be the final barrier to the core of darkness," the mysterious man stated, his voice resonating profoundly in the dark. Sun Wukong stepped forward and pushed against the stone door with all his might, yet it remained immovable. His arm trembled slightly from the exertion, muscles taut. "Let us all try together," Goten suggested, his voice filled with anticipation. United in strength, the group exerted their combined force, and the door slowly creaked open. A more formidable wave of dark power surged forth from within, chilling to the bone, as if it could freeze one's very blood. "Is this the essence of the dark core?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, questioning the source of the overwhelming force. His teeth clacked together from the strain. In the depths of the darkness, a colossal orb of black energy floated in the air, incessantly releasing powerful waves of energy. These waves spread like ripples across the water, battering against their bodies and throwing them off balance. "How shall we destroy it?" Tien Shinhan inquired, his voice tinged with desperation. The mysterious figure pondered for a moment, then replied, "We must unite everyone's strength to have a chance." A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. The group nodded, preparing to launch their final assault. Goku concentrated, the aura around him blazing with intensity. The golden light illuminated his face, his gaze filled with resolve. Vegeta summoned all his energy, a purple glow flickering around him, his breath quickening and growing heavier. Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and Bulma also readied themselves, their expressions solemn as their energy radiated in a brilliant display. "Are we ready?" Goku called out, his voice resonating through the darkness with undeniable authority. "Ready," they responded in unison, their voices echoing in the cavern, brimming with courage and conviction. "Then let us proceed." Goku was the first to unleash his attack, a golden beam of energy shooting towards the dark core. The beam was dazzling, akin to the dawn's first light. The collective energy of the group followed suit, merging into a formidable force. Multicolored auras intertwined, illuminating the entirety of the cave. The dark core trembled under the impact of this power. Chapter 44. Victory. The dark core quaked violently under the might of their combined strength, resembling a massive bomb on the verge of detonation. The black light on its surface twisted like a frenzied serpent, emitting a harsh hissing sound. "One more push, and we shall succeed," Goku shouted, his voice filled with fervent fighting spirit. His golden aura blazed even more fiercely in the darkness, resembling a blazing sun. The group gritted their teeth, unleashing their full power without reservation. The radiance intensified as various hues of energy intermingled to form a resplendent curtain of light. The air was thick with the vibrations of energy, causing a tingling sensation upon their skin. Gohan's forehead pulsed with veins as he desperately maintained the output of the energy wave. His eyes were locked onto the dark core, panting heavily, each breath laden with immense pressure. Krillin and Tien exerted every ounce of their strength, sweat pouring down like rain. The salty taste of perspiration stung their eyes, blurring their vision, yet their resolve remained steadfast. Bulma anxiously observed from the side, gripping the instrument tightly, ever prepared to provide assistance. The indicators on the device flashed erratically, emitting a cacophony of alarm sounds. Just as everyone believed that the dark core was on the verge of destruction, it suddenly unleashed an immensely powerful recoil. This force surged forth like a tumultuous tsunami, sweeping over them in an instant. "Watch out! Everyone be careful!" Sun Wukong's warning barely escaped his lips when the force struck them head-on. A chilling gust, laced with a dark aura, froze their very bones. The group was knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground, the impact resonating with a dull thud and stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust invaded their mouths and noses, provoking a choking sensation. "Damn it!" Vegeta growled as he rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The metallic tang of his blood lingered in the air. Igniting his senses, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, his gaze resolutely fixed on the dark core. "We cannot give up." His voice reverberated through the darkness, infused with unwavering determination. "Yes, we will prevail." Gohan also rallied, his tone brimming with hope as his aura surged once more. They gathered their strength again, preparing to launch a new wave of attack. This time, Sun Wukong conceived a strategy. "Let us concentrate our power and break through from a single point," he declared. His eyes were focused and sharp, as if capable of piercing the defenses of the dark core. The others nodded in agreement, adjusting their assault in accordance with Sun Wukong's directive. When they attacked once more, the dark core's resistance noticeably weakened. Its radiance dimmed, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. "It's working. Keep going," Tianjin shouted, his voice hoarse with excitement. The light continued to coalesce, and finally, a crack appeared in the dark core. This fissure spread rapidly like a spiderweb, and dark energy began to leak from within, carrying an acrid scent. "Now's our chance," Sun Wukong roared. His voice echoed like thunder, causing the entire cavern to tremble slightly. With a resounding crash, the dark core shattered completely, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward. This energy surged like a tempest, rustling the garments of all present. They were buffeted by the force, swaying unsteadily, yet victory illuminated their faces with triumphant smiles. "We did it!" Krillin exclaimed joyfully, his voice ringing through the cavern with boundless elation. "It's finally over," Bulma said, collapsing wearily onto the ground. Her body trembled from exhaustion, gasping for air. However, just as they began to lower their guard, an eerie laughter echoed from the shadows. It sounded as though it emanated from the depths of a chilling abyss, sending shivers down their spines. "Ha ha ha, did you think it would end like this?" A mysterious figure slowly materialized, shrouded in darkness, its features obscured, yet radiating a menacing aura. "Sun Wukong," and the others immediately fell into a state of alertness. "Who are you?" Vegeta barked. His voice brimmed with fury and vigilance, the purple aura around him igniting once more. "I am the true master of dark forces. Your resistance is utterly futile," the mysterious figure sneered. His voice, akin to a chilling wind, sent a shiver down one's spine. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "No matter who you are, we shall not fear you." A resolute glint sparked in his eyes, and the golden aura surrounding him blazed even brighter. The mysterious figure raised his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of dark energy towards the crowd. The energy carried a putrid stench that made one feel nauseated. Sun Wukong boldly stepped forward, shielding his comrades from this malevolent force. The energy collided with him, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. He trembled slightly, yet remained steadfast. "Wukong!" Gohan exclaimed anxiously, his voice laced with concern. "I am unharmed. Let us all join forces." Sun Wukong declared with vigor, his voice resonating with strength and bolstering the morale of his companions. Once more, they plunged into battle, engaging the mysterious figure in a desperate struggle. His attacks were both bizarre and potent, each strike bearing a deadly threat. The mysterious figure's strength was overwhelming, and gradually, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Their breaths quickened, wounds multiplied, and the scent of blood permeated the air. "This cannot continue," Tianjin Fan remarked, anxiety creeping into his tone as beads of sweat trickled down his brow. Just then, a new surge of power erupted within Sun Wukong, akin to a volcano in eruption, instantly filling his entire being. He was taken aback by this newfound strength, feeling it surge through his veins as if it were about to burst forth from his body. With this might, Sun Wukong's strikes became increasingly fierce. Each blow he delivered radiated a cataclysmic force, causing the mysterious figure to falter. "Everyone, rally together, we can prevail," Sun Wukong urged, his voice akin to the thunder of war drums, igniting the fighting spirit of his comrades. Under his leadership, they united their efforts and ultimately vanquished the mysterious figure. With a final, unwilling roar, he vanished, the dark forces dissipating entirely, and the cavern was enveloped in light. "We have triumphed," they cheered exuberantly, their voices echoing through the cavern, brimming with joy and exhilaration. Sun Wukong gazed at his companions, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Thanks to everyone's dedication," he said, his tone filled with gratitude and pride. As they emerged from the cavern, the outside world lay in serene harmony. The warm sunlight bathed them, and a gentle breeze caressed their skin, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. "We have safeguarded the peace of the universe," Gohan reflected, his eyes sparkling with hope for the future. From this moment forth, their names became legendary, forever etched in the memories of the people. Chapter 45, Peace and Mission. After vanquishing the dark forces that held sway, Sun Wukong and his companions emerged from the shadowy cavern, their weary bodies dragging through the remnants of their ordeal. Sunlight poured over them, its warm embrace reminiscent of a mother's love, bestowing a long-awaited warmth and hope. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying with it a refreshing essence that dispelled the remnants of bloodshed and fatigue. "Ah, how delightful this sunlight feels," exclaimed Krillin, stretching his limbs, his face radiant with the joy of survival. He squinted against the brightness, relishing the sun's touch, as if each ray infused him with newfound vitality. "Humph, merely a temporary reprieve," Vegeta remarked, though the tension in his expression had noticeably eased. He tilted his head slightly, allowing the sunlight to grace his face, and his taut muscles gradually relaxed. Bulma gazed at her companions, her eyes filled with concern. "Everyone is quite injured. We must return swiftly for treatment and rest." A hint of anxiety colored her voice as her gaze lingered on each individual, assessing their wounds. The group boarded their spaceship, soaring towards Earth. As the vessel sped through the starry expanse, the twinkling celestial bodies outside resembled resplendent jewels. Throughout the journey, they basked in the euphoria of victory and contemplated the future ahead. Upon their return to Earth, the populace erupted in jubilant cheers to welcome their heroes home. The cacophony surged like ocean waves, an amalgamation of applause, shouts, and joyous cries. "Wukong, you were magnificent," cried Chi-Chi, embracing Gohan, tears streaming down her face. A blend of joy and worry reflected in her tears as they fell onto Gohan's shoulder. "Haha, we successfully protected everyone." Sun Wukong chuckled, affectionately ruffling Goten's hair. The softness and warmth of Goten's hair filled his heart with contentment. Yet amidst the celebrations, Sun Wukong found himself lost in thought. The surrounding laughter and merriment began to fade into the background. His brow furrowed, and his gaze revealed a flicker of concern. "Wukong, what troubles you?" Chi-Chi noticed his unease, her voice tinged with worry and curiosity. Sun Wukong, frowning, replied, "While we have triumphed over the dark forces this time, I cannot shake the feeling that new threats will arise." His voice was deep and heavy, as if a great weight pressed upon the hearts of those around him. Gohan nodded in agreement. "Father is right. We must remain vigilant." His gaze was resolute, emanating a steady and powerful aura. At that moment, the Supreme Kai appeared suddenly, his presence stirring the atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. "Sun Wukong, I have witnessed your battle, and you performed admirably." His voice was solemn and grave, resonating like the ancient tolling of a bell in the air. The group bowed respectfully, their hearts filled with reverence. The Supreme Kai continued, "However, there are many unknown dangers lurking within the cosmos. You must continually strive to enhance your strength." His gaze swept across the crowd, imbued with both anticipation and a cautionary warning. Sun Wukong resolutely declared, "Lord of the Kai, we comprehend." His voice resonated with strength, underscored by unwavering determination and valor. In the days that followed, the group embarked on a new journey of cultivation. Within the gravity chamber, Sun Wukong found himself drenched in sweat, each droplet falling to the ground like pearls severed from their string, plopping rhythmically. Every breath was labored and rapid, akin to the pull of a bellows. "Ah!" he bellowed, relentlessly pushing beyond his limits. The ache in his muscles and the creaking of his bones narrated his relentless toil. Meanwhile, Gohan honed his skills in the room of spirit and time, his eyes filled with steadfast resolve. The very air within the chamber seemed to thicken, each movement accompanied by the whisper of wind. Vegeta, undeterred, continually challenged mightier foes, his wounds serving as badges of his battles. Each scar burned fiercely, the pain invigorating his nerves, compelling him to fight with even greater ferocity. Krillin and Tien Shinhan engaged in mutual sparring, progressing together. The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed, the clash of muscles palpable in the contest of strength. Bulma dedicated herself to developing new technological equipment, striving to provide better support for everyone. The laboratory was suffused with the scents of various chemical concoctions, the incessant hum of machinery filling the air. One day, while immersed in his training, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. This disturbance coursed through him like a subtle electric current, sending a shiver down his spine. Alarmed, he promptly summoned his companions. "I perceive a mysterious energy. There may be new developments," Sun Wukong announced, his tone urgent and tense, his eyes brimming with vigilance. The others halted their training, their expressions grave. "Whatever it is, we must be prepared," Vegeta asserted, his fists clenched tightly, his aura erupting instantaneously. Thus, they embarked on a new expedition. They arrived on an unfamiliar planet, where the environment proved harsh, with fierce winds howling. The gales roared like wild beasts, stinging their faces like knives, laden with grit and dust, rendering their eyes nearly useless. "What in the world is this place?" Krillin complained, his voice fragmented by the howling wind. Suddenly, a formidable horde of creatures emerged, launching an assault upon them. The roar of these beings was deafening, as if intending to rend the very sky. "Be cautious," Tien Shinhan shouted, his voice seemingly diminutive against the tempest, yet laden with warning. Sun Wukong instantly confronted the onslaught, engaging in a fierce battle with these creatures. Each collision resonated with a dull thud, the force of their impact rendering the surrounding air searingly hot. These beings were powerful and agile, thrusting the group into a grueling struggle. Their attacks carried the sound of the wind, each strike imbued with lethal peril. "These adversaries are formidable," Gohan uttered, his body already marked by numerous wounds. The pain from his injuries burned like fire, causing his breath to quicken. As he fought, Goku observed the weaknesses of these creatures. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on their abdomens," Goku commanded. His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling hope among the group. Following Goku's instructions, they gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled these beings. The ground was littered with blood and disordered footprints, the air thick with the scent of iron. At last, "It is over," Krillin gasped, his voice weary and feeble as he sank to the ground. Just then, A mysterious voice echoed in their ears, seemingly emanating from the abyss, carrying an endless chill. Do you think this is the end? The group warily scanned their surroundings. Who is it? Show yourself. Vegeta bellowed, his voice resonating in the emptiness, infused with rage and defiance. A shadowy figure slowly materialized. Chapter 46. The mysterious opponent. As the figure became clearer, they beheld a strange warrior radiating an eerie luminescence. The light flickered ominously, like ghostly phosphorescence, sending shivers down their spines. Who are you? Goku inquired cautiously, his gaze fixed intently upon the stranger, his aura subtly surging. Goku's voice echoed across the vast expanse, laden with vigilance and suspicion. The mysterious warrior sneered. I am here to end your myth. His voice was chilling, as if it originated from a realm of perpetual frost, each word slicing through the air like shards of ice, causing discomfort to their ears. Vegeta glared with contempt. Humph, how arrogant. With that, he charged forward. Vegeta's violet aura surged explosively, resembling a blazing purple flame. The two clashed instantly, their energies colliding with a dazzling brilliance, like brilliant meteors streaking across the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. A thunderous boom reverberated, leaving everyone's ears ringing, as if swarmed by countless buzzing bees. This opponent is incredibly strong. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his strikes growing increasingly fierce, yet the mysterious warrior effortlessly countered his assaults. Each of Vegeta's punches sliced through the air, but the enigmatic figure dodged or neutralized them with remarkable finesse, the atmosphere charged with Vegeta's fury. Goku and the others quickly joined the fray, and in an instant, radiant light erupted, intertwining various energy waves. The battlefield was aglow with a kaleidoscope of colors, golden, purple, blue, like a magnificent fireworks display. Yet, the mysterious warrior remained undeterred. His techniques bewilderingly diverse, leaving the group constantly on guard. His movements were ghostly, erratic, each strike accompanied by a piercing gust of wind that stung their faces. Be cautious of his techniques, Gohan warned loudly. Gohan's voice was fraught with tension and concern, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. The battle intensified, and the enigmatic warrior suddenly unleashed a formidable wave of energy, forcefully repelling everyone. That energy wave resembled a ferocious beast, imbued with an unstoppable might. Damn it! Krillin rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He could taste the metallic tang of blood, which only fueled his anger further. Tien's gaze was resolute. We cannot be subdued like this. A defiant flame burned in Tien's eyes as his aura surged once more. Bulma, anxiously observing from the sidelines, urged, "Come on, everyone." Her voice trembled, hands clasped tightly together. Goku took a deep breath. Let us attack together. His voice was steady and powerful, instilling courage and confidence in the group. They launched another assault, yet the mysterious warrior merely smiled disdainfully. His grin was particularly sinister in the eerie glow, sending a chill through their hearts. In a blink, he vanished and reappeared behind Goku, delivering a heavy blow. Goku felt an overwhelming force strike his back, causing him to stagger forward. Spitting out blood, he winced as the metallic scent filled the air. Once steadied, he turned to face his adversary again. This guy is too fast, Goku exclaimed, his breath quickening, each inhalation heavy with exertion. Gohan shouted in fury, "Don't get too cocky." His voice, strained with rage, betrayed his instability. The group pressed on with their attacks, but the mysterious warrior evaded or countered every strike with uncanny skill. Each blow felt as though it landed upon cotton, leaving them overwhelmed with frustration and anger. Just as despair began to seep in, Goku suddenly sensed a powerful energy surging from within him. This aura was like a roaring tide, instantly enveloping his entire being. Goku was astonished. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing, every vein pulsating with vigor. He was enveloped in a golden glow, his strength amplified in an instant. The brilliance shone like the sun, blinding to behold. Watch this. Goku roared as he charged at the enigmatic warrior, his voice echoing like thunder in the air. The warrior's expression shifted slightly. He sensed the drastic change in Goku's aura, a flicker of fear igniting within him. The two resumed their fierce confrontation, this time with Goku gaining the upper hand. Each of his punches bore cataclysmic force, driving the mysterious warrior back. The warrior began to falter, his aura becoming increasingly disordered. His breath grew rapid and labored, the light surrounding him dimming. Now is our chance. Vegeta cried out. His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. The crowd unleashed their most potent attacks, and in an instant, an array of energy radiance converged, forming a formidable torrent of power that surged toward the mysterious warrior. At last, the enigmatic fighter was vanquished, collapsing to the ground as the luminescence surrounding him gradually faded. His body thudded heavily onto the earth, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the onlookers, causing them to cough incessantly. Victory had finally been achieved. Krillin sank to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. With each inhalation feeling like a tremendous burden, Sun Wukong approached the fallen warrior, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Why do you oppose us?" The mysterious warrior sneered. "This is merely the beginning. Even more formidable adversaries await you." With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his voice laced with a trace of reluctance and despair. The group exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with concern. Meanwhile, people on Earth were watching the battle unfold through a live broadcast, erupting in jubilant cheers for Sun Wukong and his companion's triumph. In the streets and alleys of the city, the populace celebrated their victory with raucous joy. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi anxiously awaited at home with Goten and Gohan's wife, Xiaofang. "Dad and the others will surely be fine," Goten reassured, his eyes filled with unwavering trust and expectation for his father. Xiaofang clasped her hands tightly, her voice trembling. "I hope they return safely," her heart brimming with trepidation. After the battle concluded, Sun Wukong and his companions brought the unconscious warrior back to Earth. Bulma immediately commenced her examination and research on him. "His physical structure is peculiar, seemingly not from our universe," she remarked, her voice infused with astonishment and curiosity, her gaze fixated on the data displayed on the instruments. The Supreme Kai also appeared, stating solemnly, "This may be a threat from another dimension," his tone grave and serious, tightening the atmosphere with apprehension. The group fell into contemplation, realizing that future battles would be even more arduous. Yet, rather than retreating, they resolutely strengthened their resolve to safeguard peace. Chapter 47. Unknown threat. Upon returning to Earth with the unconscious mysterious warrior, the entire world was enveloped in a tension-filled atmosphere intermingled with anticipation. In Bulma's laboratory, various instruments emitted a series of beeps, crisp and urgent, resembling the sound of a racing heartbeat. The lights flickered erratically, casting distorted and eerie shadows of the figures within the room against the walls. The acrid scent of chemical agents permeated the air, causing a tingling sensation in the nostrils. Bulma furrowed her brow, intently analyzing the warrior's physiological data. Her eyes were glued to the screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard, each keystroke producing a rapid succession of sounds. "This is truly bizarre. His cellular structure and energy patterns are entirely unlike anything we know," Bulma muttered to herself. Her voice was suffused with confusion and astonishment, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead and trickling onto the console. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others entered the laboratory. "Bulma, have you made any new discoveries?" Sun Wukong inquired, his tone gentle yet urgent, emanating a faint golden aura. Bulma shook her head. "Not yet, but I sense there is a tremendous secret lurking behind him." A hint of concern flickered in her eyes as her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. "Humph, regardless. We must be prepared for whatever comes." His purple aura flickered slightly, his gaze radiating unwavering resolve. As the group deliberated, the mysterious warrior suddenly regained consciousness. His eyes brimmed with vigilance and hostility, resembling two sharp swords that sent chills down one's spine. "You shall not extract anything from me," he bellowed, his voice hoarse and deep, laden with palpable fury. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "We do not wish to be your adversaries, but you must reveal to us the purpose of your arrival." His gaze was sincere and resolute, attempting to disarm the warrior's defenses. The mysterious warrior sneered. "You ignorant fools have no idea what you are about to face." His laughter echoed ominously in the quiet laboratory. Gohan declared, "Whatever it is, we shall not retreat." His voice resonated with courage and determination, his aura subtly fluctuating. The mysterious warrior paused momentarily before speaking slowly, in the far reaches of the cosmos. "A formidable force is rising, intent on conquering the entire universe." His voice carried a tremor of fear and resignation, as if recalling some harrowing memory. The group felt a tightening in their chests, a heavy pressure engulfing them. They possess immense power and advanced technology. I am merely their vanguard, the mysterious warrior continued, his gaze dimming and body trembling slightly. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow. Why then have they chosen our universe? His voice was filled with doubt, the veins on his forehead slightly protruding. The mysterious warrior regarded them, because your existence poses a threat to them. His eyes swept across the group, laden with complex emotions. At that moment, the alarm on Earth blared suddenly. The sharp sound pierced through the air like a blade, sending hearts racing. This is bad. A multitude of unidentified flying objects is approaching Earth. Bulma cried out, her voice trembling with fear as her eyes fixated on the monitor. The group rushed out of the laboratory, gazing skyward. Countless black ships loomed like ominous clouds on the horizon. The roar of their engines thundered, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Prepare for battle, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice resonating like thunder, igniting the fighting spirit in everyone. The inhabitants of Earth found themselves engulfed in a state of panic, the piercing cries of children echoing sharply, as if to rend the very heavens. The shouts of adults rose and fell, laden with fear and helplessness. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the sweat of the masses, creating a stifling atmosphere. Fear not, for we shall protect you, Gohan reassured the crowd, his voice warm and resolute, instilling a glimmer of hope within the hearts of the people. Son Goku and his companions transformed into Super Saiyans, soaring into the sky. Golden and purple auras blazed against the darkened world, illuminating the night. The clash with their adversaries erupted instantaneously, the collision of energies lighting up the firmament. The brilliance was blinding, rendering it nearly impossible to behold. The thunderous explosions reverberated, as if attempting to tear the sky asunder. These foes are formidable, Krillin exclaimed, his voice tinged with tension and exhaustion, his body adorned with numerous wounds. Vegeta roared in fury, no matter who they are, they shall not desecrate our home. His voice resonated like the growl of a beast, imbued with boundless rage. Son Goku, amidst the fray, remained vigilant, keenly observing the movements of the enemy. The wind howled past his ears, stinging his face. Everyone, take heed. They seem to be searching for something, Goku declared, his voice cutting through the chaos with startling clarity. At that moment, a formidable energy beam erupted from an enemy spacecraft, hurtling directly towards Earth. The beam radiated a sense of impending doom, warping the very air it traversed. We must stop it, Gohan cried, dashing forward with the speed of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. In a desperate act, he successfully intercepted the strike, though he sustained grave injuries in the process. With a gasp, Gohan expelled a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets dispersing into the air, saturating it with a metallic tang. Gohan, Son Goku shouted, his tone rife with concern and indignation, his energy flaring with renewed fervor. The battle intensified, yet the enemy's numbers appeared inexhaustible. Each assault bore down with a weighty pressure, rendering it difficult to breathe. This cannot continue, Tien Shinhan remarked, his voice hoarse from exertion, his garments soaked with perspiration. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, a mysterious warrior materialized. An otherworldly glow radiated from his being, making it difficult to gaze directly upon him. I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition, the enigmatic fighter proposed, his voice laced with hesitation and inner conflict. What condition? Vegeta inquired, his eyes brimming with skepticism and caution. Once you have vanquished them, you must allow me to depart, the mysterious warrior stated. Son Goku pondered for a moment before responding, very well, provided your assistance is genuine. With that, the mysterious warrior joined the fray, showcasing immense power and swiftly turning the tide of battle. His movements were sharp and enigmatic, leaving the enemy unprepared. Through the collective efforts of all, the adversary began to retreat. The sound of the spaceship's engines gradually faded, and the smoke in the sky slowly dissipated. Earth momentarily regained its tranquility, yet everyone understood that a greater crisis loomed ahead. Chapter 48. The intensification of crisis after the enemy's withdrawal. Sun Wukong and his companions returned to the ground, carrying the injured Gohan. As they touched down, they could feel the earth still radiating the warmth of battle, slightly scorching beneath their feet. Gohan, how are you? Chi-Chi rushed forward, her eyes filled with worry and sorrow. Her voice trembled with emotion as her hands gently caressed Gohan's face. Gohan managed to muster a faint smile. Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. His voice was weak and hoarse, each word seeming to strain his very being. Bulma immediately began to treat Gohan, while the others gathered anxiously around them. The healing device emitted a low hum, and a green light flickered over Gohan. This enemy is far more formidable than we anticipated, Tianjin frowned, his voice brimming with concern as sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the ground. Vegeta snorted dismissively. Regardless, we cannot retreat. His purple aura flickered around him, a testament to his inner fury and defiance. Sun Wukong gazed into the sky, lost in contemplation. What exactly are they searching for? Why did they suddenly attack Earth? His eyes were profound and bewildered, the gentle breeze lifting the corners of his garments. At that moment, the Kaioshin appeared, his figure reminiscent of a phantom, shrouded in an air of mystery. Sun Wukong, this crisis may be more severe than any we have faced before. The Kaioshin's voice was grave, as if a massive stone weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The group turned their gaze toward the Kaioshin, their eyes reflecting both anticipation and a hint of trepidation. The force that the mysterious warrior spoke of has, to my knowledge, conquered multiple universes, employing exceedingly cruel methods, the Kaioshin continued. His words echoed through the air, instilling a chill within the assembly. As they listened, the weight in their hearts grew heavier, as if a great mountain pressed upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. We must swiftly devise a response, Sun Wukong declared, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling a glimmer of hope among them. At this juncture, Bulma interjected. I will accelerate my research on the mysterious warrior's physiology, hoping to uncover useful clues. Her eyes, though weary, were filled with determination as she hurried into the laboratory. In the days that followed, everyone busied themselves with preparations. Sun Wukong and Vegeta relentlessly trained, striving to surpass their limits. Each surge of energy erupted like thunder, resonating through the surrounding air. Sweat drenched their garments, and their muscles ached as if on the brink of rupture. Meanwhile, Krillin and Tianjin trained together, enhancing their cooperative synergy. Their fists and feet collided, resonating with dull thuds, breaths coming in quick, heavy gasps. Bulma toiled ceaselessly in her laboratory, the glow of instruments and data rendering her eyes bloodshot. The acrid scent of chemicals permeated the entire lab, her fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, producing a crisp, staccato sound. One day, Bulma burst forth with excitement, her hurried steps stirring a gust of wind. I've made a discovery. There exists a unique energy frequency within the body of the mysterious warrior, possibly linked to their communications, she exclaimed. Her voice, tinged with exhilaration, rang sharp, her face aglow with enthusiasm. Instantly, everyone gathered around her, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Perhaps we can utilize this frequency to discern their plans, Bulma continued, her voice urgent, as if fearing the loss of a single moment. Thus, preparations commenced to decode this frequency. The atmosphere in the lab crackled with tension. Various instruments' indicator lights flickering incessantly, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. At that moment, Earth was struck once more by an assault. This time, the enemy was more numerous and formidable. A deafening roar echoed from the heavens, as if intent on tearing the planet asunder. Damn it, they're back! Vegeta seethed, his voice laced with fury as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared into the sky. Without hesitation, Goku charged upward, rallying everyone. Let us all go together. His voice resonated like a battle horn, spurring the group into action. The clash erupted instantly, plunging the entire Earth into chaos. Buildings crumbled under the onslaught of energy, producing a cacophony of thunderous crashes. Debris and rubble flew in all directions, striking the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. People fled in all directions, their cries intermingling with wails of despair. An atmosphere of dread enveloped the air, suffocating in its intensity. We must hold the line, Gohan shouted, disregarding his injuries as he re-entered the fray. Goku faced off against the enemy leader in a fierce duel, their energies colliding and resulting in a tremendous explosion. With a resounding boom, a blinding light erupted, so radiant that it was blinding, accompanied by a searing wave of heat that seemed poised to incinerate everything. This guy is too strong. Goku gritted his teeth. Each of his strikes was executed with every ounce of his strength, his muscles taut as steel. Vegeta valiantly resisted the attacks of other foes, already wounded in multiple places. Blood stained his clothing, the metallic scent permeating the air. Krillin and Tien fought desperately, yet the formidable strength of the adversaries began to overwhelm them. Bulma anxiously observed from the rear, gripping the communicator tightly, striving to decode the frequency as swiftly as possible. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, rendering her nearly breathless with tension. Suddenly, the enemy leader unleashed a powerful energy wave, hurtling towards Goku. The energy wave, imbued with the essence of destruction, distorted the very fabric of space in its wake. "Goku, be careful!" Vegeta exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. Goku had no time to evade and was struck by the energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth was concaved, dust swirling in the air. "Goku!" The others cried out, their voices saturated with despair and concern. In that perilous moment, a mysterious warrior emerged. "I am here to assist you," the enigmatic figure declared, his voice deep and resolute, radiating a formidable aura. He charged towards the enemy leader, engaging him in a fierce battle. The silhouettes of the two clashed in the sky, energy illuminating the entire battlefield. With the mysterious warrior's aid, Goku rose once more to rejoin the fray. After a grueling confrontation, the enemy finally retreated. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic scent of blood, inducing nausea. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Each inhalation was laced with pain and fatigue, sweat cascading down like rain, pooling on the ground. "We can no longer remain passive," Goku asserted, his voice weak yet imbued with determination. At that moment, Bulma rushed over. "I have deciphered the frequency," though her voice trembled with profound worry. "But what?" they inquired eagerly. "They are preparing to launch a large-scale attack to annihilate the Earth," Bulma revealed, her tone heavy with despair, tears welling in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned grave. Chapter 49. A fight to the death. The grim news brought by Bulma plunged everyone into a chasm of despair. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on each heart, nearly suffocating them. "What are we to do? Is Earth truly destined for destruction?" Krillin's voice quivered, his face a mask of hopelessness. His eyes were vacant, hands hanging limply at his sides, as if all strength had been drained from his body. Even in death, we shall fight to the bitter end," Vegeta declared through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with unyielding fury. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the effort, his purple aura flickering, reflecting his inner wrath and resolve. Goku rose, his gaze resolute as he addressed his comrades. "We cannot surrender like this. There must be a way to thwart them." His voice was steady and powerful, instilling boundless courage and confidence in those who listened. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, offering a momentary coolness. Chi-Chi, cradling Goten, fought back tears. "Goku, you must protect everyone." Her voice quivered with emotion, her grip on Goten tightening, her body trembling slightly. Goten, mustering his strength, responded, "Dad, I will fight alongside you." His complexion was pale, yet determination shone in his eyes, the pain from his injuries still gnawing at him. At that moment, the enigmatic warrior approached. "Perhaps we can unite the forces of other planets." His voice was deep and solemn, laced with a hint of anticipation. "Can this truly work?" Tianjin Fan inquired skeptically, furrowing his brow, his eyes brimming with concern as beads of sweat trickled down his cheek. The mysterious warrior nodded. "It is worth a try. I know of several planets whose warriors possess great strength." His expression was grave, as if he were deep in contemplation. Thus, the group resolved to act independently. Sun Wukong and Vegeta journeyed to Namek, seeking assistance from its warriors. Tianjin Fan and Krillin would reach out to other worlds they had previously encountered. Meanwhile, Gohan remained behind to recuperate while aiding Bulma in her research against their foe. After a prolonged interstellar voyage, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally arrived on Namek. The air was imbued with an unusual fragrance, reminiscent of a blend of various herbs. "Is this truly Namek? The atmosphere feels distinctly different," Vegeta remarked. His brow knitted as he scanned their surroundings, the ground beneath their feet soft and damp. They met with the Grand Elder of Namek to explain their purpose. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder replied, "We cannot stand idly by as Earth faces peril. However, our strength is also limited." His voice was low and raspy, echoing a lifetime of trials. Sun Wukong implored, "Please, you must devise a solution." His eyes sparkled with hope as his hands clenched instinctively. At that juncture, a warrior from Namek stepped forward. "I am willing to fight alongside you." His voice was resounding and resolute, his muscles taut, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan and Krillin encountered difficulties. Many planets rejected their pleas out of fear. Is there truly no hope? Krillin lamented, his tone heavy with disappointment, his steps growing leaden. Tianjin Fan encouraged him. Do not lose heart. We shall continue our search. He patted Krillin's shoulder, his eyes still glimmering with the light of hope. On Earth, Gohan and Bulma were also laboring diligently. Aunt Bulma, this device requires some enhancements, Gohan stated, pointing to a piece of equipment. His voice carried a trace of exhaustion. Yet his gaze remained focused. Bulma wiped her brow. All right, I'm on it. The laboratory was filled with the aromas of various chemical agents, the instruments flickering with light, emitting a steady hum. At last, the day arrived when the enemy would launch a massive assault. In the sky, a multitude of enemy ships appeared, blotting out the sun. The roar of their engines thundered, causing a ringing in the ears of all. Prepare yourselves, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice resonating across the battlefield, infused with fearless courage. People on Earth hurried into shelters, engulfed in fear and anxiety that enveloped the entire planet. The cries of children and the prayers of adults intertwine, creating a profound sense of anguish. The battle is on the brink of eruption, as Sun Wukong and his allies charge toward the enemy forces. The cacophony of energy collisions and explosions is deafening, as if it could shatter eardrums. A kaleidoscope of vibrant energy illuminates the sky, blinding those who gaze upon it. Vegeta bellows in fury, hurling an adversary into the air. His body is drenched in the blood of enemies, the metallic scent permeating the atmosphere. Sun Wukong unleashes his full power, engaging the enemy with fervor. Each strike is accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet the sheer number of foes proves overwhelming, and they gradually find themselves ensnared in a precarious situation. This cannot continue. Tien Shinhan exclaims, his voice ragged from exhaustion, blood seeping from his wounds. At that moment, a mysterious warrior identifies a vulnerability in the enemy's defenses. Attack there, he shouts, pointing at a flagship of the enemy forces. His tone is urgent and tense, a glimmer of hope reflected in his eyes. The group channels their energy toward the flagship, launching a concentrated assault. The vessel begins to teeter under the onslaught of their formidable energy strikes. The sound of twisting metal and falling debris intertwines in a chaotic symphony. Put in more effort, Sun Wukong urges, his voice resonating with strength, his aura blazing with intensity. At last, the flagship explodes, plunging the enemy into disarray. A tremendous shockwave renders the surrounding air scorching, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Now is the time to counterattack, Vegeta exclaims, excitement lacing his voice as he charges toward the enemy once more. Seizing the opportunity, the group retaliates, and the tide of battle shifts dramatically. However, the enemy does not surrender easily. The fight remains fiercely intense. Blood stains the earth, the metallic tang of soil mingling with the stench of blood, evoking nausea. Smoke fills the air, irritating the eyes and throats of all present. Sun Wukong and his comrades grit their teeth, resolutely continuing the fight. Their hearts harbor a singular conviction: to protect Earth, to safeguard their home. Chapter 50. Hope in the wake of Sun Wukong and his comrades' valiant counteroffensive. The enemy's momentum has finally been stifled. Yet the battlefield remains dire, with both sides locked in a stalemate. Smoke billows, the acrid scent assaulting every nostril. Let us intensify our efforts. We cannot afford to give them a moment's respite. Sun Wukong's voice booms, echoing across the smoke-filled battlefield. His voice, hoarse yet brimming with power, melds with the golden aura that flickers amidst the haze. Vegeta gasps for breath, his wounds weeping blood, the metallic scent thick in the air. Humph! These scoundrels shall not prevail easily. His gaze remains steadfast, the violet aura pulsating as if narrating his indomitable spirit. Tien Shinhan and Krillin support one another, weary yet resolute, determined to persist in their struggle. Sweat drenched their garments, and each breath felt unbearably heavy. Gohan, in the rear, was consumed with urgency. I must recover swiftly and join the fray. His gaze was fixed intently on the battlefield, fists clenched tightly. Bulma, meanwhile, nervously manipulated the instruments, striving to provide greater assistance to the warriors on the front lines. The incessant beeping of the devices filled the air, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. At that moment, the enemy launched another fierce assault. Countless energy beams cascaded from above like a meteor shower, accompanied by a piercing roar. Be careful! Goku soared into the air, shielding most of the attacks with his own body. A tremendous force struck him, as if his very being were about to be torn asunder. Goku! The others exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with terror and concern. Goku crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater, dust swirling around him. He struggled to rise. But his injuries were too severe, rendering him momentarily immobile, each breath a sharp agony. Dad! Gohan cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. Vegeta roared as he charged towards the enemy. You bastards! His strikes grew fiercer, seemingly a release of all his pent-up fury. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, as if the scales of victory were tipping in favor of the adversary. The acrid smoke blurred vision, while the relentless sounds of explosions and cries made hearts race in sheer anxiety. Yet, at that critical juncture, a powerful presence suddenly emerged from the distance. This aura brushed against them like a spring breeze, instilling a flicker of hope. The mysterious warrior looked up in astonishment, his eyes brimming with expectation. A group of unfamiliar figures appeared on the horizon, radiating immense strength. Their brilliance sparkled like beacons in the darkness. Reinforcements! Krillin exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. A long-lost smile gracing his face. It turned out that, through the relentless efforts of Tien and Krillin, several warriors from other planets had finally arrived to lend their aid. Friends from Earth, we are here to assist you. One of the warriors proclaimed, his voice resonant and powerful, imbued with a sense of justice. With the arrival of these new allies, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The enemy found themselves on the defensive, their lines gradually crumbling. The clash of energies intensified. The light, so dazzling it was blinding. With the support of his comrades, Goku rose once more, determination flickering in his eyes. Together, let us drive them away for good. His voice rang out like a battle cry, inspiring all around him. On the battlefield, energy beams crisscrossed in a dazzling display, the clamor of combat deafening. The wind, explosions, and shouts intertwined, creating a vibrant symphony of battle. Vegeta unleashed his full power, striking down the enemy before him with a single blow. The enemy's body was propelled forth like a cannonball, emitting a muffled thud. Tianjin Fan's Kiko cannon unleashed its immense power, causing adversaries to fall one after another. The brilliance of the Kiko cannon illuminated the entire battlefield, evoking an unparalleled sense of awe. Through collective effort, the enemy began to falter, retreating chaotically from the field. Their footsteps frantic and tinged with fear and despair. Don't let them escape, Gohan cried out, his voice brimming with unwillingness. Yet, Sun Wukong restrained everyone, stating, do not pursue the desperate foe. First, ensure the safety of the Earth. His voice was calm and rational. After the battlefield lay in disarray. The smoke gradually dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the land. The warm rays touched their skin, yet failed to dispel the profound weariness. Exhausted, the group collapsed to the ground, their faces radiant with the joy of victory. The scent of earth mingled with the metallic tang of blood and the remnants of gunpowder, stirring deep emotions. We won, Krillin murmured, his voice faint yet filled with solace as he gazed skyward, tears blurring his vision. Gohan approached Sun Wukong, saying, Father, this victory is thanks to everyone's efforts. His tone was imbued with admiration and pride. Sun Wukong smiled at the gathering, affirming, indeed, this is our shared triumph. His smile was warm and resolute, the wounds on his body starkly visible under the sunlight. At that moment, reinforcements arrived. Thank you for your support. Without you, I shudder to think of the outcome, Bulma remarked, her voice laden with gratitude, her hair disheveled and her face dusted with grime. We are all here to uphold justice. There is no need for formality, the leader of the reinforcements replied, his gaze filled with appreciation for Sun Wukong and his companions. As Earth gradually returned to its former tranquility, people emerged from their shelters, cheering the names of the heroes. Sun Wukong, Vegeta. The cheers surged like waves, one after another. Chi-Chi, with their child in tow, found Sun Wukong and exclaimed, Goku, I'm so relieved you are safe. Her voice trembled with emotion as she embraced him tightly. Sun Wukong held his family close, saying, I'm sorry for making you worry. His eyes reflected guilt and tenderness. In the days that followed, they began the arduous task of rebuilding their home. Though the journey was fraught with challenges, hope filled every heart. One day, Sun Wukong stood alone atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying the fragrant essence of blooming flora. Although this crisis had passed, the future held unknown challenges. He mused to himself, his gaze deep and resolute, as if peering through the dense mists of what lay ahead. Yet, he understood that regardless of the obstacles the future might present, they would not waver, for they were the guardians of Earth, the harbingers of hope. Chapter 51. A new journey through arduous battles. In the process of reconstruction, Earth gradually regained its former vitality. The sun bathed the Earth in its golden light, while a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers and the melodious chirping of birds. Life resumed its normal rhythm, and the streets were once again filled with laughter and joy. One day, Sun Wukong sat at home, sharing a meal with Chi-Chi and Wu-Tian. The dining table was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes, steaming and aromatic. "Dad, will you still fight against the villains?" Wu-Tian inquired, his large eyes reflecting both curiosity and a hint of concern. Sun Wukong affectionately ruffled Wu-Tian's hair and smiled. "As long as there are those who threaten the peace of everyone, I shall take up the fight." His voice was gentle yet resolute, as he lifted a morsel of food to his mouth with his chopsticks. Chi-Chi sighed with a touch of exasperation. "Wukong, you must be careful." Her gaze was filled with worry as she served Wu-Tian more food. At that moment, Vegeta appeared unexpectedly at the door, his presence like a specter that captured everyone's attention. "Kakarot, the Supreme Kai is calling for us," Vegeta stated with a serious demeanor, his tone low and urgent. Sun Wukong set down his bowl and chopsticks, rising to his feet. "Then let us hurry." As they journeyed to the Supreme Kai's realm alongside Vegeta, the wind howled past their ears, carrying a chill with it. Upon their arrival, the Supreme Kai greeted them with a grave expression. "Sun Wukong, Vegeta, although Earth is safe for the moment, I sense a mysterious and malevolent force emerging in the universe. This power is immensely strong and poses a potential threat to the entire cosmos." The Supreme Kai's voice echoed through the vastness of the divine realm, laden with deep concern. Exchanging a determined glance with Vegeta, Sun Wukong affirmed, "Supreme Kai, we shall investigate this matter thoroughly." His voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Back on Earth, they convened everyone. A multitude gathered on an open expanse of grass, where the surrounding greenery swayed in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. "This mission may prove perilous, but we cannot stand idly by," Vegeta declared, crossing his arms and surveying each individual. Tianjin nodded in agreement. "We will face this together." His gaze was steadfast, exuding a calm aura. Thus, they embarked on a new journey, boarding their spaceship and traversing the vast cosmos. During their voyage, they encountered a myriad of peculiar celestial bodies and enigmatic phenomena. Outside the spaceship's window, resplendent star rivers shimmered, resembling a fantastical dream. "Wow, what is that?" Krillin exclaimed, pointing at a colossal nebula outside. The nebula was a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a painting from a dream, radiating an enchanting glow. "Focus, we have an important mission," Vegeta admonished. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze ahead. At last, they arrived at a mysterious planet. The environment was harsh, with fierce winds howling and swirling sandstorms enveloping them, stinging their faces like shards of glass. "Everyone, be cautious," Sun Wukong warned, his voice nearly drowned by the tumultuous winds. As they set foot on the planet, they were immediately besieged by a horde of monstrous creatures. The roars of these beasts were deafening, instilling a profound sense of dread. "Humph! These mere minions shall be dealt with swiftly," Vegeta proclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan in an instant, charging forward. An aura of purple energy radiated from him, and his formidable presence dispersed the surrounding dust. Goku, refusing to be outdone, joined the fray, his figure darting through the swarm of monsters like a bolt of lightning. Though the creatures lacked strength, their sheer numbers posed a challenge, and it took considerable effort for the group to repel them. Sweat drenched their garments, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and dust. This was merely the beginning. Vigilance was imperative, Goku stated, breathing heavily yet maintaining a keen gaze. As they ventured deeper into the planet, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The walls of the structure were adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of antiquity and enigma. "It seems there are secrets hidden here," Tien remarked, curiosity lacing his voice. Just as they prepared to explore the ruins, a formidable force surged forth from within. This energy was like a relentless tide, nearly overwhelming their ability to stand. "This power is troubling," Goku said, his expression grave. his body tense as he braced for the impending challenge. A colossal figure emerged slowly from the ruins, drawing the attention of all present. This towering entity loomed like a mountain, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop the entire world. It was a monstrous creature, its physique akin to that of a small hill, covered in hard scales that shimmered with a dim light. Each scale appeared as if steeped in darkness, exuding a chilling aura. Its eyes blazed like burning flames, revealing an insatiable ferocity and malice, as though they could incinerate one's very soul. "What on earth is that?" Krillin uttered in terror, his voice trembling. He instinctively took a few steps back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks, bringing a chilling sensation. "Whatever it is, let us strike first and ask questions later," Vegeta bellowed, charging ahead. His purple aura surged dramatically, akin to a blazing violet flame, with a powerful energy that heated the air around them. Goku followed closely, his own energy erupting in a brilliant golden radiance that dispelled the surrounding darkness. The creature swung its massive claws, conjuring a tempestuous wind that howled like a ferocious beast, aimed straight at Vegeta. "Be careful," Goku shouted, his voice seeming faint amidst the roar, yet filled with concern. Vegeta sidestepped the attack, launching his own counterstrike. However, his assault struck the creature but seemed to vanish into the abyss, inflicting no discernible harm. A dull thud echoed through the air as Vegeta's fist struck what felt like unyielding steel, the recoil sending a numbing sensation coursing through his arm. "This creature's defense is formidable." Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury and frustration, his hands trembling slightly from exertion. Goku, gathering his strength, unleashed a powerful blow against the monster, yet it merely staggered back a few steps. It felt as though his fist had collided with a colossal rubber wall, a tremendous counterforce jolting his body. "This won't suffice. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness," Goku declared, his tone steady and composed, his gaze swiftly scanning the beast in search of a vulnerability. The group began to disperse, keenly observing the creature's movements. A palpable tension enveloped the air, each individual's breath quickening and growing heavier. Gohan soon perceived that the monster's abdomen appeared particularly vulnerable and shouted, "Aim for its midsection." His voice, tinged with excitement, took on an almost piercing quality. Responding to his command, the others focused their attacks on the monster's belly. In an instant, a dazzling array of energy beams converged, resembling a vibrant display of fireworks illuminating the shadowy corners of the battlefield. The creature roared furiously, retaliating with relentless force. Its deafening growl seemed capable of shattering eardrums, while each swipe of its claws stirred up a tempest, the air thick with the acrid stench of blood and decay. Tien unleashed his Kikaho, a torrent of energy surging toward the monster's abdomen. The blast shone like a brilliant white lightning bolt, piercing through the surrounding darkness. The monster, struck by the pain, slowed its movements, a flicker of agony and rage flashing in its eyes, its aura becoming increasingly chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Goku and Vegeta launched another assault. Goku's fists radiated a golden luminescence, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power, while Vegeta's energy waves surged forth like a purple torrent, relentless and overwhelming. After an intense battle, the creature finally collapsed, its massive form crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that sent tremors through the earth. "At last, it's over," Krillin exhaled with relief. Sinking to the ground, he gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, disappearing as it struck the parched earth. However, before they could catch their breath, ominous growls reverberated through the ruins. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that sent chills down their spines. "This is bad. Are there more monsters?" Gohan voiced his apprehension, anxiety lacing his tone as his vigilant eyes scanned the depths of the ruins. At that moment, a horde of bizarre creatures surged forth from the ruins. Some were colossal, others swift as the wind, and some capable of unleashing devastating energy waves. "It appears this place is far more perilous than we anticipated," Goku remarked, furrowing his brow. His gaze grew resolute, and the aura surrounding him surged anew. "Regardless of the circumstances, we must not falter," Vegeta proclaimed, his voice brimming with fighting spirit and determination, the violet flames of his energy burning more fiercely. The group plunged back into battle. The battlefield was ablaze with flashes of energy, the air resonating with thunderous roars. Each clash of energy unleashed tremendous shockwaves, causing the surrounding walls and ground to tremble violently, debris and dust scattering in every direction. As Goku fought, he contemplated strategies. His eyes swiftly scanned the horde of monsters. His mind racing. Continuing this way is not a solution. We must identify the source controlling these creatures, Goku declared, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle. Gradually, the group ventured deeper into the ruins, where an enigmatic aura enveloped them, imbued with an ancient and sinister essence that evoked a sense of oppression. The runes on the walls flickered with an eerie light, dimming and brightening as if whispering secrets untold. Everyone, be cautious. There may be traps ahead, Tien warned. His voice laced with vigilance, his gaze fixed on the surroundings. Suddenly, fissures appeared in the ground, spewing forth searing flames. The flames surged like dragons, lunging menacingly at the group. Krillin was caught off guard and burned by the flames. His clothes ignited instantly, pain searing through his skin as the acrid smell of charred fabric filled the air. Krillin. Goku's heart raced with urgency. His eyes reflected deep concern and anger as he dashed towards Krillin, rescuing him from the inferno. Bulma anxiously observed the combat from the rear, clutching a device in an attempt to decipher the secrets of the ruins. The instrument's screen flickered with a plethora of data and images, her expression intense and anxious. "Hold on, everyone. I believe I've made a discovery," Bulma exclaimed, her voice infused with excitement and hope. Amidst the arduous battle, the group gradually approached the core of the ruins. There, they uncovered a colossal energy sphere, surrounded by intricate runes. The sphere emanated a formidable and malevolent aura, sending chills down their spines. "This must be the key to controlling the monsters," Gohan asserted, his eyes filled with resolve. "Then let us destroy it," Vegeta declared, preparing to charge forward. "Wait, there may be danger," Goku cautioned, intercepting him. Goku's instincts warned him that this energy sphere would not be easily subdued. Just as they hesitated, the energy sphere unleashed a powerful wave of energy, repelling them all. The surge was as relentless as a tsunami, sending their bodies hurtling through the air like leaves in a tempest. "Damn it!" Goku rose from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained steadfast. "It seems we must fight with all our might." Vegeta charged forward once more, emanating an aura of reckless determination. The others followed suit, launching their attacks against the energy sphere. In an instant, a myriad of energy beams converged, coalescing into a formidable force that surged towards the sphere. Under the collective onslaught, the energy sphere began to crack. The fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, accompanied by a sizzling sound as potent energy leaked through the crevices. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated. A colossal shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything within the ruins. The creatures within the ruins lost control in an instant, collapsing to the ground as if they were blocks deprived of support, scattered across the floor. "We did it!" The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices resonating with a blend of joy and fatigue, finally welcoming the dawn of victory after such a fierce battle. However, before they could celebrate, the ruins began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Stones from the walls tumbled down with a thunderous crash. "Run!" Goku shouted, his tone urgent and decisive. The group hastily sprinted toward the exit, their footsteps echoing with a heightened urgency amidst the shaking ruins, their hearts pounding like drums. Just as they burst out of the ruins, the structure crumbled entirely, sending up a cloud of dust. The dust enveloped them like a yellow fog, causing them to cough uncontrollably. "That was close," Krillin remarked, his voice trembling, his face coated in grime. "But at least we've resolved this predicament," Goku replied, a contented smile gracing his face, though marred by wounds. His eyes still gleamed with unwavering resolve and confidence. The group gazed at the collapsed ruins, their faces reflecting a sense of relief. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon them, elongating their shadows, as if narrating tales of their bravery and resilience. Through this battle, they had once again safeguarded peace. Chapter 53. The Crisis of the Universe after settling the troubles within the ruins. Goku and his companions took a brief respite before preparing to return to Earth. Yet, during their return journey, they received an urgent communication from Bulma. "Goku, something terrible has happened. Earth is facing a colossal crisis." Bulma's voice was laced with anxiety and fear, crackling through the communicator with an electrifying tension. "What? Bulma, what exactly is happening?" Goku inquired urgently, his brow furrowed, deep concern evident in his gaze, the ship's lights casting shadows across his face. A mysterious dark force is invading Earth, its power beyond imagination, and the cities have descended into chaos, Bulma explained, her voice trembling, as the background echoed with the sounds of panic and the thunderous collapse of buildings. Upon hearing the news, the crowd's countenance changed drastically, as if a heavy stone had been placed upon their hearts. "We must return at once," Vegeta exclaimed, his violet aura surging with intensity, his eyes ablaze with fury. Goku nodded, and the group hastened the speed of their spacecraft. The vessel sped through the cosmos, the stars outside retreating swiftly, imparting a powerful sensation of acceleration. When they finally arrived on Earth, the scene before them was nothing short of shocking. The city was engulfed in flames and ruins. Fire danced in the wind, crackling ominously, while thick black smoke billowed upwards, obscuring the sky. People fled in terror and despair, their cries and wails intertwining, piercing the ears of the onlookers. "What in the world is happening?" Gohan exclaimed angrily, his voice quivering with rage, fists clenched unconsciously. "It seems a formidable enemy is at work," Tien said, his brow furrowed. His serious gaze surveyed the devastation, filled with anger and helplessness. Goku and the others immediately sprang into action, commencing their search for the source of this dark power. They navigated through the city, stepping over shattered stones and shards of glass that crunched beneath their feet. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries and collapsing buildings, each noise piercing their hearts like a sharp blade. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and the acrid stench of burning, making it difficult to breathe, mingled with the metallic scent of blood that induced a wave of nausea. "Over there," Krillin shouted, pointing towards a massive black energy sphere in the distance. This orb resembled a dark sun, emanating a terrifying aura, distorting the surrounding space. The group rushed towards the energy sphere. As they approached, an overwhelming pressure assailed them, akin to an invisible giant's hand pressing down, making it nearly impossible to advance. "This force is truly dreadful," Tien managed to say, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and sliding down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Goku gritted his teeth, declaring resolutely, "No matter what, we must stop it." His voice was firm and powerful, his golden aura flaring with renewed vigor. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the energy sphere, shrouded in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable, yet an aura of malevolence enveloped them. "Haha, you have finally arrived," the figure sneered, its voice echoing as though from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. The onlookers focused intently, revealing a mysterious individual radiating dark energy, eyes glimmering with a crimson glow, reminiscent of smoldering coals. "Who are you? Why do you wish to destroy Earth?" Vegeta demanded, his voice thunderous, reverberating through the air. The mysterious figure chuckled softly. "I am here to annihilate everything. You insignificant insects cannot hope to thwart me." Its laughter reverberated through the darkness, sending shivers down their spines. Having spoken, the enigmatic figure waved his hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy that surged towards the onlookers. This wave, accompanied by a howling wind, tore through the air, producing a hissing sound as it passed. Sun Wukong and his companions swiftly braced themselves, and the collision of energies resulted in a tremendous explosion. With a resounding roar, brilliance erupted, the powerful shockwave once again lifting the debris around them, with stones cascading down like raindrops. "Everyone, be cautious," Gohan shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the explosion. The mysterious figure's assaults came in relentless waves, akin to surging tides, overwhelming them with their ferocity. Gradually, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Each defense sapped their strength. "This cannot continue. We must discern his weakness," Sun Wukong urged, his tone urgent as his eyes rapidly scanned the mysterious figure. They defended against the onslaught, while simultaneously observing the figure's movements. Each of his attacks radiated immense power, causing the very space around them to tremble. Suddenly, Sun Wukong noted that the energy for each of the figure's strikes seemed to emanate from a rune upon his chest, which flickered with an eerie luminescence as if pulsating. "Target the rune on his chest," Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice imbued with hope and determination. The group consolidated their strength and launched an assault aimed at the figure's chest. Various beams of energy converged, forming a formidable light. The mysterious figure sensed their intent and reinforced his defenses, conjuring a black shield in an attempt to thwart their attack. "Do not let him succeed," Vegeta roared, pouring forth all his might. His purple aura surged, resembling a blazing violet flame. Through their relentless efforts, they finally breached the figure's defenses and struck the rune on his chest. The rune shattered instantly, and the figure let out a pained cry as the dark energy began to spiral out of control, rampaging like a frenzied beast. "Now's our chance," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice ringing like a battle horn, galvanizing the others. Together, they launched one final assault, a powerful surge of energy enveloping the mysterious figure. Under the tremendous force, he disintegrated into nothingness. The dark energy sphere dissipated, and tranquility gradually returned to the city. "It's finally over," Krillin said, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. His attire lay in tatters, his body smeared with dust and blood. Yet, before they could even allow themselves a moment of respite, a new crisis emerged. Chapter 54. The Rise of Darkness. Just as Sun Wukong and his companions had resolved the threat of the mysterious figure, they scarcely had time to catch their breath before sensing a far more potent and malevolent presence spreading across the earth. This aura, thick as viscous ink, rapidly saturated every inch of space, inducing an overwhelming sense of oppression. "This presence bodes ill. A new adversary approaches," Sun Wukong said, his brow furrowed as he remained alert to the surrounding movements. His heartbeat resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the silence, each thump laden with tension and unease. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he declared, "No matter who comes, they shall not return." His voice brimmed with fury, and the violet aura enveloping him flickered, mirroring the inferno within. Gohan surveyed the ravaged city, his heart ablaze with indignation. "These fiends have laid waste to our planet. They must not go unpunished." His gaze burned with unwavering resolve, his nostrils flaring with rage. Suddenly, a colossal black vortex materialized in the sky, and a dark figure began to descend slowly from its depths. The vortex resembled an immense black hole, exuding an insatiable gravitational pull that instantly devoured the surrounding clouds. The figure shrouded in darkness was obscured, yet the overwhelming aura it emanated rendered the onlookers breathless. Each inhalation felt as if it were burdened by lead, heavy and laborious. "You insignificant insects, do you truly believe that defeating a mere pawn will save this planet?" The figure's voice was deep and raspy, as if it emerged from the very bowels of hell. Its tone reverberated through the air, imbued with a chilling essence that pierced the eardrums. Goku stepped forward boldly. "Whoever you are, if you seek to destroy the earth, we shall not let you prevail." His voice was resolute and powerful, his golden aura blazing fiercely, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The shadowy figure scoffed. Do you truly think you stand a chance?" Its laughter echoed like the haunting cry of a night owl, sending shivers down spines. Without warning, the dark figure unleashed a torrent of formidable dark energy, surging towards the crowd. The energy surged forth like a black wave, imbued with the intent to annihilate everything in its path. "Be careful," Tien shouted, prompting everyone to unleash their defensive techniques. Their auras erupted in unison, a kaleidoscope of colors intertwining to form a formidable barrier. The clash of energy resulted in a colossal shockwave, further devastating the already crumbling structures, debris scattering everywhere. Stones crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, raising clouds of dust. "This foe is overwhelmingly powerful," Krillin exclaimed, his voice tinged with terror, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like rain, cooling his flushed cheeks. Goku's gaze remained steadfast. "Fear not, everyone. Let us unite." His voice possessed a magical quality, reigniting the fighting spirit within the group. They charged toward the dark figure, engaging in an intense battle. The air crackled with fierce energy fluctuations, sending prickles across their skin. The Shadow's attacks were both sinister and brutal, each strike infused with tremendous force. Its movements were as swift as lightning, conjuring a tempest that howled in their ears. Vegeta was struck back by the Shadow's assault, crashing heavily against a wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled, sending dust billowing into the air. "Damn it!" Vegeta bellowed, charging forward once more. His eyes were bloodshot, and wounds on his body oozed blood, filling the air with a grotesque stench. Gohan summoned all his strength, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Yet the Shadow merely waved his hand lightly, dissipating the wave effortlessly. The fading energy emitted a hissing sound, as if it were being consumed. How could he be so formidable? Gohan was taken aback, his breaths becoming rapid and labored, each inhale weighing heavily upon him. Sun Wukong, amidst the chaos of battle, sought a flaw in the shadow's movements, and suddenly, he perceived that the shadow appeared to be constrained by some unseen force. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on his left side, Sun Wukong proclaimed loudly, his voice cutting through the tumultuous battlefield with urgency and hope. Upon hearing his command, the group redirected their assaults toward the shadow's left. A multitude of energy beams converged, resembling a magnificent rainbow imbued with lethal power. The shadow began to falter, his defenses cracking under the pressure. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong launched a vigorous attack, striking the shadow directly. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had frozen, pierced only by the shadow's anguished wail. The shadow recoiled, emitting a piercing scream, retreating a few steps as black smoke billowed from his form, exuding a noxious odor. Now's our chance, continue the assault, Vegeta shouted, his voice tinged with exhilaration and a hint of hoarseness. The group renewed their onslaught, and the shadow gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His aura became erratic, his movements no longer as agile. Just when victory seemed imminent, the shadow erupted into a maniacal laugh. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? You are woefully naive. His laughter echoed through the air, imbued with madness and despair. With each chortle, his body began to transform, growing larger and more grotesque, muscles bulging like a mountain. What is this? Krillin gasped, stepping back in fright, his voice trembling and legs quaking. The aura emanating from the shadow's new form instilled a sense of hopelessness among the group, pressing down upon them like a mountain, leaving them breathless. No matter what, we cannot give up, Sun Wukong encouraged, his voice weary yet resolute. The battle reignited with fervor as they poured every ounce of strength into their confrontation with the shadow. Each strike embodied their determination and courage, every defense a testament to their resilience and tenacity. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, each attack accompanied by explosive energy and brilliant flashes of light. The radiance was blinding, while the detonations roared like thunder, threatening to shatter their very souls. Tianjin's energy cannon, Vegeta's energy wave, Gohan's martial arts, and Sun Wukong's golden staff rained down upon the shadow. Though the shadow's form trembled under the relentless barrage, he continued to resist with unwavering fortitude. Despite his immense power, the shadow began to show signs of fatigue amidst the unyielding onslaught of the group. His movements became sluggish, and his breath gradually weakened. Put in more effort, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice hoarse from exertion. Suddenly, the dark figure unleashed a massive attack, sending everyone flying. Their bodies soared through the air like kites severed from their strings, tracing arcs before crashing heavily to the ground. They lay there, gravely injured, each covered in wounds, their blood staining the earth. Is there truly no way out? Gohan lamented, his voice laden with despair and helplessness, his gaze dimming. At that moment, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within Sun Wukong. This force radiated like a reborn sun, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. Even Sun Wukong was taken aback by this newfound strength. He could feel it surging through his veins, as if it sought to break free from his body. Enveloped in a golden glow, his aura ascended to new heights, warm and powerful, blinding to behold. The dark figure sensed this energy, fear etched across its face. This is impossible, it cried, its voice trembling with disbelief and terror. Sun Wukong charged at the dark figure, engaging in their final confrontation. Their silhouettes intertwined in the air, the clash of energies resulting in a colossal explosion that illuminated the entire city. When the brilliance faded, the dark figure vanished, and Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, exhausted. His breathing was faint, his body trembling. Wukong. Everyone rushed to his side, their voices filled with concern. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Sun Wukong replied weakly. Though his voice was faint, it provided solace to those around him. The earth once more returned to tranquility, yet they all understood that battles lay ahead. Chapter 55. The light of hope. After Sun Wukong triumphed over the dark figure, the group lay spent upon the ground. The ruins of the city were shrouded in dust, the haze like a gray veil, choking and irritating, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and blood. That was truly perilous, Krillin gasped, his body marred with scars and his clothes tattered, each wound stinging painfully, causing him to grimace. Vegeta gazed at the sky, his expression grave. But this is not the end. We cannot foresee what stronger foes may yet arise. His voice bore a hint of fatigue, his purple aura dimming significantly. Gohan, summoning his strength, stood upright. Regardless, we must not give up. Though his tone was weak, it resonated with determination as sweat streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the rubble beneath his feet. At that moment, Bulma arrived with a medical team. "Is everyone all right?" she asked anxiously. Her voice trembled with emotion. Her eyes filled with concern as she hurriedly approached the crowd, clutching various medical instruments. The others shook their heads, insisting they could endure a little longer. Bulma immediately began tending to their wounds, the pungent scent of the medicinal potions pervading the air, causing many to wrinkle their noses in discomfort. "The enemy we face is too formidable. We must find a way to enhance our strength," Tien Shinhan declared, his expression grave, the salve aggravating his injuries and causing him to flinch. Seated on the ground, Goku pondered aloud. Perhaps we should seek out more advanced training methods. His gaze, initially uncertain, soon transformed into one of resolute determination. Just as they deliberated, a mysterious light descended from the heavens. It radiated like a brilliant meteor, illuminating the desolate ruins with such intensity that it was almost blinding. As the luminescence faded, an enigmatic elder appeared before them, clad in a flowing white robe. With a beard as white as snow and eyes that held profound wisdom, he emanated an aura both mysterious and ancient. "Children," he addressed them, his deep, resonant voice echoing like a call from antiquity, "I can assist you." The crowd stared at him in astonishment. "Who are you? Why do you wish to help us?" Vegeta inquired cautiously, suspicion evident in his eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists. The elder smiled gently. "I am a guardian from ancient times. Witnessing your unwavering dedication to protect the earth, I have chosen to extend my hand." His warm and benevolent smile fostered an instinctive sense of trust among them. Goku quickly rose to his feet. "That's wonderful. Do you possess a means to make us stronger?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation, though a sharp pain shot through his wounds as he moved. The elder replied slowly, "In a distant galaxy lies a mysterious training ground, teeming with potent energies and unknown challenges. If you succeed in your training there, your strength will amplify immensely." His words resonated in the air, imbued with allure and hope. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in their eyes. "However, it is fraught with peril. You must prepare yourselves mentally," the elder cautioned, his demeanor turning serious. His tone weighted with gravity. "We fear nothing," Gohan affirmed resolutely, his voice bright and clear, his eyes aflame with determination. Thus, they resolved to follow the elder to the enigmatic training ground. After an arduous journey, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a planet brimming with extraordinary energy, the sights surrounding them breathtaking. The air shimmered with vibrant colors, reminiscent of a dreamlike aurora, flickering in a surreal dance. Peculiar plants thrived along the ground. Some were as massive as trees, while others were small and delicate, exuding enchanting fragrances. "Is this truly the training ground? It feels so magical," Krillin remarked, his eyes wide with curiosity and excitement as he surveyed the wondrous landscape. Vegeta was impatient to commence his training, exclaiming, "Do not dawdle. Let us begin at once." His voice resonated with urgency and fervor. The elder guided them to a valley shrouded in a dense mist of energy, the fog thick as cream, obscuring the path ahead. "This is the inception of your cultivation. Here, you shall absorb energy and fortify yourselves," the elder proclaimed, his voice ethereal amidst the haze. As they entered the valley, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, akin to an invisible mountain, rendering them breathless. How uncomfortable! Krillin could not help but voice his discomfort, his words echoing in the valley, tinged with a hint of anguish and trepidation. Gritting his teeth, Goku urged, "Hold on, everyone." His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling a measure of courage and confidence in the group. Throughout the arduous process of training, each individual endured immense suffering, yet none chose to surrender. Gohan's body trembled violently under the onslaught of energy, each quiver akin to an electric shock, inflicting great pain, yet he steadfastly sought to maintain control. Tien's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, which cascaded like pearls, while he remained focused on absorbing the energy. Vegeta, meanwhile, unleashed a torrent of furious roars, battling against the pressure, his cries reverberating through the valley as if challenging fate itself. After a period of training, they gradually acclimated to their surroundings. Sensing a newfound strength within, "I feel as though I have grown stronger," Krillin exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy and pride. The elder reappeared, stating, "This is merely the beginning. Greater challenges await you." His tone was grave and solemn. Upon concluding his words, the elder led them to the foot of a towering peak, its steep cliffs resembling sheer blades, instilling a sense of awe. "Ascend this mountain, and you shall gain new power," he instructed, his voice echoing hauntingly between the crags. The ascent was fraught with peril, yet the group pressed on. The howling wind shrieked past their ears like a piercing whistle, stinging their faces. "Be careful," Goku called out, his voice fragmented by the gusts. In a moment of peril, Vegeta nearly slipped, but Gohan reached out, gripping him tightly. Gohan's hand strained with effort, veins bulging and muscles taut. At last, they reached the summit, where a formidable surge of power coursed through their bodies. This energy flowed like a warm torrent, instantaneously invigorating every cell within them. "Is this the new strength?" Tien mused, astonished by the transformation unfolding within him. However, just then, a formidable host of adversaries appeared in the sky, their silhouettes resembling ominous black clouds, blotting out the sun. "It seems this is a trial for you," the elder remarked, his tone calm and composed. The crowd immediately readied themselves for battle as an intense confrontation commenced. Chapter 56, Breakthrough. Faced with the sudden emergence of foes, Sun Wukong and his companions swiftly entered a state of combat. The wind howled past their ears, carrying an air of lethal intent. "Be cautious, everyone. These adversaries appear formidable," Sun Wukong warned earnestly. His voice quivered slightly in the tempest, yet it resonated with unwavering resolve. The enemies were numerous and possessed formidable strength, quickly encircling Sun Wukong and his allies. An aura of malevolence emanated from them, akin to the chilling hiss of serpents, sending shivers down their spines. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "Let them come. I shall take on each one." With that, he charged forward, his purple aura surging explosively, resembling a blazing violet flame. In an instant, the clash of energies reverberated through the heavens, illuminating the sky with brilliant light, yet it bore a sense of impending destruction. The resounding booms echoed, leaving the crowd's ears ringing. Gohan clenched his jaw tightly, valiantly fending off the onslaught of enemies. "Ah!" he roared, repelling one adversary. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat cascading like rain, each droplet embodying his perseverance and determination. Krillin appeared to struggle amidst the fray. "Goku, I can barely hold on," he shouted, his voice tinged with despair and fear, breaths coming in rapid, labored gasps. Sun Wukong, while countering the enemy attacks, called out, "Hang in there, Krillin." His gaze was resolute and sharp, each strike imbued with an indomitable spirit. Tien Shinhan unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kikaho, with astonishing might, yet the foes retaliated fiercely, employing powerful moves of their own. The air was rent with a hissing sound, chilling to the bone. The battle intensified, leaving many wounds upon the fighters. The metallic scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, heightening the tension for all present. "This cannot continue. We must uncover their weaknesses," Sun Wukong proclaimed, urgency lacing his tone as waves of pain radiated from his injuries. However, the enemy's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, offering no respite. The fierce winds, infused with the foe's energy waves, stung their faces. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a formidable energy stirring within him. That power was akin to a slumbering beast, on the verge of awakening. A jolt of realization coursed through Sun Wukong. He could feel that energy surging through his veins, as if it yearned to break free. "Goku, what is happening to you?" Vegeta inquired, noticing the change in Sun Wukong. His eyes reflected confusion and concern. Sun Wukong shut his eyes tightly, concentrating on the burgeoning power. The cacophony of battle and explosions gradually faded into the background. Within his world, only that mysterious and potent force remained. "I believe I am on the brink of a breakthrough," Sun Wukong declared with fervor. His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Upon hearing these words, the crowd stirred with renewed vigor. The aura surrounding Sun Wukong began to surge dramatically, and the golden radiance intensified, shining like the rising sun that dispels the darkness. The enemies, sensing the transformation in Sun Wukong, attempted to thwart his ascent. No chance. Gohan and Vegeta valiantly shielded Sun Wukong from the onslaught of their foes. Their bodies were splattered with the blood of adversaries, the metallic scent growing more pungent. At last, Sun Wukong broke through, experiencing a tremendous surge in power. He was enveloped in golden light, resembling a divine warrior. Haha, behold my newfound strength. Sun Wukong laughed heartily as he charged toward the enemy. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, filled with unparalleled confidence and grandeur. Each of his strikes carried the devastating force capable of annihilating worlds, sending foes reeling. The energy fluctuations distorted the space around them, crackling sounds resonating continuously. Outstanding, Goku! Krillin exclaimed with excitement, his voice hoarse from exhilaration, a long-lost smile illuminating his face. Under Sun Wukong's leadership, the group reignited their fighting spirit and launched a counterattack. Tien Shinhan seized the moment, delivering a kikaho that struck the enemy's vital points. The brilliance of the kikaho flashed like white lightning, instantly piercing through the enemy's defenses. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his utmost strength, decimating the foes before him. Each of his attacks was fueled by fury and defiance, as if he sought to unleash all his wrath upon them. Gohan erupted with astonishing power, driving the enemies back relentlessly. His figure moved like a specter, confounding the adversaries. After a fierce battle, the enemies began to crumble, appearing small and disheveled amidst the brilliance. Don't let them escape, Vegeta shouted, his voice laced with murderous intent. The group pressed their advantage, ensuring the complete annihilation of their foes. The battlefield was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, inducing nausea. Once the battle concluded, everyone collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Each breath was labored and rapid, akin to a bellows. That was truly perilous, Krillin gasped, his voice weak and fatigued, gazing at the sky with a look of gratitude for having survived. Sun Wukong smiled, saying, "Yet we emerged victorious." His smile bore a hint of solace and pride, despite the lingering pain from his wounds. At that moment, the mysterious elder reappeared, his figure akin to a phantom, silent and unobtrusive. "Children, you have done well," he commended, his voice gentle and benevolent, like a spring breeze caressing their hearts. "We owe it all to your assistance," Gohan replied, his voice filled with gratitude and his gaze toward the elder brimming with respect. The elder waved his hand dismissively. "This is the result of your own efforts. In the days to come, more arduous challenges await you." His gaze was profound and distant, shrouded in mystery, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. The group exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with determination. They understood that no matter how treacherous the path ahead, they would not falter, for they were the guardians of Earth, embodiments of hope. Chapter 57. The trials after successfully vanquishing their foes, Sun Wukong and his companions, guided by a mysterious elder, continued their exploration of this enigmatic realm. The surroundings were infused with an aura of mystery and the unknown, evoking both excitement and trepidation. Next, you shall encounter a series of trials. Only by overcoming these challenges will you truly harness formidable power. The elder's voice reverberated through the vast valley, imbued with an ancient and solemn resonance. The group exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of anticipation and slight anxiety. "First, you must traverse this mist-laden forest," the elder indicated towards a thicket enveloped in dense fog. The forest loomed like a colossal enigma, awaiting their unraveling. As they stepped into the woods, they were immediately engulfed by the thick mist. The damp air made respiration laborious, each breath laden with moisture, as if their lungs were being submerged. Visibility was severely hindered, rendering the surroundings an indistinct white void. "Be cautious, do not stray apart," Sun Wukong cautioned, his voice muffled by the fog, tinged with concern. "This mist is too thick. We can see nothing," Krillin complained, waving his hand before him, yet only perceiving a blurred silhouette. Suddenly, an eerie gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a chilling sensation. The breeze slithered across their skin like a cold serpent's tongue, prompting involuntary shivers. "Ah!" Gohan exclaimed in alarm. "What is it, Gohan?" Vegeta inquired, his tone urgent and tense, his purple aura instinctively flaring. "I sense something approaching," Gohan replied warily, his eyes scanning the mist, his heartbeat resonating in the silence. Before he could finish, a swarm of bizarre creatures emerged from the fog, launching an assault upon them. Their shrill cries pierced the air, akin to nails scraping against glass, sending chills down their spines. The group swiftly engaged in battle, their energy illuminating the mist in flashes. The light revealed the grotesque visages of the creatures, These fiends are incredibly swift, Tien shouted, unleashing his kikaho, which exploded in the mist, dispersing a few of the beings. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately repelled the creatures. Sweat drenched their garments, mingling with the fog, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Emerging from the misty forest, the group was utterly fatigued. The fresh air rushed to meet them. Yet it could not dissipate the shadows that lingered in their hearts. This is merely the first trial, and it is already so arduous, Krillin gasped. Collapsing onto the ground and inhaling deeply the fresh air, his face etched with exhaustion and despair. No more complaints. We do not yet know what awaits us ahead. Vegeta replied, his gaze unwavering despite the lingering pain from his wounds. Soon, they arrived at a mountain engulfed in flames. The inferno blazed fiercely, waves of heat crashing upon them, as if intent on melting everything in its path. The scorching air seared their skin, causing their hair to curl with the intense heat. How are we supposed to get past this? Gohan pondered, furrowing his brow at the sight before him. Sweat trickled down his forehead, evaporating almost instantaneously. After a moment of contemplation, Goku declared, "We can only shield ourselves with energy and force our way through." His eyes shone with determination, his golden aura flickering slightly. The group conjured their energy shields and cautiously ventured into the fiery mountain. The extreme temperature caused their sweat to evaporate in an instant, their skin feeling as though it might blister. With every step, the ground beneath them radiated unbearable heat, threatening to scorch their souls. "Hold on," Goku shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the flames, yet it infused the others with strength. As they struggled onward, a massive fireball suddenly tumbled down the mountain, billowing thick smoke as it hurtled toward them. "Watch out!" Vegeta exclaimed, exerting all his might to deflect the fireball. It exploded upon impact with his attack, scattering countless sparks in every direction. After immense effort, they finally traversed the fiery mountain, their clothes in tatters and their bodies marked with burns. "This is utterly tormenting," Krillin lamented, collapsing to the ground. His face was smeared with soot, lips cracked, and his eyes reflected a glimmer of despair. Before they could catch their breath, the third trial presented itself, a region fraught with thunder and lightning. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with electricity. Lightning danced like silver serpents within the clouds, occasionally striking the ground with deafening roars. Tien Shinhan gasped at the sight, his legs trembling involuntarily. "No matter what, we must push through," Goku urged through gritted teeth, his resolve unwavering, as if nothing could hinder his advance. Once more, the group steeled themselves and entered the stormy region. The relentless lightning struck down, challenging their every move. The power of the bolts was tremendous. Each strike left a charred crater in the earth, erupting sparks in its wake. "Ah!" Krillin cried out, struck by a bolt, collapsing in agony as his body convulsed and his hair stood on end. "Krillin!" Goku exclaimed in a frenzy. He rushed to Krillin's side, using his energy shield to protect him from the subsequent onslaught of lightning. Through mutual assistance, they finally overcame all trials. At this moment, everyone was battered and exhausted, their bodies seemingly drained of all strength, barely able to stand. "You have performed admirably," the elder appeared before them, stating that the final trial awaited. The group exchanged resolute glances, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. They understood that regardless of the challenges posed by this last test, they would not yield. Chapter 58. The final trial. After enduring a series of arduous trials, Sun Wukong and his companions stood before the elder, weary yet resolute, prepared to face the ultimate challenge. Their garments were tattered, wounds throbbed with pain, yet their eyes ignited with an indomitable flame. The elder gazed deeply into their souls and spoke slowly. "This final trial will be the ultimate test of your body and spirit. In the valley of illusions ahead, you shall confront the deepest fears and desires within yourselves. Only by conquering them can you pass the trial." His voice resonated with a mysterious power, echoing as if it were from ancient times. Upon hearing this, the group felt a tightening in their hearts, yet their gazes remained resolute. They stepped into the valley of illusions, where an otherworldly light enveloped them, ethereal and dreamlike. The radiance shifted from gentle, like a soft veil caressing their skin, to intense, blinding like the scorching sun. A peculiar fragrance permeated the air, intoxicating yet disorienting. As Sun Wukong entered the valley, the scenery transformed instantly. He found himself back in his childhood, witnessing the anguished faces of his comrades slain by Frieza. Their cries echoed in his ears, piercing his soul like daggers. No! Sun Wukong roared, his heart swelling with pain and fury. He felt his heartbeat like a drum, each thud laden with profound sorrow. Vegeta beheld his own inability to surpass Sun Wukong, the deep sense of defeat driving him to the brink of despair. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Feeling no pain, for the anguish within was far more intense. Gohan saw the disappointed gaze of Chi-Chi, reproaching him for failing to protect their family. Her voice was sharp and piercing, plunging his heart into despair. Krillin witnessed himself regressing to a state of helplessness before his enemies. The mocking laughter of adversaries echoed in his ears, a curse that rendered him immobile. Tien Shinhan confronted the haunting image of Kaiatsu, sacrificing himself to protect him. Kaiatsu's blood stained his vision, the metallic scent suffocating him. Each individual was ensnared in the most terrifying visions of their hearts, struggling in anguish. This is merely an illusion. I will not be defeated. Sun Wukong fought to regain his clarity, unleashing the full force of his being in an attempt to shatter this dreadful mirage. His voice resounded through the illusions, imbued with unwavering resolve. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his heart roaring with determination. I shall not concede. I must transcend. His eyes were bloodshot, and the violet aura surrounding him danced wildly. Gohan, tears streaming down his face, cried out, "Mother, I will not let you down." His tears cascaded down his cheeks, splattering onto the ground, each drop resonating with a faint sound. Krillin clenched his fists. I will no longer be weak. I shall grow stronger. His breaths were rapid, as if he were expelling all his fears from within. Tien shouted in anguish, Kaiatsu, I will not allow your sacrifice to be in vain. His voice was hoarse, imbued with boundless regret and unwavering resolve. Amidst this agonizing struggle, their hearts gradually solidified with profound determination, slowly liberating themselves from the confines of the illusion. Son Goku finally broke free from the delusion, the scene before him returning to its rightful state. He immediately rushed to assist the others, using his strength and belief to awaken them. His hands radiated a warm glow, akin to the gentle caress of spring, dispelling the shadows from their hearts. One by one, the group emerged from the mirage, gasping for air, sweat pouring down like rain, pooling on the ground in small puddles. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a more formidable trial descended upon them. Countless powerful phantoms suddenly emerged from the valley, bearing the strength and techniques of their familiar foes. The silhouettes of these phantoms flickered in eerie light, instilling a sense of dread. Come what may, we fear nothing. Goku led the charge toward the phantoms, his form akin to a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. A fierce battle ensued once more, each attack and defense exhausting their utmost strength. Vegeta's energy wave erupted among the phantoms. Ha! You think you can obstruct me? The brilliance of the energy wave illuminated the entire valley, its intensity blinding. Gohan's Kamehameha soared through the air like a meteor. I will not retreat again. The Kamehameha sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing howl. Krillin and Tien also unleashed their full potential, battling the phantoms with everything they had. The struggle persisted for an extended period, their stamina and energy rapidly depleting. Their movements became sluggish, breaths heavy, yet the fire of resolve in their eyes remained undiminished. Hold on, everyone, Goku shouted. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, yet still brimming with strength. Just as they felt on the verge of collapse, a powerful conviction surged within them, reigniting their strength. At last, all the phantoms were vanquished, and the Valley of Illusions fell silent once more. They collapsed to the ground, breathless, each inhalation laden with profound fatigue, as if they were emptying their very essence. We did it, Gohan murmured weakly. His voice was barely audible, but it resonated with joy. At that moment, the elder appeared before them, smiling and nodding. You have passed the trial. From now on, you shall possess greater power. His voice resonated like a celestial melody, offering a soothing balm to their weary bodies and souls. Gratitude illuminated the faces of the gathered, for they understood that in the battles to come, they would face them with newfound confidence. Chapter 59. The mission having successfully navigated the ultimate trial, Sun Wukong and his companions began to grasp the formidable power they had acquired under the elder's guidance. The surroundings were tranquil and harmonious, with a gentle breeze caressing them, imparting a refreshing chill. Children, this power must be felt and mastered with sincerity. Only then can it manifest its utmost potential in critical moments. The elder's words echoed in their ears, warm and profound, as if imbued with a mystical charm. One by one, they closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the exploration of this newfound strength. Sun Wukong sensed a warm and potent energy coursing through him, merging seamlessly with every cell of his being. This energy flowed like a clear spring through his veins, bestowing a comforting and fulfilling sensation, allowing him to distinctly hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Vegeta, on the other hand, focused intently on enhancing the purity of his energy, striving to render each strike more lethal. He clenched his jaw, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, igniting a tingling sensation that he remained oblivious to. Gohan endeavored to harmonize his power with his intellect, pondering how to wield it with greater agility in combat. His gaze was intense and profound, breath steady and elongated, as if engaged in a silent dialogue with this force. Krillin and Tien also sought their own paths to harness their unique strengths. Krillin felt a slight tremor within his body, a manifestation of the surging power, eliciting both excitement and anxiety. Tien meticulously attuned himself to every subtle fluctuation of energy, the air thick with his concentrated essence. After a period of diligent training, they gradually began to master the nuances of their new abilities. "I feel so much stronger than before," Krillin exclaimed, his voice trembling with exhilaration, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "But this is merely the beginning. We cannot predict the foes that await us." Vegeta maintained his composure, his gaze penetrating the distance as if foreseeing the challenges ahead. At that moment, an urgent call echoed from Earth. "Goku, trouble is brewing. A mysterious force is approaching our planet." Bulma's anxious voice crackled through, laden with a sense of urgency. The expressions of Sun Wukong and his companions shifted to alarm. "We must return at once," they declared, swiftly embarking on their journey home, hearts heavy with concern. The spacecraft hurtled through the cosmos, stars retreating swiftly beyond the windows, imparting an exhilarating sensation of acceleration. Upon returning to Earth, they beheld a colossal spacecraft looming in the sky, emanating an aura of dread. The metallic exterior of the vessel reflected a chilling luminescence that sent shivers down their spines. What could this be? Gohan furrowed his brow, his voice laden with confusion and caution, his eyes fixated on the ship. As the spacecraft opened, a peculiar assembly of beings emerged. These entities exuded a pungent odor, a nauseating blend of blood and decay. "Earthlings, surrender at once, or face annihilation," proclaimed the leader of the creatures, his voice shrill and grating, akin to glass scraping against metal, causing discomfort to the eardrums. Stepping forth, Son Goku declared, "You want us to surrender? In your dreams." His tone was resolute and commanding, a golden aura enveloping him in an instant. The battle erupted with fervor as Goku and his companions unleashed their newfound powers, engaging in fierce combat with the adversaries. The sounds of energy colliding were deafening, akin to thunder cracking in the ear. The enemy's attacks were both strange and formidable, resulting in a stalemate for a time. Each strike unleashed a tempest, causing the garments of all present to flutter violently. "Be wary of their ultimate techniques," Tien Shinhan cautioned, his voice urgent and tense. Vegeta roared in fury. "Enough talk. Eliminate them directly." His eyes were bloodshot, the violet energy around him pulsating wildly. Goku moved like lightning, weaving through the enemies, each strike infused with tremendous force. His speed was so extraordinary that it left only fleeting golden afterimages. The air was rent by his velocity, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Gohan, undeterred, tapped into his own potential, radiating a powerful aura, with each attack embodying an indomitable spirit. Though Krillin's strength was relatively modest, his agility created significant difficulties for the foes. He nimbly darted between enemies, sweat pouring down like rain. In the heat of battle, Goku discerned a weakness in the adversaries. "Attack their backs," he shouted, his voice ringing clear amidst the chaotic battlefield. Upon hearing this, the group rallied their strength to strike at the foe's rear. The brilliance of their energy illuminated the entire battleground, blinding to behold. The enemy's formation faltered, gradually tipping the scales in their favor. "Now is the moment to eradicate them," Vegeta cried, his voice infused with exhilaration and murderous intent. After a grueling confrontation, they finally vanquished this wave of foes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, inducing nausea. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a new crisis loomed. Chapter 60, Conspiracy. Fresh from their victory over the mysterious beings, Goku and his companions sensed a deeper, more malevolent force surging quietly upon the earth. The force was akin to an invisible giant hand, tightly gripping each person's throat, inducing a sensation of suffocation. This power was decidedly unsettling. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. His eyes brimmed with confusion and concern, his nostrils flaring slightly in an attempt to discern the source of this ominous energy. Vegeta also sensed the anomaly. His countenance darkened, fists unconsciously clenching in resolve. It seems the situation is far from simple, he remarked, his voice low and oppressive, reminiscent of the thunder preceding a tempest. Gohan, visibly distressed, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Could there be a more formidable enemy orchestrating this from the shadows? The ground beneath him seemed to quiver in response to his unease. Just as they were engulfed in uncertainty, Bulma rushed onto the scene, clutching a device. Her expression fraught with panic. Her hair was disheveled, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, trickling down her cheeks, and splattering onto the ground. I just detected that the source of this power appears to be emanating from deep within the earth, she exclaimed, her tone hurried and anxious. The indicators on her device blinking rapidly, accompanied by a rhythmic ticking sound. Deep within the earth? Tien Jinhan gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, the saltiness prompting a frown as he declared, "Then we must hasten to uncover the truth." His voice resonated with determination. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. Thus, the group resolved to delve underground. Seeking the origins of this malevolent force, they advanced down a concealed passageway, the damp walls exuding a chilling aura, enveloping them in a cool mist that sent shivers across their skin. The ground beneath their feet was muddy, each step accompanied by a squelching sound. Their shoes caked in viscous earth. "Be cautious, this place feels ominously sinister," Gohan cautioned. His voice echoed through the narrow corridor, tinged with fear. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became, a frigid gust assaulting them like a blade of ice, stinging their cheeks and causing involuntary shivers, their teeth chattering in response. "What in the world is this place?" Vegeta remarked impatiently, his voice laced with fury, a purple aura flickering around him, striving to dispel the chill. Suddenly, they came upon a colossal stone door, covered in strange inscriptions that glimmered with an eerie light, dazzling their eyes. Sun Wukong stepped forward, attempting to push the door open. "Let me give it a try," he said, applying his hands forcefully against the stone, muscles taut and creaking under the strain. With all his might, the door began to shift, releasing a pungent wave of decay from within. The stench was reminiscent of rotting corpses, nauseating and overwhelming, stirring turmoil in their stomachs. The group covered their mouths and noses as they stepped through the threshold. In the depths of an immense cavern lay a colossal black crystal orb, shrouded in swirling dark mist that drifted like phantoms, instilling a sense of dread. What could this be? Curiosity piqued, Clint approached cautiously. His steps faltered, and his heartbeat resonated starkly in the stillness of the cave. "Do not move," Tien Shinhan shouted, his voice laced with tension, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, a hazy figure materialized upon the orb. "Ha, you have finally arrived." The voice echoed as if summoned from the depths of hell, rife with mockery and malevolence. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong inquired loudly, his voice reverberating through the cavern, imbued with wrath and authority. "I am the Sovereign of Darkness. Your doom is at hand." The figure erupted in maniacal laughter, which reverberated through the cave, causing stones to tumble and crash. Vegeta bellowed, "Cease your theatrics." His tone dripped with disdain, his aura surging with intensity. Gohan declared, "Regardless of your schemes, we shall not allow you to prevail." His voice was resolute and powerful, his eyes glinting with indomitable spirit. "Is that so? Then do attempt it," the figure retorted, and the crystal orb suddenly unleashed a formidable wave of energy, propelling the group backward. The wave surged like a tempestuous sea, wielding the power to obliterate all. "Everyone, be cautious," Sun Wukong warned. Though his voice was nearly drowned out by the roar of the energy wave, each member unleashed their ultimate techniques to counter the orb's energy onslaught. In an instant, the cavern illuminated with brilliant flashes as the collisions of energy sparked violent tremors, stones raining from above. The thunderous cacophony was deafening, as if the entire cavern were on the verge of collapse. "This cannot continue," Tien Shinhan cried, his voice hoarse from exertion, his hair drenched in sweat. Adhering to his scalp, after a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong stated, "We must discover a way to deactivate this energy." His gaze darted across the cavern, scrutinizing every detail. They commenced a meticulous search for clues, examining the runes on the walls and the intricate patterns on the ground, leaving no stone unturned. The runes were uneven and rough to the touch, while the patterns on the floor were complex and bewildering. Just as anxiety began to mount, Bulma uncovered a concealed mechanism. It was veiled in a fine layer of dust, which she gently blew away to reveal a button. "This might be useful," Bulma exclaimed, her voice brimming with anticipation and tension. Sun Wukong hurried over and pressed the mechanism. The orb's radiance diminished instantly, and the figure emitted a furious howl. "You wretched fools." The voice was rife with bitterness and despair. Seizing the moment, the group concentrated their strength for a final assault on the crystal orb. A multitude of radiant energies converged, forming a resplendent beam of light that surged towards the crystal orb. With a thunderous crack, the orb shattered, and the dark forces dissipated alongside it. The sound echoed like a cataclysmic thunderclap, leaving a ringing sensation in one's ears. At last, the ordeal was resolved. Klin breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for air, his garments soaked in perspiration. However, before they could revel in their victory, a deep, ominous roar resonated from the depths of the cavern. Chapter 61. Terror in the abyss. Upon hearing the profound growl, the nerves of Sun Wukong and his companions tightened once more. The roar seemed to emanate from the very bowels of hell, imbued with boundless fury and resentment, instilling a sense of dread. "What manner of creature is this?" Klin's voice trembled as he instinctively took a few steps back. His complexion turned ashen, breath quickening, the thunderous rhythm of his heart audible in his ears. Vegeta scoffed. "Whatever it is, let it come. I shall face it." His tone was laced with disdain and confidence, as his purple aura flared, rendering the surrounding air almost scorching with his rage. Gohan inhaled deeply. "Everyone, be cautious. That sound is no trivial matter." His expression was grave. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, providing a fleeting coolness amidst the tension. The group cautiously advanced towards the source of the sound, the darkness of the cavern seeming to conspire to swallow them whole. With each step, the ground beneath them felt damp, emanating a putrid scent that threatened to induce nausea. Suddenly, a pair of enormous crimson eyes emerged ahead, glimmering with an eerie light amidst the shadows. The radiance was akin to that of a blazing inferno, rendering them unable to gaze directly at it. "Ah!" Bulma shrieked in terror, her piercing voice jarring in the stillness of the cavern. Sun Wukong reassured her, "Fear not, Bulma. I am here." His voice was gentle yet resolute, instilling an inexplicable sense of safety. As the eyes drew nearer, a colossal beast materialized before them. Its form was mountainous, covered in hard scales that shimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of razor-sharp blades. A noxious stench emanated from it, churning their stomachs. "This creature looks formidable," Tien remarked, his voice tinged with anxiety, his gaze fixed firmly on the monster, wary of any lapse in vigilance. The beast opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames. The inferno was searing, as if it could reduce all to ashes. "Get away!" Sun Wukong shouted urgently, his voice rising above the roar of the flames. The group swiftly scattered, as the flames instantaneously melted the surrounding rocks. The melting stone hissed and emitted thick smoke, choking the air. Vegeta, filled with fury, exclaimed, "How dare it be so brazen?" In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at the beast. His figure darted like lightning, stirring up a tempest, the wind howling through the cavern. Sun Wukong pursued closely, his golden aura blazing fiercely. Each of his movements generated powerful waves of energy, causing the surrounding air to grow scorching. Gohan, Tien, and Krillin were equally resolute, unleashing their most formidable techniques. The brilliance of their energy illuminated the dark recesses of the cave. The monster brandished its colossal claws, engaging them in a fierce struggle. Each swipe of its claws unleashed a formidable pressure, stinging their cheeks. The sounds of impact reverberated within the cavern, resonating painfully in their ears. The entire cave trembled, with small rocks continually plummeting from above, crashing to the ground with a series of sharp clatters. "This creature is immensely powerful," Krillin exclaimed, sent flying by a strike from the monster. He arced through the air, landing heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Hold on. Gohan rushed forth to catch him. Gohan's arm tingled from the impact, yet he clung tightly to Krillin. Sun Wukong discerned the monster's weakness in its abdomen and shouted, "Attack its belly." His voice quivered with excitement. The group concentrated their might, launching an assault on the monster's abdomen. A multitude of energy beams converged, forming a formidable column of light directed at the creature's midsection. The monster roared in agony, retaliating with even greater fury. Its tail lashed like a massive whip, sweeping through the air and conjuring a gale. Vegeta was struck by the monster's tail, slamming violently against the cave wall. The rocks of the wall shattered instantly, raining down. "Vegeta!" Sun Wukong cried out in concern, his voice heavy with worry. Vegeta rose from the ground, gritting his teeth. "I'm fine. Keep going." A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Through their relentless efforts, the monster finally collapsed. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the entire cavern to shudder. "We have finally defeated it," Tien panted, his body utterly exhausted, sweat soaking his garments. However, before they could relax, a more intense roar echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound surged and receded, as if countless monsters were closing in on them. "Are there more?" Bulma exclaimed in terror, her voice laced with despair, her hands gripping Sun Wukong's arm tightly. "No matter how many there are, we shall not retreat," Sun Wukong declared steadfastly. His eyes blazed with an indomitable fire, his aura surging once more. At that moment, the cave began to shake violently, larger rocks cascading from above. The stones grew increasingly massive, crashing to the ground with thunderous clamor. "This is bad. The place is going to collapse," Gohan shouted, his voice filled with urgency. The crowd hurriedly rushed towards the exit, their footsteps echoing through the cavern, breaths quickening in urgency. Amidst their frantic escape, Sun Wukong stumbled upon a fork in the path. "This way," he shouted, his voice ringing out clearly amidst the chaos. The others followed him into the side passage, where they discovered a mysterious stone door. The door was adorned with strange runes, emanating an enigmatic aura. "Let us push it open and take a look," Vegeta suggested. Together, they exerted their strength to open the stone door, revealing a vast chamber within, housing an ancient tome. The cover of the book had yellowed with age, exuding a musty scent of antiquity. "What is this?" Krillin inquired, curiosity tinged with uncertainty in his voice. Sun Wukong picked up the book and flipped it open, uncovering secrets regarding the dark power they faced. "So that's it," Sun Wukong remarked. Just then, a horde of dark creatures surged in from all directions. Chapter 62, Counterattack. The dark creatures flooded into the chamber like a relentless tide, each one distinct in form. Some bore sharp fangs that glinted coldly, as if they could sever steel in an instant. Others possessed razor-sharp claws that sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound. Still others were encased in hard shells that clattered against the ground. "Everyone, prepare for battle," Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice brimming with resolve. His gaze was unwavering, and a golden aura blazed around him, radiating warmth and comfort. Without hesitation, Vegeta charged directly into the throng of dark creatures, unleashing an energy wave that felled a multitude. The wave sliced through the air with a crackling sound, mingling with the anguished cries of the beasts, as the metallic scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Gohan and Tenshinhan, not to be outdone, unleashed their signature techniques. Gohan's ki blast streaked across the sky like a meteor, howling through the air and illuminating the dark corners. Tenshinhan's ki cannon erupted like a flash of white lightning, obliterating the creatures before him. Krillin, though weaker in strength, darted about skillfully, evading attacks. His breath came in quick gasps, each dodge quickening his heartbeat as sweat soaked his back, his clothes clinging tightly to him. Bulma anxiously huddled in a corner, gripping her device tightly, her eyes never straying from the battlefield. The sound of her heartbeat was particularly pronounced in the silence, thumping as if it might leap from her throat. The dark creatures kept pouring in, seemingly endless in number. Their footsteps resonated like a frantic drumbeat, unsettling all in their wake. "We cannot continue like this. We must locate their leader," Sun Wukong declared amidst the fray, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, yet resolute. "I'll clear the way. Everyone, follow me," Vegeta roared, his formidable power rendering the dark creatures before him unable to approach. His violet aura blazed even more fiercely, as if it sought to incinerate everything in its vicinity. Under Vegeta's leadership, the group gradually delved deeper into the horde of creatures. With each step forward, they encountered an overwhelming resistance, a frenzied assault from the beings around them. Suddenly, a gargantuan dark creature materialized before them, radiating an immense aura. This presence exerted an invisible pressure that made breathing laborious, and a nauseating stench permeated the air. "This must be the leader," Gohan exclaimed, his voice tinged with both anxiety and exhilaration. Without hesitation, Goku charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the leader. Each of the leader's strikes bore a weighty force, and with a resounding thud, one blow struck Goku, sending sharp pain coursing through him. "Goku, be careful," Krillin shouted, his voice sharp with tension, as if it could tear through the oppressive darkness surrounding them. Goku deftly evaded the leader's attacks while seeking its vulnerabilities. His figure darted through the leader's onslaught like a specter, each movement stirring a gentle breeze. Vegeta, Gohan, and the others launched their own assaults on the leader, attempting to divert its attention. The clash of energies emitted blinding brilliance, rendering the eyes unable to open. The thunderous roars echoed deafeningly, as if they could rupture eardrums. With their combined efforts, Goku finally discerned the leader's weakness and struck a decisive blow, defeating it. As the leader fell, it emitted a roar of defiance that reverberated through the chamber. With the leader's collapse, the dark creatures began to panic and flee, their footsteps becoming chaotic, intermingled with terrified cries. "We have triumphed." Tien sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as sweat streamed down him like a brook. However, before they could rest, the chamber quaked violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Stones tumbled from above, crashing to the ground with a cacophony, stirring up clouds of dust. "This is bad, run," Goku shouted, his voice urgent and tense. The group hurriedly raced toward the exit, their footsteps echoing frantically in the shaking chamber, their breaths growing heavy. In the midst of their escape, Goku noticed that Bulma had fallen behind. "Bulma, hurry up," he called out, his voice cutting through the chaos with a note of desperation. Bulma ran with all her might, but her strength was nearly depleted. Her legs felt leaden, each step a monumental effort. Just then, a massive stone plummeted from above, threatening to crush Bulma. In an instant, Goku teleported beside her and pushed her out of harm's way. The stone struck Goku instead, and he cried out in pain. The voice pierced the hearts of the crowd. "Wukong!" they exclaimed, their tones laced with concern and terror. Vegeta rushed forward, clearing the stones to rescue Son Wukong. "I'm fine, hurry and leave." Son Wukong gritted his teeth, his visage contorted with anguish, yet his gaze remained resolute. At last, they escaped the chamber. And just as they did, it collapsed entirely. A tremendous roar erupted behind them, with dust swirling like a tempest. "That was truly perilous," Krillin remarked, still trembling, his legs quaking with residual fear. "But we made it through," Gohan replied, his voice imbued with pride and relief. Son Wukong looked at his companions and smiled. "As long as we stand united, no challenge is insurmountable." His smile radiated warmth akin to sunlight, dispelling the shadows in their hearts. They exchanged glances filled with determination. At that moment, an extraordinary light suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 63. The mysterious light. The peculiar light in the sky grew increasingly brilliant, resembling a newborn sun. Dazzling and captivating. The crowd was drawn to this luminescence, instinctively gazing upward. The light was so intense that it was nearly blinding, seemingly harboring infinite mysteries. "What is this? It feels unusual," Vegeta murmured, a frown creasing his brow. His voice bore a hint of uncertainty and caution as his violet eyes narrowed against the glare. Son Wukong squinted, attempting to discern the light's origin. "I don't know, but something significant is about to occur." His heart raced, each beat echoing his inner anticipation and unease. The light gradually coalesced into a vast orb, slowly descending. This orb exuded a gentle and warm aura, reminiscent of a spring breeze, bestowing an overwhelming sense of comfort. As it neared the ground, the crowd felt a powerful, yet soothing energy ripple through the air. This energy spread like ripples, grazing their skin with a tingling sensation. As the orb dissipated, a mysterious figure emerged before them, shrouded in a soft glow that obscured its features. The radiance surrounding the figure danced like gossamer, ethereal and dreamlike. "Greetings, brave warriors." The mysterious voice resonated as if echoing from the distant heavens, both ethereal and potent. That voice, akin to celestial music, reverberated in their ears, sending tremors through their souls. "Who are you?" Gohan inquired, his tone vigilant. His gaze was fixed on the enigmatic figure, his aura subtly shifting, prepared for combat at any moment. The mysterious figure smiled faintly. "I am a guardian from a distant planet, drawn here by the sense of crisis. Come to offer my assistance." The warmth of their smile conveyed a reassuring power, like the gentle caress of a spring breeze. Clint spoke with a hint of skepticism. "Is that true? How can it be proven?" A trace of tension laced his voice, and his hands instinctively clenched into fists. The mysterious figure gently raised a hand, and a beam of light shot towards a distant mountain peak, which was instantaneously reduced to mere powder. In that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, and the mountain vanished without a trace, sending up a cloud of dust that billowed into the sky like a colossal mushroom. The air became thick with the taste of dust, provoking a fit of coughing among the onlookers. They were all left in awe of this formidable display of power. "Now do you believe?" the mysterious figure inquired, his tone remaining calm and soothing. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "If you are here to assist us, that is splendid." A sincere smile illuminated his face, and the golden aura surrounding him flickered slightly, reflecting his inner excitement. The mysterious figure nodded. "However, before we proceed, I must first enhance your abilities." His voice resonated with confidence and enigma. As he spoke, the mysterious figure formed a series of hand seals, enveloping the group in a powerful surge of energy. They felt their bodies wrapped in a warm force, akin to the soothing waters of a hot spring, bringing immense comfort and relaxation. Their pains dissipated rapidly, and their strength surged with each passing moment. Every cell within them rejoiced, as if welcoming a rebirth. "This is astounding," Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. As the energy dissipated, they felt rejuvenated, their bodies light yet powerful, and their breaths steadier and more robust. "Next, we shall confront the greater crisis that lies ahead," the mysterious figure declared, his voice grave and solemn, casting a weighty mood over the gathering. Just then, the ground trembled violently, and a formidable host of enemies emerged in the distance. The sound of their footsteps resonated like thunder, sending shivers through their hearts. "Prepare for battle," Vegeta shouted, his voice brimming with resolve, as his purple aura surged fiercely. The group immediately entered a state of readiness, their gazes filled with determination and resolve. Sun Wukong was the first to charge at the adversaries, engaging them in fierce combat. Each of his strikes bore tremendous force, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. Gohan and Tianjin Fan, refusing to be outdone, unleashed their powerful techniques. Gohan's energy blasts streaked across the sky like shooting stars, while Tianjin Fan's energy cannon thundered like a tempest. The mysterious figure observed the unfolding battle, occasionally intervening to assist, his every move perfectly timed to create significant disruption for the enemies. The foes proved to be incredibly formidable, and the group gradually began to feel the strain. Each attack demanded immense energy, sweat pouring down like rain, and their breaths grew rapid and labored. "We cannot continue like this," Klin cried out, his voice tinged with urgency and fatigue. Upon witnessing the scene, the enigmatic figure once again unleashed formidable spells, causing significant disruption to the adversaries. A radiant glow enveloped the battlefield, momentarily slowing the enemy's movements. With the aid of this mysterious entity, the group gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished their foes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood, inducing a wave of nausea. "This victory is thanks to you," Sun Wukong expressed to the mysterious figure, his voice brimming with gratitude as the golden aura surrounding him gradually subsided. The enigmatic figure smiled and replied, "This is merely the beginning. Far graver challenges lie ahead." His gaze drifted towards the horizon, as if he could perceive the multifaceted crises of the future. The group looked upon him, their hearts a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Chapter 64. The Uncharted Journey after defeating their enemies, Sun Wukong and his companions, under the guidance of the mysterious figure, arrived at a tranquil valley to recuperate. A gentle breeze caressed the valley, carrying the refreshing sense of flora, instilling a sense of comfort. "What we are about to face may be an unprecedented, formidable foe," the mysterious figure stated gravely, his voice resonating through the valley with an undertone of concern. Vegeta scoffed defiantly, "No matter how powerful they are, I shall not yield." His arms crossed, The purple aura around him flickered subtly, reflecting his unwavering resolve. Sun Wukong placed a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Yet, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly. His gaze was earnest, the golden aura around him shimmering faintly. Gohan, sitting nearby, pondered deeply. I wonder what makes this enemy so formidable. He picked up a stone, gently rubbing it in his hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. Krillin displayed a hint of anxiety. I hope we can handle it. He gazed towards the sky, letting out a deep sigh as the breeze brushed against his face, offering a fleeting coolness. The mysterious figure surveyed the group and spoke slowly. As far as I know, they wield a mysterious power that allows them to manipulate time and space. His voice was low and serious, as though recounting a dreadful nightmare. What? Manipulating time and space? Tianjin Han exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the mysterious figure. How can we possibly contend with that? Krillin's voice trembled with a hint of despair, as if he could already foresee the impending defeat. Yet, Sun Wukong's gaze remained resolute, no matter how challenging it becomes. We must not give up. He sprang to his feet, his aura erupting with intensity, causing the surrounding flora to rustle. The mysterious figure nodded. I will do everything in my power to assist you, but the crux of the matter lies in your own strength and courage. His eyes scanned the group, radiating encouragement and hope. The group fell into contemplation, the atmosphere growing weighty. Even the birds in the valley ceased their chirping, seemingly sensing the gravity of the moment. At that juncture, Bulma contacted them via communicator. Wukong, I've just developed a new piece of equipment that might prove beneficial to you all, Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Her voice brimmed with anticipation and pride. Wonderful, Bulma. Sun Wukong beamed with a smile, radiant as the sun, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Soon, Bulma arrived with the new equipment. This is an energy amplifier that can temporarily enhance your powers, she explained. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her hair was somewhat disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled with hope. The group donned the gear, experiencing a surge of strength. The equipment molded itself to their bodies, sending gentle vibrations and warmth coursing through them. This feels great, Vegeta remarked as he moved, his actions stirring the air, empowered by newfound confidence. The mysterious figure stated, with this equipment, our odds improve, but we must remain vigilant. His voice resonated clearly in the tranquil valley. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. The ground beneath their feet was solid yet rugged, each step a reminder of the earth's might. Throughout the trek, they maintained a heightened alertness. The wind howled around them, laced with an undercurrent of tension. Suddenly, a massive vortex appeared ahead, distorting the surrounding space. The vortex emitted a low, rumbling sound, reminiscent of a colossal beast roaring. Could this be the enemy's trap? Gohan inquired, his voice laced with caution, fixated on the swirling anomaly. The mysterious figure furrowed his brow, warning, be careful. This may be their means of manipulating space. His tone was steeped in caution. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong soared towards the vortex, declaring, let us see what's inside. His voice was resolute and decisive as his golden figure vanished into the swirling portal. The others followed closely behind, entering the vortex. After a whirlwind of disorientation, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. It was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by faint flickers of light. A musty, decayed odor pervaded the air, creating a sense of oppression. Everyone, be cautious, Tien Shinhan warned, his voice resonating distinctly in the gloom. Just then, a group of silhouettes emerged before them, indistinct yet exuding an aura of malevolence. At last, you overconfident fools have arrived. A chilling voice echoed. It seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down their spines. Sun Wukong shouted defiantly, whatever tricks you have, we will not cower. His voice reverberated through the darkness, brimming with fearlessness and valor. An intense battle was on the horizon. Chapter 65. Temporal warfare. As Sun Wukong and his companions entered this unfamiliar dark realm, the surrounding shadows pressed in on them as if alive, creating a suffocating atmosphere. A frigid, damp sensation permeated the air, causing involuntary shivers. You dare challenge our power with such feeble strength? One of the figures sneered, their voice echoing through the darkness, thick with derision. The sound pierced the air like a sharp icicle, assaulting the eardrums of all present. Undeterred, Sun Wukong ignited a golden aura around him, casting a fervent light over a small area. Enough chatter, let us commence, he bellowed, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. In an instant, the battle erupted, the clash of energies causing the very space to tremble. The brilliance flickered like a splendid firework, yet it carried a lethal peril. Each collision reverberated with a thunderous boom, leaving the ears ringing. Vegeta charged at the enemy with a furious roar, his purple energy illuminating the surroundings. His gaze was fierce, laden with wrath and intent to kill, each movement accompanied by a sharp wind. Gohan focused intently, unleashing a formidable energy wave that sliced through the darkness, the air seeming to tear apart with its whistling force. Krillin and Tien Shinhan exerted their utmost efforts, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. The mysterious figure observed the unfolding chaos, intervening at opportune moments to aid the combatants. Each of his strikes radiated a mystical light, swiftly repelling the adversaries. Suddenly, Krillin was struck back by an enemy, crashing heavily against the wall. The cold, unyielding surface sent a jolt of pain through him, prompting an involuntary cry. "Krillin!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his heart racing. In a flash, he teleported to Krillin's side, repelling the assailant. His movements were as swift as lightning, stirring a searing gust of energy. "I am fine, Wukong." Krillin gritted his teeth, rising to his feet. His face was smeared with sweat and dirt, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, the metallic taste lingering in the air. The enemy's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, seemingly capable of manipulating space, causing Sun Wukong and his allies' attacks to frequently miss their mark. Each strike felt as though it landed upon cotton, engendering an overwhelming sense of impotence and frustration. "What peculiar power is this?" Vegeta roared in fury, his voice echoing through the darkness, filled with resentment and rage. As the group found themselves in dire straits, the mysterious figure called out, "Concentrate your strength. Shatter the confines of this space." His voice was resolute and powerful, like a beacon amidst the shadows. Heeding his command, Sun Wukong and the others began to gather their energies. A brilliant light surged forth, illuminating the darkened expanse, akin to the dawn's first light. The warmth radiating from the glow instilled a sense of comfort and hope. "Break free!" Sun Wukong shouted, as their combined strength surged towards the twisted space. The overwhelming force resembled a torrential flood, driven by an unstoppable momentum. Following a violent explosion, the very fabric of space began to collapse. Debris fell in a cacophony of sounds, the powerful shockwave propelling the warriors backward involuntarily. "Hurry!" the mysterious figure urged, his tone urgent and tense. Seizing the moment, they fled from the enveloping darkness. Yet, they were not out of peril yet. Before them loomed a colossal vortex of time and space, its formidable pull making escape an arduous endeavor. The whirlpool emitted a colossal, ominous sound, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. "This is dire. If this continues, we shall all be drawn in," Gohan exclaimed, his voice trembling with fear, his heartbeat resonating in his ears. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy. His eyes flickered rapidly, his mind racing. Just then, Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator. "Wukong, I've discovered the whirlpool's weakness. It's at its center." Her tone was laced with urgency and hope. "All right, everyone, charge forward," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice brimming with resolve and courage. Against the intense gravitational pull, they struggled toward the eye of the vortex. Every step required immense effort, as if countless hands were tugging at their bodies. "Keep going," Tien shouted, his voice hoarse from exertion. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, stinging his eyes. At last, they reached the center of the whirlpool. Sun Wukong summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the core. The moment his fist made contact, a brilliant light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In an instant, the temporal whirlpool vanished. The force of the backlash hurled them away, and they crashed heavily onto the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they lay sprawled on the floor. The cold, hard ground sent jolts of pain through their bodies, but at that moment, they paid it no mind. "That was truly perilous," Krillin panted, his breath rapid and labored like a bellows. Vegeta rose to his feet, declaring, "It's not over. Our foes will not relent." His gaze remained resolute, despite the pain radiating from his wounds. Indeed, a new wave of adversaries emerged not far off. "Prepare for battle." Sun Wukong rose once more, his spirit reigniting. There was no hint of retreat in his eyes, only an unyielding fighting spirit. A new battle was about to commence. Chapter 66, Hope? The newly appeared foes exuded a more potent and malevolent aura, thick and dark like ink, suffusing the air and tightening the hearts of Sun Wukong and his companions. Their silhouettes flickered in the shadows, reminiscent of demons emerging from the abyss. It seemed they were in for a fierce confrontation. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the enemy. A steadfast light glimmered in his eyes, and his golden aura pulsed, heating the surrounding air. Vegeta scoffed, "What does their strength matter? We will not falter." He crossed his arms, his purple aura blazing fiercely, each breath infused with a vigorous battle intent. Gohan took a deep breath, steadying himself. "Everyone, be cautious." His voice was calm, yet resolute, reflecting his composure and determination. The battle erupted instantaneously, with the enemy's assault crashing down like a tempest. Energy waves sliced through the air, crackling with a sound that heralded destruction. Their techniques were both enigmatic and immensely powerful, forcing Sun Wukong and his companions to defend with all their might. Each block reverberated with tremendous force, leaving their arms numb. Alas, Krillin was struck by a wave of energy, sent flying a great distance. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust choked his throat, prompting a fit of coughing as the bitter taste of earth filled his mouth. "Krillin!" Tianjin Fan rushed over to assess his injuries. His hurried steps stirred the air, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. "Don't worry about me. Continue the fight." Krillin gritted his teeth and shouted. His voice trembled with pain, yet his gaze remained resolute. Sun Wukong charged furiously at their adversaries, exclaiming, "You scoundrels!" His roar echoed through the space, imbued with boundless rage and defiance. However, the enemy's strength surpassed their expectations, and Sun Wukong and his friends gradually found themselves in dire straits. Each attack felt feeble, their wounds multiplying, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. "This cannot go on," Gohan panted, his body riddled with injuries. Sweat mingled with blood, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground with a rhythmic sound. A glimmer of despair flickered in Vegeta's eyes. "Are we truly to be defeated here?" His voice carried a hint of reluctance, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms unnoticed. Suddenly, the mysterious figure clasped his hands together, reciting incantations. A radiant light emanated from him, warm like sunlight, dispelling the darkness and enveloping Sun Wukong and the others. Where the light reached, a gentle warmth enveloped them, providing a semblance of comfort to their weary bodies and minds. Sun Wukong felt a powerful energy surge within him, flowing like a clear spring, revitalizing his parched meridians and instantly reinvigorating him. "This is our final hope. Harness this power to vanquish them," the mysterious figure proclaimed, his voice hoarse from overexertion, yet steadfast. The group felt their spirits lift, rekindling their fighting spirit. Sun Wukong charged at the enemy once more, and this time, his attacks bore greater intensity. Each punch whistled through the air, tearing it apart with a hissing sound. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed power that transcended limits. His energy waves grew thicker, radiating brilliance, akin to a purple dragon roaring toward the foe. Gohan, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan also executed their most formidable techniques. Energy blasts intertwined, creating a dazzling spectacle that illuminated the entire dark expanse. The enemy was caught off guard by their sudden counterattack. Now is the moment to annihilate them. Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice resonating like a battle drum, inspiring all. The collective strength of the crowd surged forth, launching a final assault against their adversary. The collision of energies distorted the very fabric of space, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, while blinding brilliance rendered it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Amidst the fervent battle, Sun Wukong discerned the enemy's critical weakness. "Attack there," he urged, his voice trembling with exhilaration. The assembled warriors concentrated their might into a singular point, directing their full force towards that vulnerability. The ensuing power struck with the ferocity of a comet colliding with Earth, an unstoppable momentum propelling them forward. With a resounding crash, the enemy was finally vanquished. The powerful shockwave propelled the warriors backward, causing them to crash heavily to the ground. "We have triumphed," they cheered, their voices resonating through the air, infused with boundless joy and excitement. Yet, before they could revel in their victory, the mysterious figure suddenly collapsed. "What is happening?" Sun Wukong rushed over to support him. his movements swift, stirring a gust of wind. The enigmatic figure, weak and frail, murmured, "I have employed forbidden techniques. My life is slipping away." His voice diminished to a whisper, barely audible, as his breath grew faint. A wave of sorrow enveloped the crowd, the atmosphere thick with grief, punctuated only by the sound of labored breaths and muffled sobs. "But to witness your victory over the enemy, I have no regrets." The mysterious figure's voice dwindled, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Sun Wukong grasped his hand tightly. "Thank you. We will never forget you." His tone was laden with profound gratitude and reluctance, tears glistening in his eyes. The mysterious figure offered a faint smile before slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 67. A new crisis. The departure of the mysterious figure plunged Sun Wukong and his companions into profound sorrow, the air thick with a melancholic essence that weighed heavily upon their chests. With heavy hearts, they commenced their exploration of this uncharted realm, seeking a way to return. Each step was taken with utmost caution, the ground beneath them hard and cold, sending shivers through their souls. "We cannot allow the sacrifice of the mysterious figure to be in vain," Sun Wukong declared, his gaze resolute and unwavering. His voice echoed in the vastness, imbued with a sense of determination. Vegeta nodded slightly. "Indeed, we must find a way out." His brow furrowed, a purple aura shimmering around him, betraying his inner turmoil and resolve. Gohan surveyed the surrounding darkness, anxiety gnawing at him. "But it appears we are at an impasse." The darkness enveloped them like thick ink, leaving him feeling adrift, each breath tainted with a suffocating heaviness. As they cautiously advanced, an overwhelming sense of oppression suddenly descended upon them. It felt as if a mountain bore down upon them, rendering their steps laborious. "What is this?" Krillin exclaimed, his voice sharp with fear, ringing out starkly in the stillness. A colossal shadow loomed ahead, steadily advancing towards them. The shadow loomed larger, as if intent on engulfing them entirely. As it drew closer, they finally discerned the form of an unprecedented colossal beast. Its body towered like a mountain, adorned with rough scales that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. Its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. The stench that accompanied it was overwhelmingly foul, causing their stomachs to churn. "This creature seems formidable," Tianjin Fan remarked, his voice quivering. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. A mere annoyance he could not afford to address at that moment. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong declared, "No time to hesitate. Let us go." His voice brimmed with resolve, and a golden aura surged around him. The others unleashed their ultimate techniques, launching a barrage of attacks against the creature. The radiant energy illuminated the darkened space, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. Yet, the creature's hide was impervious. Their assaults appeared futile. Each strike reverberated against its body with a dull thud, reminiscent of fists striking iron, numbing their arms in the process. "How can this be?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. His breath quickened, the pounding of his heart echoing in his ears like the beat of a drum. The monster unleashed a roar that resonated painfully in their ears. It was a thunderous bellow that made their heads spin momentarily. "Everyone, be cautious," Gohan shouted, his voice strained with anxiety. The beast swung its enormous claws in their direction, the air slicing through with a ferocious wind that stung their faces. Sun Wukong teleported in an instant, evading the strike, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Vegeta, however, was grazed by the claw, sent hurtling through the air. He arced through the sky before crashing heavily against a distant wall, which instantly fractured, debris cascading down. "Vegeta!" Krillin called out, his voice laced with concern and urgency. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking the creature in the eye. The energy beam struck with the swiftness of blue lightning, inflicting pain upon the beast, which became even more frenzied in its assault. Its movements grew increasingly swift, each attack imbued with the power to obliterate everything in its path. In that moment, they found themselves locked in a desperate struggle. Sweat poured down like rain, evaporating upon contact with the ground. Their breaths grew heavier, each gasp akin to pulling air through a bellows. "This cannot continue. We must uncover its weakness," Sun Wukong asserted. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, yet his gaze remained resolute. As they dodged the creature's onslaught, they simultaneously sought its vulnerability. "I have discovered it, in its abdomen," Tien shouted, his voice tinged with a blend of excitement and tension. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged toward the creature's midsection. The beast sensed his intent and attempted to thwart him. Yet, with his agile prowess, Sun Wukong drew closer to the monster's belly. He could feel the searing heat radiating from the creature, a sensation that scorched his skin. Behold, he delivered a powerful strike to the monster's weakness. This blow was infused with all his strength, producing a deafening crack as the air shattered upon impact. The monster let out a pained roar and collapsed, its mass crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the earth. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. At last, it was vanquished. Krillin slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted, his muscles aching unbearably, every cell in his body clamoring for respite. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a swarm of smaller monsters materialized around them. Gohan stood in astonishment, rendered speechless. A new battle was on the horizon. Chapter 68. Relentless struggle confronted by the sudden onslaught of numerous small monsters. Sun Wukong and his companions were immediately filled with tension. A pungent, nauseating odor permeated the air, almost inducing revulsion. This is never-ending. Vegeta roared, his aura reigniting with fervor. The violet glow of his energy illuminated the dim surroundings, and the temperature seemed to rise in response to his fury, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Sun Wukong, his gaze resolute, addressed the group. "Fear not. Let us fight together." His voice rang out, powerful and invigorating, as if injecting a surge of courage into his companions. They plunged into battle at once. The small monsters, swift and numerous, surged toward them like a relentless tide. Their claws scraped against the ground, producing a chilling, sharp sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Gohan unleashed a Kamehameha wave, sweeping away a horde of creatures, yet more continued to flood in. The brilliance of the energy wave illuminated the encroaching darkness. But it could not dispel the incessant threat. "This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy," Tien shouted, his voice strained with urgency. Sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto the ground, muffled by the cacophony of trampling monsters. Krillin, battling fiercely, replied, "What can we do? We can only fight with all our might." His breaths were labored and heavy, each punch exhausting his remaining strength, his arms aching to the point of numbness. Sun Wukong weaved through the throng of monsters, each punch imbued with tremendous force. "Yeah," he bellowed, sending several creatures flying. The moment his fist made contact, a dull thud echoed, as if he struck solid rock. Vegeta concentrated his energy, unleashing a formidable wave that carved a path through the horde of monsters. The brilliance of the energy wave instantaneously illuminated the entire battlefield, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the remnants of the creatures were sent flying in all directions. Yet, the monsters appeared undeterred, relentlessly pressing their attack. Their roars, the pounding of their feet, and the clashing of blows melded into a cacophony of hellish sounds. "Damn it!" Vegeta gasped for breath, beads of sweat soaking his brow. The perspiration trickled into his eyes, stinging painfully, but he had no time to wipe it away. At that moment, a monster seized the opportunity, sinking its teeth into Goku's arm. The sharp fangs pierced the skin, and an agonizing pain surged through him. "Goku!" Gohan exclaimed, his voice laden with concern and fear, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. Goku, enduring the pain, flung the creature away. "I'm fine, keep fighting." His voice remained resolute, as if this minor injury meant nothing to him. The battle raged on, and the fighter's stamina began to wane. Each attack grew heavier, each evasion more arduous. "I'm running out of strength," Krillin panted, his movements becoming sluggish. His legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, each step requiring immense effort. Tianjinhan gasped for air. "We cannot give up. We must persevere." His voice trembled, yet his eyes still sparkled with indomitable spirit. Gohan gritted his teeth and launched another powerful attack. The energy wave coalesced in his hands, radiating brilliance and illuminating his resolute face. Suddenly, Goku discerned a pattern in the monster's movements. "Everyone, follow my lead," he shouted, his voice brimming with confidence and decisiveness. The group adjusted their fighting tactics in accordance with Goku's directive. Indeed, the tide began to turn. The monster's onslaught became less ferocious. "With just a bit more effort, we can eradicate them," Goku encouraged his comrades. His voice resonated with strength, rekindling hope in the weary hearts of his allies. Just as they believed victory was within reach, a colossal monster leader emerged. Its massive form loomed like a mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble. "What is that?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and vigilance, his heart constricting sharply. The monster leader let out a roar that echoed like thunder, commanding the lesser creatures to attack with even greater fervor. The powerful sound waves battered their eardrums, leaving them momentarily dizzy. The group found themselves ensnared in dire straits once more. The emergence of the monster leader intensified the situation, its gargantuan presence exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The oppressive aura felt almost tangible, weighing heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers, rendering their breath shallow. This adversary appears formidable, thought Krillin, his voice quivering with trepidation. His legs trembled involuntarily, his throat parched, each breath a laborious endeavor. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong declared resolutely, no matter how difficult, we must vanquish it. His gaze was unwavering. The golden aura surrounding him blazed fiercely, radiating an intense heat that made the air around them feel scalding. Vegeta snorted dismissively. What is there to fear? We'll fight to the bitter end. His violet aura flickered wildly, a manifestation of his inner fury and defiance. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, exuding determination. We can do this. His voice resonated with conviction, the veins on his forehead bulging, sweat cascading down his cheeks, the salty droplets stinging his eyes. The monstrous leader roared, initiating the assault. Its colossal claws slashed towards the group, conjuring a tempest. The howling wind whipped around them, causing their garments to flap violently, while sand and debris stung their faces painfully. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported, narrowly evading the strike. Yet the gales battered his cheek, akin to 1,000 tiny blades. Everyone, be cautious, Tien Shinhan shouted, his voice sharp with anxiety, his heartbeat drumming in his ears. Vegeta charged forward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves at the beast leader. The waves sliced through the air with a sizzling sound, infused with the power to obliterate all. However, these attacks seemed to inflict minimal damage upon the creature. Its hide is too thick, Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, his voice laced with ire, his hands trembling slightly from exertion. At that moment, the monstrous leader struck again, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of black flames. The flames roared as they surged forth, a scorching wave enveloping them as if they were caught in a furnace. Get out of the way, Gohan shouted urgently, his voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. The group scrambled to evade, the fire scorching the ground around them, releasing a pungent, acrid scent that invaded their nostrils and triggered fits of coughing. This won't do. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness, Sun Wukong asserted, his eyes scanning the beast leader intently, his mind racing. They all evaded the creature's attacks while closely observing its movements. Each strike carried a powerful pressure, causing their ears to ring. Suddenly, Krillin noticed an unusual aspect about the creature's eyes. Perhaps its eyes are its weakness, he shouted, his voice trembling with excitement, his heart racing. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately charged toward the creature's eyes. His figure darted like lightning, stirring up a tempestuous wind. The monstrous leader sensed Sun Wukong's intent and desperately attempted to thwart him. Its movements generated a tremendous clamor, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Vegeta, Gohan, restrain it for me, Sun Wukong called out, his voice brimming with urgency and anticipation. Without hesitation, Vegeta and Gohan launched their attacks, diverting the attention of the monstrous leader. The collision of energy emitted a dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire battlefield, the brilliance so intense that it was blinding. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong approached the creature's eyes, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Just then, the monstrous leader violently shook its head, flinging Sun Wukong away. Wukong! The crowd gasped, their voices laden with concern and fear, their hearts leaping into their throats. Sun Wukong crashed heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, jarring the nerves of those present. I'm fine, keep going. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his lips and charged once more. His voice was resolute and powerful, as if the pain was inconsequential to him. This time, he finally managed to draw near the monstrous leader's eyes and unleashed a full-force attack. His fist propelled with an indomitable momentum, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. The monstrous leader roared in agony, collapsing and writhing on the ground. Its cries reverberated painfully in the ears of the onlookers, inducing a brief moment of dizziness. Now's our chance, everyone, attack together, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice filled with the thirst for victory. The group unleashed their strongest assaults, the energy intertwining in a splendid display of light. At last, the monstrous leader lay still. Its body gradually grew cold, and the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. "We did it!" Krillin shouted with exhilaration, his voice hoarse with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Each inhalation was steeped in profound fatigue, the soreness in their muscles rendering them nearly immobile. At that moment, the surrounding space began to shift, a radiant light emerging. The light was gentle and warm, akin to the first rays of dawn, dispelling darkness and weariness. Chapter 70. Return to the light. The radiance intensified, enveloping them all. It flowed like a warm tide, tenderly wrapping around their bodies. Sun Wukong and the others felt a soothing warmth seep into their beings, alleviating their fatigue significantly. The light was bright, yet not blinding, imbued with a reassuring power. "What is happening?" Vegeta questioned, gazing quizzically at the source of the illumination. His voice echoed softly within the glow, his violet eyes reflecting confusion. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with hope. "Perhaps this is our chance to leave this place." A golden aura flickered gently around him, as if responding to the radiance itself. Gohan also rose to his feet, feeling this extraordinary power. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed to herald good tidings. A hint of relief graced his features, as the tension that had gripped him began to ease momentarily. As the light gradually coalesced, a mysterious figure materialized before them. The luminescence surrounding the figure danced like delicate silk, ethereal and dreamlike. "Did you bring this light?" Tianjin Han inquired cautiously, his voice laced with wariness, his body slightly leaning forward, poised for combat. The enigmatic figure smiled faintly. "Indeed, brave warriors, you have successfully passed the trial." His voice was gentle and rich, as if capable of soothing the anxiety that lay within the hearts of all present. Krillin scratched his head in confusion. Trial? Was all of this a test? His voice brimmed with astonishment, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, splattering onto the ground. The mysterious figure nodded. "This enigmatic realm requires true guardians, strong and courageous. I am quite pleased with your performance." His gaze swept over the group, imbued with approval and recognition. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "So can we leave now?" His tone was laced with impatience, eager to depart from this place. With a flourish of his hands, the mysterious figure conjured a portal before them. The portal shimmered with strange lights, reminiscent of a brilliant starlit sky. "Through this gateway, you shall return to your world." Goku stepped forward into the portal, followed closely by the others. The energy within the portal caused a slight tingling sensation on their skin, accompanied by a faint buzzing in their ears. After a dazzling flash of light, they finally returned to the familiar embrace of Earth. The fresh air enveloped them, infused with the scent of blooming flowers and rich earth. "We're finally back," Krillin exclaimed with exuberance, his voice echoing in the vastness, brimming with joy. Bulma and Chi-Chi had been waiting anxiously. Bulma's hair fluttered gently in the breeze, her face radiant with excitement. Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with worry and anticipation. "You're finally back." Bulma rushed towards them, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Her footsteps were hurried and forceful, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chi-Chi embraced Gohan tightly, repeatedly saying, "I was so worried." Her voice trembled with emotion, her hands clinging to Gohan. Goku looked at everyone, a smile of contentment lighting up his face. He could hear the cheerful songs of birds and feel the warmth of sunlight cascading upon him. However, they had scarcely begun to relish the joy of reunion when a new crisis emerged on Earth. In the distance, a dark energy wreaked havoc within the city. This energy carried a noxious scent, inducing feelings of nausea and oppression. "Damn it, just when we return, trouble arises." Vegeta furrowed his brow, his voice rife with frustration and anger. Goku turned to the group. "Everyone, prepare for battle once more." His voice was resolute and powerful, igniting their fighting spirit in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, the crowd soared toward the city. The wind howled in their ears, and their heartbeats quickened. Upon reaching the city, they beheld a colossal dark creature wreaking havoc upon the buildings. The thunderous roar of collapsing structures was deafening, as bricks and stones scattered in all directions. People fled in panic, their cries resonating like a mournful chorus. Those anguished cries pierced their souls, igniting a flame of fury within them. "Stop!" thundered Sun Wukong, his voice resonating like a mighty bell in the air. The dark creature turned its gaze upon them, emitting a low, ominous growl. That growl reverberated like distant thunder, sending shivers through their hearts. Gohan remarked, "This creature appears formidable." A hint of tension laced his voice, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, declaring, "No matter, let us go." His tone brimmed with determination, and an aura of resolve erupted from him. The group unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark creature. The clash of energy produced a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire city. Each strike generated a powerful gust of wind, sending debris swirling into the air. The creature's strength was overwhelming, each assault imbued with immense destructive force. Its claws scraped across the ground, leaving deep gashes as rocks and dust flew about. "This cannot continue," Krillin shouted, his voice sharp with urgency, his breath quickening. As Sun Wukong fought, he contemplated a strategy, his gaze swiftly scanning the dark creature for vulnerabilities. In that instant, he discerned the creature's weakness. "Attack its back," he cried, his voice imbued with determination and confidence. The group concentrated their power, launching an assault upon the creature's rear. Light converged, forming a formidable energy column. The dark creature howled in agony, collapsing onto the ground. Its body crashed heavily, producing a dull thud that resonated through the earth. The people of the city erupted in cheers, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. "Wonderful! We have triumphed!" Gohan exclaimed, his voice bursting with joy and pride. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy emanated from the creature, shooting skyward. This energy bore an immense force, heating the surrounding air. "What is this?" Vegeta gasped, his voice filled with shock and confusion. A colossal black hole materialized in the sky, a powerful suction drawing in everything around it, accompanied by a whistling sound. "Be careful, everyone," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice urgent and tense. The group struggled against the overwhelming pull. Their bodies trembled slightly under the influence of the gravitational pull, muscles taut with strain. At that moment, the enigmatic figure reappeared. "This is the final struggle of dark forces. You must unite to seal it," he declared, his voice grave and solemn. Sun Wukong and his companions nodded, channeling all their strength alongside the mysterious figure, ultimately sealing the black hole. The brilliance gradually faded, and tranquility was restored. Earth once again basked in peace and serenity. Chapter 71. The Grand Finale, Eternal Guardianship. After the restoration of peace and tranquility, Sun Wukong and his comrades emerged as heroes in the hearts of the people. Yet, instead of basking in pride, they dedicated themselves even more fervently to their training, preparing for potential new threats on the horizon. Days turned into weeks, and Earth entered a period of relative calm. The people rebuilt their homes, and life gradually returned to its former prosperity. However, deep within the cosmos, a hidden dark force was quietly rising. This malevolent power was commanded by an evil entity known as the Shadow Demon Lord, possessing unfathomable strength and inscrutable schemes. One day, while training, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed an exceptionally powerful malevolent aura. "This is bad. A new crisis has emerged," he exclaimed, immediately summoning his companions. They gathered, expressions grave. "This power is formidable. We must be thoroughly prepared," Vegeta declared. Gohan nodded. "This may well be an unprecedented battle." The group resolved to venture into the depths of the universe to uncover the source of this evil force and eradicate it at its inception. They boarded Bulma's newly developed spacecraft, embarking towards the unknown. Throughout their arduous journey, they faced numerous challenges, yet with indomitable will and formidable strength, they overcame each obstacle. At last, they arrived at the planet where the Shadow Demon Lord resided, shrouded in darkness and exuding a terrifying aura. "Everyone, be cautious," Sun Wukong warned as they cautiously set foot on the planet. The Shadow Demon Lord appeared before them, his figure towering and grotesque, radiating boundless malevolence. "You insignificant insects dare to challenge my authority," he sneered. "Enough of your prattle. Today marks your end." Vegeta roared, charging forward. An intense battle ensued. The Shadow Demon Lord's power was beyond imagination, and Sun Wukong and his allies found themselves in a fierce struggle. "We cannot afford to lose." Gohan gritted his teeth, pushing beyond his limits. Krillin and Tien also fought valiantly, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foe. At a critical juncture in the battle, Sun Wukong suddenly grasped a new power. Behold my might, Super Saiyan God. His body radiated a dazzling brilliance, and his power surged instantaneously. The Shadow Demon Lord felt the weight of this new threat. How is this possible? He exclaimed in astonishment. Under the leadership of Sun Wukong, the group united their efforts and ultimately vanquished the Shadow Demon Lord. We have triumphed. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yet, they understood that the peace of the universe required eternal vigilance. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Wukong and his companions continued to silently safeguard this realm. They imparted their martial wisdom to the younger generation, nurturing new warriors. Years later, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, as well as Vegeta and Bulma, enjoyed lives filled with happiness. Gohan emerged as an illustrious scholar while simultaneously embodying formidable strength. Krillin discovered his true love and embraced a serene existence. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan established a dojo, sharing his martial arts expertise. Under their guardianship, Earth remained a bastion of peace and prosperity. The deeds of these heroes were forever etched in the hearts of the people, their tales transforming into legends passed down through the ages. On a sunlit day, Sun Wukong and his companions reunited once more, gazing upon this splendid world. Their efforts had not been in vain. Sun Wukong remarked with profound emotion. They exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes brimming with contentment and pride. They understood that as long as evil existed, they would rise to defend the land they cherished for all eternity. The end.